for him. And we all have Google. Like you guys can give us examples, and we are 2 seconds away from rebuttal. Like, who is an English example? Because of course it has to be English. Henry Cavill. Is it Henry
I don't know
Cavill?
why you guys believe the Earth is flat. I really want to understand that.
Is it Henry Cavill?
Well, they don't believe it's flat. They just don't believe it's a globe.
That's right.
If you want to
But I
give
was
good
saying
evidence,
moments ago.
if
Wait,
you want to give
so it's
good
not a.
evidence of a
I don't
globe,
have good evidence. I just want to know that. I just want to know why you believe the world is not a globe. Or
Well,
not.
because they go
Like,
out and like the common response that you're gonna get from most flat earthers is they're immediately gonna start talking to you about water and how water is measurably level on the surface, and that means that since 70% of the earth is water, there's no way the surface is curving, so it can't be a globe. And then anything beyond that, they don't have any real information other than just anti-globe information or claims. So
They've
they
got
just
long distance
they don't.
observations.
Yeah,
Don't straw
that's
man it
another
too
big
bad.
one.
wait, they actually truly believe that the world is not a globe. No, like this is serious. This isn't like a joke.
No, it's
If you
it's a real
to them, I
thing, you
think you
know.
would
And
find that. Yeah, I think you'd find that a good, well over 90% are quite sincere in their beliefs. It's pretty
yeah,
rare to find a fake flat earther.
it's a real thing, and there's if you put the quote unquote evidence on the table, right? If you put that to the side and you just look at the ideology of why the belief comes forward, then there's a little bit of sense there, right? There's a pattern of logical thinking, and it's that the government lies about everything, and this is just another government agency, aka NASA,
NASA.
and all this
The
space
okay.
information, and you just can't, and associated with it. And at first it was really like you couldn't come out and say it until the COVID shit hit, right? And then COVID hit, everyone says it's a big giant conspiracy, so that was like the nail in the coffin for them, as far as saying that all these countries are in cahoots with hiding this information, because that was always a big question, like, oh, everybody's in on it, all these space agencies, all these other governments, all these people that are at war with each other. And then it's like, okay, well, then now we have this big worldwide event to where all the governments are all saying the same exact thing based off of this science information. And so now it like lit a real big fire under their ass. They're like, oh, fuck yeah, fuck the government. They're all lying, they're all in on it.
So my question is, all right, if you don't trust NASA, do you trust any of the other government systems?
Well, no, of
that
course. That's what no, that's what
No, you just said
that's
that.
what the conversation just was. It's that no, all the governments are in on it. They're all lying. That's why there's the
Okay.
Antarctic Treaty. That's why they
All right.
block you from going there, this, that, and the other.
Okay.
So the line of thinking is very logical. There's some
Why do you think?
practicality to a lot of it, but
Why do you think they all lied though? Where's your evidence of that? Because
I don't
everything seems to be
think
based on that
I
one
don't think he believes it.
presupposition that during this one time they all lied. But how do you know they
Do
all
you
lied?
believe it?
well, they've never not lied. You can go back and hit, at least in American history. It's hard for us to speak for other countries because we don't know the other side of the story that's been told to you guys for big world events. All we know is what we've been told.
Flowers.
And then when we
Never
get
not
into,
lie.
Flowers, you said they all lied. How do you know they all lied?
well, that's what I'm saying is they'll admit that they've lied about things. They admit it all
Where?
the time.
Who?
The government and the military.
hold on.
And
Who though? What
by the
lies?
way-
What lies? What lies specifically?
Fresh,
Because
if you
this is a
don't,
big problem you guys have, is that when I ask for specifics, you just go, oh, all of them.
Fresh, if you need to tag out, tag out, like I'm here.
No, you like. Have you guys ever heard about 9/11?
Yeah, we've heard about
I have. I
9/11.
know more about that than most flat earthers. I know that
Okay,
jet fuel
so
weakens steel beams to the point that they can collapse. Their structural integrity reduces with every certain amount of degrees that it increases. Did you know that?
you
Yeah, but
believe planes hit buildings and that's what happened, man. But
Hang on.
99% of America
I mean, there's video
disagree.
of it. Why do you believe it didn't?
Hold on,
Why do you
Fresh.
believe they don't, though? Why do you believe they didn't?
Fresh,
No,
if
no.
you need to tag out, like I'll tag in.
I mean, if you feel look, this isn't a 1v1. You can always jump in.
No, I'm not gonna do
Yeah,
that.
just
Like,
jump in, man. It's fine.
But you're a Glober, so I don't know like what you would tag in about.
oh, we're talking about
I'll be happy to.
9/11 and
Yeah, like the
all
Gulf of
that.
Tonkin, Pearl Harbor, like all these things that we know are fucking lies about the narrative.
I'm only gonna
How do
tag
you
in.
wait? Pearl Harbor was a lie. How
I'm
was
only
Pearl
gonna.
Harbor a
Yeah,
lie?
it was a lie.
I'm only
What do you
gonna
mean?
tag in
Other.
if you tag out. You got to tag out first.
Pearl Harbor
You
was
think
a
they
lie?
didn't?
Okay, just either
Um,
engage in the conversation, stop talking about tagging it.
So basically,
How is Pearl
Right.
Harbor a lie?
I think
It's a
what he
little
means
weird.
is that they were warned before. I don't think he means that it didn't happen, right?
No, it definitely didn't happen the way that they said it
Oh,
happened. You think that
yeah, but
you think these planes fueled
This
up
is
on mainland over there and
this
flew
is
over the entire ocean undetected all the
this
way
is
on
what
one
I'm.
tank and then got here and then started doing firefights and just flying around all just like
This is
that's what you guys
why.
think happened?
This is
they,
why
they, they
I
launched from
request.
6
You think a
aircraft
whole fleet?
carriers.
You
This
No,
guys
is
but
think
they
a
why.
whole
launched from
fleet
6.
of airplanes
Yes,
came over undetected?
because they
This is
launched from 6 aircraft carriers, buddy. They didn't go all the way from Japan. No,
this is
that's not
why
how it happened.
I
Nobody's saying
hum
that. They have
I
aircraft
Oh,
carriers,
I humbly
right?
request like mod access to this channel. Like I will not abuse it, but
It's
what
weird.
has
mate,
You're
you're
happened?
ruining the
shit faced.
conversation.
Like, don't bother trying to ask for mod
You're
access.
ruining the
Wait,
conversation.
who just said that?
Who just said that?
Everybody.
Me, dogs.
Hey, can we stick to the subject? Write in
We're
chat if
trying,
you
but this
want to
guy
speak
keeps
to mods.
We
interjecting.
can, yeah.
The
I
subject is the government lies about the narrative of things that's
Okay,
happened.
okay, I'm with
Dogs
you.
is
That
under the belief
happens.
that the scientific narrative of COVID is legit and that it was
Yeah,
all
that
on the table. There was no lies being
that
told to it. There was
happens.
no lies about transmission. There's no lies told about
I have
any of it, right?
voluntarily muted
I
into the
got you.
break.
That happens, but it doesn't mean that they are lying about everything. And the governments aren't saying, like, the globe has been on fucking cave drawings for centuries and millennia. Like every single you were saying, if you don't think the Earth is flat, you're saying every single
There's never been
civilization
a
in
globe
history is
cave
wrong.
drawing anywhere. Actually, that's a good point, dude. You brought up
Egypt,
a little match
Egypt.
for
Oh, dude,
there's
I'll
no
put it
globe
inside chat.
drawings on in
I
Egypt.
mean, it's in 2D because obviously, but it's round and it's got the entire solar system put down, so they're basically saying it's a globe. Because
No,
the
not
way
at all.
the way they're reenacting the sun and how it moves, it wouldn't be possible to put them like that if it wasn't a globe. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if
I
it
mean,
was
that's a
flat,
belief system. That's a
I
belief
understand.
system
I
that you
understand your
can't
distrust in the
verify.
government, but there's nothing that verifies that the Earth is flat. The Antarctica thing is really weak
No,
because
I
you can
know
actually go
that.
to
I
Antarctica. I
know
can
that.
fly there
That's what
now.
I said earlier. That's what I said earlier. You're jumping in late to the conversation. I'm steel
I got
manning
you.
for the
Sorry.
flat earthers for them to understand the mindset because this dude jumped in, Bizzle, and he thought or busy, and he thought it was just like a troll joke online kind of thing. And now he's jumping in here realizing that this is an
There's
actual
really
thing that
people out
people
here like
Yeah,
this.
I got you. All right.
spend years debating on.
Yeah. How about that Netflix show in which they were gonna use this experiment to prove that the
Right,
Earth
but
was
you have to
flat?
use common sense, right? They're not going to publish flat earth truth on fucking Netflix.
But this was flat earthers,
Of
and what
course it
their
was,
experiment
right?
proved
Yeah, of
that it was a
course.
globe.
Of course it was. Just like Joe Rogan used to be, right?
I mean, that's the thing, right? So we got to gather all the empirical data and then decide upon that. We can't say
So
everything is lies and
if the
cherry pick.
media
But these are scientists.
if the media is a part of and a tool that was used in the manipulation and the lies,
The entire
then do you
world's
think
media.
it would listen? Let me finish. Then do you think it would allow spokespeople for what is trying to be suppressed? Do you think they would give the suppression a platform?
Okay, let's play with this thought. What would happen if the Earth wasn't flat? Like, why would they hide that? How do they have a motive in that? Right?
Say again. If the Earth wasn't flat, so if the Earth was a globe.
No, wait. If the Earth was flat and they're lying and saying that it was a globe, what's their motive? What do they have to win with this lie, this huge lie?
Well, the
Control
motive
over
would have
nutties
to.
like yourself.
Yeah, the motive is it's multiple levels of control. It's a mind control. It's a state of
But how
morality
specifically?
for. Well, if you'd shut the fuck up and stop interjecting when people are talking, you'd hear the answer.
You see, if you were a glober, you'd probably not be this sensitive. If you have a good, argument, you wouldn't be upset because you'd have evidence.
Actually, it's the other way around. Most globetards come in here and have a cry.
I really don't. I like the discussion, and I like that you guys exist because I think
There's
we
no
should always
discussion.
think
You just
outside the
keep
box.
platforming. All you
'Cause
do
you're
is just keep
saying-
cutting people off.
All right, sorry. Go ahead. Sid. Prove your point. Motive. We're discussing motive. I'll be quiet.
No one knows what the motive is because you are not them. I can't read minds. You can't either. So knowing what someone else is
Yeah,
thinking.
you guys are happy to speculate on it wildly, right?
There's
Right,
no.
you're happy to speculate on it wildly, right?
No, it's.
You're happy to
stupid
say that they're
even
doing
say
this
a
thing
they.
because of a motive, right? Not
No,
that it's the truth.
Top made up the top was calling that.
That's an even ignorant fucking.
Oh, so you
comment in
don't think that they're
itself.
doing this because it's the truth?
There is no
Do you or
they
don't
though.
you?
That's what I'm saying. There's no fucking they. This isn't.
So who are the
humans,
people
it's
that are
not
saying the Earth
people.
is a globe? Are they not a they? Are they not human beings?
Hey, dogs, what are you doing, man? Don't do that.
No, flat
Come on,
earthers
dude.
say the they.
We
as far
are a
as like a
they.
control,
Like we are a they.
a
We're not
controlling
hiding from it.
narrative, but there is no they. There's no like
Listen,
bloodline or family.
listen, shut up. It's not like anybody came to the
There's no
conclusion.
T-Dub's upset his
Illuminati
spaghetti.
control.
Listen, shut up for a minute.
No.
Shut up. Shut
Stop.
up or be shut up.
You don't have the
It's not
answer.
like a flat... Shush. It's not like a flat earther came to the conclusion about the earth being flat because they think or suspect or have this conspiracy theory that the government is lying somehow, right? They came to the conclusion that the government is lying somehow or that certain people in society are lying somehow because of the discovery that the earth is not a globe and that it is in fact a planar, motionless realm.
Yeah, except no one's ever given evidence of that, right? Have you?
Right, so stop trying to turn it around the other way. As if it's just based on just some conspiracy and mistrust of the government.
So if we get rid of
and truly strawman what we say, or shut the fuck
so
up.
fucking upset, T-Dubs. If we get rid of the measurement aspect, what's left besides some emotional reasoning that leads you to the flat Earth, right?
Common fucking sense when you walk outside and see that it's flat and you feel that it doesn't move. That's what's left.
What do you mean by that? What's the common sense here?
Exactly
What do you see in reality that only indicates the Earth is flat?
We moving? Do you feel
from?
like we moving?
That accent was
Can I
fire,
pause? Can
But
we
speed
all
is
pause?
relative.
Feel like we moving?
Can we all pause?
Einstein's
I
theory.
want T-Dub to come back and argue with me because
Hang
he
on.
runs away.
I want you to steelman us. I want you to steelman us,
is
dogs,
running
or I'm going to mute you.
Oh,
Steelman
I
us,
can do that.
dogs.
Okay. Are you ready, T-Dubs? So the steel man is that you go outside and you don't see the curvature, therefore you think the curvature doesn't exist.
Dog.
Yeah, it only exists in your imagination.
Dog.
You don't
I
feel
can
the
agree.
motion.
Is that it?
I can agree.
Is that the
T-Dub,
whole
that
argument?
There's also the motion. You don't feel the motion, therefore the motion doesn't exist. That's all you guys have. Prove me wrong. Go on.
That's all we have. That's all we say, right? Those are the only arguments that we present.
And we
That's part
did.
of it.
We removed the measurement factor. Now what have you got? So you've got no measurement. You've got no proof of curvature. You've got
Well,
nothing.
neither does flat Earth. Flat Earth doesn't have a measurement either.
That's because
Yes, T-Dub. I think all you have is you go outside, you don't see the curve, and you don't see it rotating, therefore you think it's flat and non-rotating.
Yep.
That's not true. And you know it.
I mean, someone said the speed, we don't feel like we're moving. The way speed works is it's relative. If everything is moving, everything is standing still. Like, you get me? You're not going to feel like movement. Like in a car, in a constant speed, if it's constant, you
Yeah,
don't feel it.
failed
But you
analogy,
feel,
brother.
Yeah, it's
When
only
you're
moving
traveling
in your
around in a
imagination.
circle, it's a change of vector. Therefore, you would
No.
feel it.
I don't know what that means really because it's not my mother language,
Well,
but I'm just saying.
how do you
He
explain
said my mother
that
language.
we feel body weight? Because if there isn't a downward acceleration, there is a possibility that it is moving and moving up.
Because the speed is
Oh my
constant.
goodness.
The speed is
The
constant.
whole thing's moving up,
Yep.
And
even
we're
if
all
it's a
moving with
globe.
it.
It's a globe and it's
Well,
moving
the
up.
So
globe
in a
needs
jet,
downward acceleration. Hang on.
That was
The
quick.
globe needs downward acceleration, right? Physically, because that's what it says that if you drop something, it will be pulled toward the center of the sphere,
Yeah, it needs a
right?
centripetal pull.
That's your pivot point. That's the whole thing that holds the whole globe together.
yes. I'll
Take
paste
that
Einstein's
away,
theory of
and it all that's the linchpin. So you remove that. The only thing you've got to replace it with is that our whole
Oh,
reality
shit.
has been inverted.
He heard
It's
Terrence Howard
inverted.
say linchpin. Now he's in here. You got to
And
change
it's
the
been
angles of
inverted
incidence.
because it could still work. It appears stationary, right? Sky turns. It's the same. But motion explains all the effects.
What makes the sky turn?
No one can
The
say.
dome's turning.
We're
They
inside
said
it. We're
they
inside it.
dome is
Looking.
Hey,
turning.
listen. If you guys want to believe in the spinning ball, like, go for it, man. And nobody gonna stop you. Go for
They
it, man.
say
Go
the
on with
dome.
your life,
They
bro.
say the
Well,
dome is
What do you
turning.
believe
Go
in?
on with your life.
What do you believe
if
in?
it's stationary,
I
what's
don't
it
believe the
connected
same
to?
bullshit that you do.
Well,
That
if it's
I mean, that
stationary,
tells
what's
us
the Earth
nothing.
connected to?
That tells us nothing. Like my nipples, fucking like are hard for Zeus. Like, what do you do?
If the Earth's
I'm
stationary, it would have to be fixed to something. Fact.
I think we're discussing speed and relativity. If it's constant, we don't feel it. That's science.
We're not.
And I think the
Wrong.
fact that
We're not gonna
that's
get.
well, then
We're not.
Einstein is wrong.
We're not gonna
So
get
No,
to
your
speed.
definition of constant, you're confusing.
okay,
A
please just
circular
explain.
motion and a straight line motion are not the same. If you
Well,
believe you're on a
Exactly.
ball spinning, that is a circular motion, therefore a constant change of vector. You would feel it.
Okay, I
material.
understand. You're talking about the circular
Steve.
movement, but we're
How
actually
would you
moving
feel
in
it?
space as well. Let me say.
Rotation and orbit. It's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and 66,000 miles an hour in
Hold
the
on.
orbit.
Is this meteoretics that we're talking? We're
What do
talking
you
about the
feel of
orbit
of a circular
the
motion?
moon, the celestial. Like, is that meteoretics?
Okay, just to make it easy for you to pronounce my name, because obviously you've had too many to drink. You know the movie with Neo, Morpheus, and Trinity in it? Matrix?
You're not the person that I'm trying to talk to. I'm talking to
Apologies.
another.
I thought you were trying to say my name. And I'm thinking, man, you've had too many to drink tonight.
If
It's
I'm
I
trying
do
to talk to
apologise,
you,
Portico.
all right,
Matrix.
his name's Matrix.
Easy.
Matrix.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this conversation, like seems to be like more evolved than just like a dispute at a table. Like so if you want to talk about the factors, if you want to talk about the facts that led to this discussion, if you want to talk about the disputes, I can go into a private channel. I'm an attorney. Like, we can talk about it. Like, I don't see any legal reason why you have to be in this channel. If you want to talk about options or what options are relevant to you, we can talk about them.
It's exciting. We've got the law on our side.
American law. We have a lot of Brits here. They're not subject. We have a lot of Australians. They're not subject. But
I don't get it. Why are we
What are you
talking about
talking
law
about?
now? Why are we talking about law
Yeah, why are we talking
on a
about this?
flat Earth? Yeah,
because
let's
people try to intimidate people based off of law.
Portico. Are you fucking retarded, dude? Shut up, please. Let's go back to the point. This is interesting. Somebody talk about this.
Do you think I'm retarded?
Sorry, I'm not going into.
I think a
muting you
little
right
bit.
now.
I think a little bit.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute him, guys.
Oh my god, that only took 6 years.
Yeah, I was only here for a few minutes. Sorry. So
No,
somebody
he's
said that side real
locally
time was
muted
invented
me.
to patch the
He's
issue that
not.
time would flip every 6 months. That's an interesting point. I'll look into that. But I truly believe that.
There's a bit of a
Really?
wedge in the flat Earth. There's like a rumble in the flat Earth, and it's coming from an old platform that was like there from the beginning. And he looked at all the models, concave, stationary, all the propositions of what the Earth could be, and he is adamant that it's moving. It's in motion, constant motion.
Right.
And that
Who's
explains
this? Who's that?
L, beyond the imaginary curve. He's got heaps of people on board with it, believe it or not.
It's in constant motion.
Yep. Up.
What?
Like an
Hang
elevator.
on. Constant acceleration up?
Yeah, it's just like moving in everything's moving in unison. That's why
Wait, I'm
Right, but I
curious,
mean-
Busy, do you think that the Earth is a globe or do you think it's flat? Because I heard you talking about it earlier. Busy?
Yeah, but that's the scoop, Harry. The
That's
old
interesting.
school. Yeah, he stepped forward and then because he said, "Oh, the Flat Earth Society." We got told not to look at that it was a psyop and all this, right? And then he looked into it. What got his attention was that the whole thing about the globe is that gravity is a downward acceleration. What Dell was trying to find, is there really a downward acceleration? Right? And he found out some things, trust me. Really interesting, Hove.
They're very
Check him
interesting.
out.
They're just pretending to think that the Earth is flat. You're just like trolling.
I think
No,
a
this
lot
guy's
are.
been there since the beginning. Like, it's
Nah,
sort of,
he's serious. He's
we've
serious.
entertained all kinds of possibilities. Like, stationary Earth doesn't work. There's a lot of things about it that don't work.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I think we can all agree on is that physics and everything that we know, like quantum mechanics, was basically created because physics doesn't really matter when it becomes too small. Then it's the physical laws don't apply in the same way. So there's still a lot of stuff we don't know, and even if we know the speed of light here and all that kind of stuff, we don't know how it's going to react in another fucking galaxy. Like we haven't tried it out yet. So there's of course a lot of stuff we don't know, but with the empirical data we have gathered that the Earth is round.
Yeah, of course they're going to tell us that, but a lot of people just feel at this stage that it's not round, and it's not. Again? And you ask why the lie?
I feel like
What
you're
was
just saying that you feel lied to as opposed to actually having like a good model. Say that it's flat.
Well, man, this is like gone on for like nearly a decade. Okay, and I was one of the people who did actually try to put a model on the table, but it's difficult.
It's gone on
Especially
for
when you
longer
start
than a decade. I mean, people have thought the Earth was flat for like
well,
over
a lot
100
of the
years
people,
ago.
a lot of the people here, like if you go back to Dubai and how it unfolds, it sort of starts around 214. Really kicks in. Anyway, whatever, right?
Flat
And there
Earth
were certain
movement,
people.
talking about like online.
Yeah, there were certain people there at the start, right?
Yeah.
And and then that's like Nathan Oakley today. When it first started, he used to interview people with a
Wait,
fucking
who?
woolen.
Who?
Nathan Oakley. He'd interview
that?
people with
Who is
a
that?
woolen jumper on, right? And he was friendly, and he was a good interviewer. He wasn't angry like he is now. So there you
Is that
go.
the British guy? Is that a British guy?
Just try, yeah.
Yeah,
We're
Yeah.
I
we're
can. I don't
we're looking
understand the
them up.
frustration that much because we're all just trying to find out the truth, right? Why should we be so emotional about these things? And obviously, we don't know everything. That's why they changed that. We're not only going around in circles; we're actually moving, like the entire Earth and the fucking stars and everything around it is moving
No, but
at a constant speed,
they all want to
which is scary if it's true. But
they all
it's what I believe in.
they
So
all
we
want
can
to
just discuss these points until we break them, right?
they all want to prove their time and their space. They want to have
But
a
yeah, a lot of the stuff about space is considered a fact, but then they change it. And I understand the distrust there, but we just don't know everything. We can't.
no,
And
no,
I
no.
understand the distrust in the government because they keep on lying. But yeah,
So when we talk about
Portugal
time,
muted you. I'm sorry if I'm speaking over you, but I'm muted you.
So
yeah,
much of that.
personally muted me, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, personally, when you're a bit more sober, I'll unmute right in the chat.
I'm completely sober. What are you talking about?
Are you sober? Okay, please don't talk about your lawyer or your personal life or anything like that. I wish you the best, but let's just discuss flat Earth here, all right, buddy?
Let's discuss flat Earth theory. Like what I'm saying is like when we have a grid pattern, like when we talk about like what we know and what we think, like all right, go ahead and mute me. This is more theoretical.
Even their model, their space, is made up mostly of dark energy and dark matter. What the hell is that?
So we go to dark energy and dark matter. Okay.
Yeah, dark matter thing is really wild, isn't
Wait,
it?
what about dark matter? What about it?
So most of the universe that we all exist in apparently is made of it.
Yeah, 80% of it.
So you're talking about like the discrepancies between how we view the collapsing of galaxies, like how they rotate, and our understanding of like Newtonian gravitation and Einsteinian gravitation.
Yeah, it's like say like a cheese sandwich. It's like cheese and bread, right? But
Now,
what's
do better. Do better.
What's dark energy made of?
Well, give us a better basis. You started
Fine.
us
It's a
with
simple one that
The
everyone can
reason why
relate
there's
to.
dark, the
no.
reason the
You
reason why
started
the
with the
concept
real
of dark
shit one.
matter exists is because there's so much gravity in our universe and in our solar system that we can't account for why there's these gravitational pulls. Like why certain like there's gravitational pulls that are coming from different places in our galaxy that we don't know why. We don't have enough there's not enough bending of space-time according to terrestrial matter that can account for this amount of force of gravity. That's why we have the concept of dark matter and dark gravity, dark energy. Sorry.
All right. Yeah. Well, like let's be like what do they do in the sober alliances? Like let's just talk about what we do have. We have the weakest force. It is absolutely the weakest fucking force. Like you can lift gravity with your one right hand. Tell me you are not in a courtroom relaxing.
Wait.
We
I
have
don't know what you're talking
ideas. Yeah, we have
What are you trying to
ideas
say?
about places we've never been.
No, I'm
About
just
that.
reading I'm just reading the chat as I'm going. And I agree. Like gravity is absolutely the weakest fucking force. How do we resolve that? Like this is not a problem for
What do you mean
physicists.
gravity is a weak force? What do you mean by that?
Fake.
What I'm asking you is we have a challenge. It is not up to just physicists to understand. It is up to all of us. Maybe you need to put your foot into the fire. Maybe you need to crack open a book. Maybe we all need to crack open a book and figure out why gravitation is so much weaker than the electromagnetic force.
No.
Why
Oh,
not? Why
fuck
not?
that.
Why not?
Because
Why?
there's nothing to figure out.
What do you mean there's nothing to figure out? There is, of course, things to figure out. Why is it weaker? That is the question. If you cannot figure out that question, then there's still something to figure out.
Why gravity is weaker?
What weaker? Why is what weaker?
Gravity.
Where?
What's that?
Where?
You need something to be weak. You need something to be strong or weak first.
Yeah,
You don't have it.
The strong force, the
It's an
magnetic
invisible
weak force. Yes.
like Star Wars.
Why is
It's the
gravity
force that
weaker
binds
than
all living things.
Dude,
You know.
ask your question. Just
Yeah.
ask it
Like
the right way, and
atoms.
finally just ask the question. Because I'm dying to like figure out what you're trying to ask.
Okay?
What? What's
There.
gravity?
All right.
That's what I'm asking.
So he asked me to ask it in a succinct manner, and I will attempt. So there are 4 recognized fundamental forces. There is the strong force, the electromagnetic weak force. There is gravitation, and I'm a little bit drunk, but there's a fourth word.
May the 4th.
Maybe you should have a rest, mate.
But can
Yeah,
you not?
can
Can you
you
not?
mute him, Dad? He's just been like this for hours. He's like, I want to have a conversation about, and then asks a nonsensical question, and then
Thank God.
asks a completely nonsensical question 30 seconds later. It's got nothing to do with the previous one.
Dude
It's
gives me a
fucking
migraine, dude, and I
painful.
don't even have kids. Fucking hell.
All right. So who else thinks that the Earth is a globe? Here.
Me,
I do.
base, and eggshells.
And then who else is thinking that it's a flat?
I don't think it's flat, but I don't think it's a globe.
You think it's a donut?
Don't know what it is.
There's a broad category, and Mel fits into it. Sorry to speak for you, Mel, but there's a broad category that is quite close to flat Earth adjacent, that is not globe.
Like a snow globe.
Right. No, as in like anything but globe, kind of.
But even if it's not a globe,
well, I mean, there's not been anything definitive, like 100% objective, definitive fact proof. Right?
This is what you've got to look at. You've got to look at, if to make your mind up, you've got to look at what evidence you've got, and what can you do with that evidence to sort of say what could the Earth be. And I suppose the shape of it may be to do with measurements, maybe observations and measurements.
Say ongoing investigation, one deck. You know, it's just going to be on the table as long as it's until we all get to explore it, you know, and really have a look and quantify it. We don't know what it is, mate.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is, if somebody could put something down in front of you as cast iron, solid proof that this is how the Earth is measured, that you cannot dispute the facts of that, then that would be the proof of it.
Yeah, I'd be all right with that.
But I don't. Or show you if you could have some video of photography of the full picture of Earth from somewhere.
Yeah, like even
and know that it was real, and know that it was real. Yeah, but I mean, and then you'd have to know that that was absolutely real lifetime video footage.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to see it in its full effect, and some solid cast iron evidence that you couldn't dispute that is how it's measured.
Yep.
And so, I mean, so when what's the globe proof of that?
Oh, you go. Oakley said something interesting last night. I heard him say he was trying to explain it to a new person, and he said if you go onto Polaris, right, and you're standing there, and then you go 60 nautical miles away from that, Polaris would have dropped a little bit, right? He goes, you just keep doing that, and that's how you get your latitude and longitude. That's
Well,
all from Polaris.
it's angular measurement. It doesn't actually
Yeah.
drop, does it?
You know what I mean? And the guy, he was going, "Are you following me?" And the guy could get it. The further you go away from Polaris, the more it's going to drop down incrementally, right? From that zenith.
Well, I mean, that's apparently they tell you that's how the equator distance is, gathered from, when you can no longer see Polaris or get an angle measurement from it at 0 degrees. That would be the equator distance.
I mean, it's not. For some reason, they've got white lab coats on. Huge universities, books bound in leather. But it's understandable once you know the fundamentals, right, One Deck? Not rocket science. Fucking assholes trying to lord it over us all like we don't know what anything is and you can't quantify. Flat earthers don't know scale. They tried every fucking trick in the book with us. All that sophistry, sophisticated rhetoric and arguments, and then you know what they'd pull. They never proved the globe though. They're just really good at arguing. It's been my experience over the years, guys. I've asked for them to show something, practical, and practically demonstrate how you've come to the conclusion that the Earth's a sphere, rotating and whizzing around a light bulb in space, traveling 500,000 miles an hour.
I know it sounds crazy, but does flat earthers believe that it's flat and that it's completely still in like the universe? Or?
Yeah, some do, because that's how it appears to be. That's how it appears to be. So they're just like, maybe it is,
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, because it's like you're listening to your senses, which is logical.
Some people have difficulty, right? Some people have difficulty thinking outside of a dichotomy, right?
Yeah.
Where they're not obligated to accept one thing over another, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can just simply refuse an offer, right? Especially if they find it very wanting and lacking in exactly what the fellow was just saying.
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I'm reading side chat at the same
So
time. As
dogs are gods said earlier, right? He tried to steelman the flat Earth in the light that it's just about we don't experience this and we don't experience that, therefore what you say is not true, right? But it's more than that. He was being very vague. There is a lot more added to that.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is,
as,
we can't. Nothing is really fact about space yet, because we keep changing the theories as time moves on. So I do find it weird that people believe in it like a religion. I believe it because from what I've read and understand, and I can't test much of it myself if you don't want to believe in the horizon stuff, but there are systems that put in place in which we can test that there is curvature. That is for sure testable. Any pilot will testify. So that is possible.
Visually.
But not
my friend is at
Are you talking visually? Are you talking visually?
Yeah, literally, like my friend is at majority of the year for over a decade now. He's in the Navy, and he tells me that when on a clear day, when a ship is beyond 16 miles away, that it starts disappearing from the bottom up, and it sinks into the ground from the bottom up into the horizon because of the curvature. It's going past the visible horizon. So it starts
we know the story.
It starts disappearing from the bottom up, and is it. I asked him. I was like, "Is that proof? Is there proof that you've seen visually that there's a curve?" And he was flabbergasted that I asked him that question. And he said, "Yeah, see ships on a clear day disappear from the bottom up after 16 miles, after they pass the 16-mile mark. All you see is their antenna beyond the
What you've got
horizon."
to also, mate, what you got to consider is, I mean, obviously, it goes way back before that. That apparently the Earth was discovered to be a globe, and it probably wasn't anything to do with observations of ships disappearing the further they are away from you. So what you've got to go back to is what was the first evidence that we lived on a globe, and how was that established, and who came up with the measurements of the radius and the circumference, and how was it measured? That's what you got to look at. I look at the evidence
But
for that.
celestial navigation made up for that. Like in celestial navigation, you can determine that the Earth is a globe.
All right, talk us through that then, because when I look at that, I sort of can see it in the other way, where you're using sea level and horizontal and angles. So in my mind, you're using sort of flat Earth horizontal level measurements, unless you can sort of explain to me how that the curvature of Earth is being utilised within celestial navigation. Please feel free to do that.
Well, okay, I know that people who I'm not an expert on celestial navigation. So,
Me neither.
but the thing is, I know who will be able to tell you that the understanding how celestial navigation works will prove to you that it will make you know that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, so I mean that's what I'm saying. You just said that, so you're saying. Well, I think you're saying that it proves the Earth's a globe, and that's how
Yeah.
celestial navigation works. So, and now you're saying that somebody will be able to tell me how that works. Can you not tell me that? Do I need to go to somebody
Me
else?
personally, no, because I'm not. I don't know. I don't know how celestial navigation works to be able to
Right.
tell you.
Okay. So, well, we can't really talk any further on that then.
But that's you asked like we came to that conclusion because you were like guided me there. You
No, I
shifted
think
the narrative.
No, sorry, mate. No, I'm not playing games. What I was saying
No,
was,
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying.
no,
I first mentioned the whole ships
somebody mentioned
disappearing
the
beyond
ship.
the horizon.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, I think the globe, apparently the globe, the idea that we live on a globe and its shape and measurements was established before ships we came into the conversation disappearing, and I believe before probably sextants was invented. So how was it established in the first instance? And who observed the globe Earth, and how did they go about measuring its circumference physically?
Well, there's independent studies, that have been made over long periods of time, and that's why we're at this conclusion right now.
I mean, not talking about studies, sort of who made the observation and how did they measure it. That's what I'm sort of getting to.
Like, who was the first one to determine it was a globe? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, when was it established? I mean, it must have been established at some point that it's a globe. We can confirm it's a globe, and this is how we've confirmed it. That must have happened at some point. And do we know in history when that was, and who it was, and how did they determine it to be factual?
No, because it's constantly evolving. The theory of not just globe, because when you talk about the Earth being a globe, there are other things that have been established in science observation that also support that theory. All the independent observations and research that has been done supports each other's theory, and that's why we're at the point that Earth is a globe that's revolving around the sun, because sun is bending space-time, allowing for gravity to force the matter around it to revolve around it. And like, there's so many theories in physics and astrophysics that support each other, and they're independent observations and research that were done independently of each other, but they all support each other.
I mean, I think that's what we need to talk about then. We're saying that there's some evidence and observations and studies We've not really mentioned anything about how it was measured yet to determine the circumference. But I mean, apparently there's lots of this information around, you're telling me. So where would we go to find that information to be true? Could you point me in the right direction for that?
What information?
Just so I can look at what you're telling me is available to convince me, or so I can read it, have a look at it, and to be 100% confirm that I live on a globe.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would say look up what is the standard for that's being talked about in physics and astrophysics. So look up what try to just do some research on what students who are majors in physics and astrophysics are studying right now, and then you'll find the information.
Yep.
It's like
But
if I wanted to study.
dude, stop. What we're saying is, you seem to sound like you know all about it. Be able to know this. So could you tell us about it? Or put some, give us some cowbell. Like, be specific
No, I
about
simply said
what's
that there
being
has been
said and the
independent
data that
research.
they've collected in order to be able to say that. What did they do? What did they observe? Did they measure anything? Details, mate.
I mean, I could just even point you to like Einstein's theory of relativity, and that supports the concept of the Earth being a globe.
How?
It doesn't state that the Earth is a globe in Einstein's theory of relativity, but it even supports it.
So detail how it does that then.
Okay, well, like I'll try to, but it would be better if you research it from the actual source. But I'll try to explain it.
No, we're here to talk about it. That's why we're here. We're here
Okay.
to talk about it with people that seem to think they know about it.
Okay, well, so like the
You
reason
know about
why
it? Do you know about it?
about what?
Einstein's theory of relativity and how it relates to
Yes,
Earth
I
being
know
a
about
globe
it.
and how it
I'm not.
supports the idea that Earth is a globe.
Yes, I know
Tell us
about
about
it,
it.
and I can try to explain it to you. I might not
Well,
do
it's a
an
purse.
amazing job, but I'll try. If you want me to.
Sorry, I'll let you go in a minute. It's just I just did some searching there, well, because I'm only on my phone, but I just put like proof that we live on a globe, just in case somebody was thinking about it and they wanted some evidence. So it's listed 7 things out, and so this is empirical evidence for the spherical Earth, and it's from can't think where it's from that. So number 1 is visibility of distant objects on Earth's surface. That's one empirical evidence. 2 is lunar eclipses. 3 is the appearance of the moon. 4 is observation of the sky from altitude with the aid of a diagram. Number 5 is observation of certain fixed stars from different locations. 6 is observing the sun. And 7 says surface navigation.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So I mean,
I can tell you with the moon, like even with the moon, you could see the shadow. You could see the shadow of Earth projected onto the moon, and if you do a time lapse, it will show that the Earth has a curvature because Earth's shadow that's being projected onto the moon is curved. So that you could see visually with your own eyes. Just take a picture of the moon.
That's a good point.
As it goes through its phase. What? Yeah, at different points, and you will see like as the moon is like as Earth's shadow is projected onto the moon. If you piece them together, like somehow you would have to like prop them together, but you will see Earth's shadow perfectly projected onto the moon in a curve. Now, I've talked to flat earthers before who tell me, "Oh, well, that supports the Earth being a snow globe." theory because it just shows you the top half of the globe being projected on. So they already committed to that. I've talked to flat earthers about that concept, and they say, "Oh, well, that just supports the Earth being a snow globe. It doesn't necessarily support the Earth being a full oblate sphere."
I mean, I'd be happy with that if we've first established that the Earth is definitely globular, and we have some measurements. Then you could say, well, I know the Earth's a sphere, and I know the measurements of it because somebody's actually measured it. So we've got solid evidence of that. That's what we were talking about 10 minutes ago, which we've not established yet.
That's a measurement.
That's
Essentially
exactly
it is.
right. Yeah. So who did measure it then? Is what I'm trying to find out.
Just type in, or you can find.
You type it in for us. If you my phone, just put in who measured the Earth globe. Who measured it, and how did he do it? Can you have a look at that for us? We'll have a look at it.
I mean, I don't know what you mean. Who measured what? Like, who measured it? Like,
yeah. How did we get the measurements of the globe? Who measured it? How did we physically measure it?
I was talking about the projection of the shadow onto the moon. No, I wasn't talking about a measurement.
Well, how do you know that shadow? How do you know? Yeah, but at that point, you don't know it's a shadow, and you don't know it's the Earth's surface because you've not measured it yet. You don't know you live on a globe yet.
Well, then in that case, yeah, you would have to talk to somebody who's an expert in celestial navigation, or who at least understands it. And I've talked to guys who don't understand it.
I don't think anybody. I mean, just as me, just thinking. I don't think anybody who does celestial navigation is measuring the entirety of the Earth. I don't think that's the point.
Understanding how celestial navigation works.
Well, in my mind, and this is. I think we said this before. In my mind, when I think about it, and I'm not a navigation expert, I'll just point that out. But what I've looked at and what I've read about it, from my understanding, is that you're measuring distances on the surface of Earth, and you're using elevation angles and sea level, and I can never find from the method that they're using any type of Earth curvature to establish the distance between them and the GP. So
they are.
That's right. I mean, how did
he
do that?
I'll concede that I don't know how to explain it, but you should talk to somebody who actually understands it.
All right. So you're saying
I'll happily talk about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think I want to talk to a new person, and I disagree. I think the celestial navigation shows the Earth is clearly a ball.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah. And
I don't think you can agree yet. I don't think you can not know how it works and think that it shows the Earth's a ball.
No, because I've been explained by people who do understand celestial navigation.
So why couldn't you explain that to One Deck a minute ago?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Somebody has explained it to me, and I can grasp it, but I'm not saying that I don't understand it enough to be able to explain it. I'll concede that. That's what I'm just trying to say. I'm not trying to I'll concede that. It's okay. I'm saying that when I talk to people who clearly know how celestial navigation works, they say they know it's a globe because they know how celestial navigation works, and they tried to explain it to me. And I'm not saying that I got everything, but it made sense.
Yeah, that was the same. That was my dad's answer when I said I'd started talking to flat earthers. I said, "What's your best bit of evidence?" And he thought for a bit and said, "Well, the sextant, celestial navigation," and that's what caused me to look into it.
Right. I'm not an expert on Einstein's theory of relativity either, but I can kind of visualize it in my head like a beginner level and understand that it supports also. Yeah, that concept.
So what section of Einstein's theory of relativity do you believe supports the globe?
That
what you described, mate, was imagination. Exactly. That's all you just described.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, when I research something, I can understand it on my own level, comprehend it on my own level. Doesn't mean that I can regurgitate the information or break it down for somebody at all. But I could try to. I could try to explain how, you know, the reason why Einstein's theory of relativity supports the idea that we're a globe rotating around the sun, or revolving around the sun, orbiting the sun. Because when mass
Well,
is big
I
enough
don't think it
and it's
doesn't,
bending
aside
space
from
time,
mean,
gravity will allow it to will allow the matter around it to revolve around it. That's pretty much, yeah. That's how I'm breaking it down for you. When the mass is so big that it's able to bend space time, fabric of space time is caving in and allowing the matter around it to revolve around it, or some force
How did it?
of
How did it
gravity will.
get? How did it get that big?
How did what get the sun?
Mass.
Well, there's
How did the mass
you could
get
say
that
that the
big?
sun.
It,
Well,
how
that's
did the
a
mass
gas.
get that big before it was a big enough mass to be able to distort space time enough to attract other matter to it? Not attract it, but for other matter to be directed through a geodesic curvature in a
Well,
fourth
that's a
dimensional
gaseous
space.
reaction. I'm not sure how the mass of the sun got so big, but there's other stars that are much bigger than the sun. In fact, there's a theory that the whole universe is inside of a giant black hole. You know. So when you say how
Kind
did
of
it get
folds
that
back.
big?
It kind of folds
Yeah.
back in on itself because the claim is that these bodies are formed through curvature of space-time, but the curvature of space-time is, we're told, is caused by the large body of mass.
Yes, but like, so there's also reason to believe that there's a giant planet way off in the distance of our solar system that we haven't really
Dude,
determined is a planet yet, because it's bending. There's so much
science
gravity
fiction, man.
far away.
That's imagination.
No. This is not my. I'm not imagining it. I'm saying this is
Yeah,
a
you
theory
are.
that
This is no. You are
we're.
joining in on somebody's imagination that said something like this to you, and you're just like, "Yeah, man, sounds
No,
cool."
I'm saying that
Yeah,
astronomers are theorizing that there is possibly an extra planet that we
yeah.
haven't really recognized.
Imagining, without being able
Yes.
to test whether that's true or not. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No. They're
Just
testing that they
imagining.
have supports the idea that there's a planet off in the distance of our solar system, because there's so much of a gravitational pull coming from a certain place far away that the
Yeah,
mass
that's
adds
what
up
they're
to
imagining.
probably a planet.
And you can't test it, and you can't say that it's true.
I
All I'm
mean, if
saying
they
is
are,
that it's
the
affecting
thing is, though,
gravity in our solar system.
if all that's happening, if they know all this information apparently about the black hole
Your
and
mic is kind
planets,
of messed up.
sorry, yeah. Well, it must be relatively easy to just explain how the Earth curve was measured. When was it measured? And who measured it? That's simple.
I don't know. We're jumping back to the celestial navigation thing when we were just talking about space time. So
I
No,
think
I
the,
wasn't. I wasn't talking about celestial navigation because that doesn't. There's nothing in that suggests that anybody's measuring an Earth's circumference.
yes,
What
there
we're
is.
saying is,
Yes, there absolutely is.
oh, sorry, carry on.
So the celestial navigation develops, like from that we get nautical miles, and nautical miles are a portion of a circumference. They're turning a angle into a distance, and an angle can, a 1 degree can be times by 360, which takes you in a full circle, which gives you a measurement of the circumference of Earth. So it absolutely does affirm the idea that we're on a
That's
curved
fine.
surface.
That's fine. But that's fine. I was explaining to the guys before, like, you know, I'm quite at peace with this topic now. I don't really get into arguments, scratching people's eyes out. But at that point now, I sort of know where our conversation will go. I'll start talking about angles don't have a curved baseline, and you are using the surface of Earth, and it'll go back and forth from there. So I'm just happy to let you talk to the other guys about how you obtain angles from curved surfaces. And no
Sure.
disrespect
I mean,
to
you
you.
can.
Nice talking to you.
That's fine. I mean, you can obtain angles from curves. If you're saying you can't, that's fine. It's eminently possible to do so. We know that, for example, a radius intersects the edge of a circle at 90 degrees. Definitionally, that is necessarily the case. So like we know that's the case. Same as lines of latitude and longitude. They must intersect at 90 degrees. But we know that lines of longitude are circles. I think most of us also agree that lines of latitude are circles. Most of us would also agree that lines of longitude are circles. How can circles that are curved intersect at an angle unless you can get an angle from a curve? Like tangents exist. It's the case that you can derive an angle from a curved surface. If you don't know how to do that, then that's just admitting an inability to do so, which is fine. But then you would need to concede if somebody else claims
You
they
need
can and you claim you
a
can't,
curved
you need to be
surface
able
to
to.
draw a tangent to first, right? Eggshells.
Sure, but I mean, like if you draw the angle
Okay,
that one
so we
takes,
can just forget about that because you don't have that yet, right?
that's just begging the question. You're just trying to run from the actual testing of the idea to just claiming that your conclusion is right. If you draw the angle that the sextant takes, right, so call it ABC, where are the 3 points? I can label it for you if you like. I would go A is the horizon, B is the eyeball, and C is the star. And if B is a line from the horizon to the eye, then it is not following the surface, regardless of if it's taken on a flat plane or not. The line is not following that flat plane; it is going up from the plane to the
So
eye. Or if
therefore,
you're on
you
a
would have to
ball,
take
it's
dip angle
going.
readings all the time.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
don't. When you're down on water level, you don't take a dip reading.
Nobody's taking it. Nobody takes a sextant reading from zero elevation. You'll always take it from some number of feet above the water level.
That's
Like nobody's
because you
getting
normally
into the
won't.
water to use a sextant. So where's the angle ABC? Silence? Right, we've got to agree that if B is above the surface, then that line AB cannot be following the surface. Then it is regardless of the surface, right? So A, you can take angles from curves, and B, you're not using a sextant. That line AB.
I don't suppose you've got like a diagram from the celestial navigation book which shows that the curve is being used as the baseline angle.
That's what I'm saying. It's not being used. The angle ABC isn't following the surface in either model. It couldn't, because how would that work? It's just nonsensical to even suggest. So I don't know how I could rebut
Why would
something
it
so
not work on a
nonsensical.
flat plane?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying taking an angle wouldn't work. I'm saying it is the line AB goes from surface to eye. It doesn't go from surface following along the surface. So it is that line exists regardless of the shape. So A,
So
Eggshells,
explain
you
can
to
you
need
me
take an
why that
angle?
would not work.
I'm not saying it can't work. I'm saying that the argument that you can't take an angle from a curve is bunk because A, it's false, you can, and B, you're not taking an angle from a curve, it's just misunderstanding how readings are taken and what you do with them.
mean, I can't
Robot and brother.
got it right thinking about with the baseline for it. Yeah, and that's what you're doing, isn't it? What I'm saying, an elevation angle. So if we look at, I can't post it right now, the definition of elevation angle. I don't know if anybody else can.
Sure, we don't need the definition of it. I'm happy to. Yeah, it's like angle above horizontal. But the angle's taken at the eye, and the eye is not the surface. The eye is a point above the surface. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Well, the eye is observing the luminary in the sky. But
Sure.
for the elevation angle, it will require, like you just said, a horizontal baseline.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can. You could do it with a bubble sextant, or you can do it with theodolite, and all of them will use some method to establish what is horizontal at that point. The nautical sextant does the guesswork of shooting from the eye to the apparent junction of the surface of Earth and the sky, and then makes a height of eye correction or a dip correction. But yeah, they're all using horizontal, but horizontal exists in both models, right? There's no suggestion, I hope, that if there is a globe, then horizontal can no longer exist, because horizontal is just definitionally 90 degrees from plumb. We agree plumb exists on a ball, don't we?
Horizontal can't exist on a globe.
Hang on. So
sorry,
can plumb exist on a ball?
Sorry. I was just saying, like you was mentioning the book, from my understanding, unless I've got it totally wrong, when using that sea sextant that you mentioned, that is utilising the horizon to establish the horizontal.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's fine. So what is the relationship between plumb and horizontal?
Yeah.
Do they have any relationship to one another?
I think T-Dub mentioned that. Sorry, go on, T-Dub.
It's the same. It's the same question. We get to the same point with it, right? Does plumb exist on a ball? Would everybody agree that if in a magical world we were living on a ball and all vectors pointed, all vectors of down pointed towards the center, any vector of down would be plumb? Do we agree with that?
You want me to concede a lot of things there? My goodness. Why am I conceding all this shit? Why?
I'm asking a question. Do you agree that
Yeah, you're just asking me to concede to several things. For you to make your point? Let's make your claim already.
I'm asking you, do you agree that plumb is definitionally perpendicular to horizontal?
Horizontal and vertical have an intrinsic relationship, being that they are perpendicular to one another, 90 degrees, yeah.
Okay. Would you agree that in the ball model, if it was as it was proposed, I'm not suggesting it is, but if it was, it would have plumb. Any point on Earth would have plumb, and that those plumbs in this imaginary ball would all point to a central point at the center of Earth. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that. I can imagine like a wheel with spokes coming out of, from the center towards the rim, right? And that you want to call each one of those lines a fucking vertical. That's what I think.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. And that vertical, what would that vertical's relationship be to horizontal?
Well, if you're on a ball tard, you're not going to have a horizontal.
I'm not begging the question with you, man. You stand by yourself on this one, eggshells. It's all you.
Sure. I'm just trying to see where the disconnect is. Why would there not be horizontal if we're on a ball? For the person that said that. Well, no, it wasn't you, T-Dub. Somebody else spoke up in the meantime.
So the horizontal line or horizontal plane has zero slope. And it doesn't matter how you try and rectify it on your globe. If you have a perfectly flat, level thing, the plane that you've created does not have zero slope. It has slope. And that is begging the question with you and going into your fucking fantasy. Everywhere's a vertical and everywhere's a horizontal universe.
I'm not saying a slope. I'm not talking about a surface that's sloped or otherwise. I'm saying
I am. Yeah.
Okay, it's confusing to me why you are.
So you want to treat it in reality like it is, but not on paper? Is that it?
I don't understand what that means. Can you explain it differently?
Yeah, you don't understand what it means.
Yeah, it's not making any sense to me. To me, the
because you're not
ball
in
model
reality.
claim, well, it just doesn't sound like you're following.
Just doesn't sound like you've opened your eyes.
I thought you was talking about. I thought we was talking about the elevation angle and how the curvature of Earth is utilised when it's pointed out in the manuals that we're using the horizon to establish horizontal. I thought we was on that topic.
Well, you mean you added the last bit in. You were saying there's nothing in celestial navigation that relies upon a curve, and I said, well, the nautical mile is a measurement of a 60th of a 3/60th of a lap around around the Earth.
Real quick, I
So
want to point out, to me, it
is a
sounded like
portion
Ed
of the
Schultz was
circumference.
making a good point, and then somebody came in raging.
Yeah, like I think we can if we stay calm, I think we can get to the conclusion of this. We need to accept that the ball makes the claim that plumb is the vector of down, that all verticals are converging, and all I'm saying beyond that is horizontal at any point is definitionally perpendicular to that line. You can find any vector by holding a plumb, and then you can go, great, 90 degrees from that is going to be a horizontal plane. So then the reason this debunks the point that you were making, One Deck, is it seems like you were saying, well, if there's horizontal, then it can't be a ball. And I'm saying, well, you can, with a ball, get horizontal. It's just a tangent at any point. Or horizontal or perpendicular plumb. You can get it a bunch of different ways.
Well, a 90-degree angle requires two lines, doesn't it?
No, it requires one line in order to
You
get
have
the
to
90
start calling it
degree.
something different because it's not horizontal.
So an angle
What
is
is
one
it?
line. Is
No.
an angle one line?
To get 90
Right,
degrees,
so
you
the
start with one and then you get 90 from that.
Right. So if you've got a 90-degree angle, can you establish that with one line and a point underneath it?
Mm.
And can you do that?
I don't understand the question. Can you explain it differently?
Can you require a 90-degree angle with one line with a point underneath it only?
I don't understand one line with a point. Do you mean the point that lies on the line? Can you find
If you're
90
using
degrees
your
on that
point,
line at that point?
if you're using a point as a horizontal line, is it a point or is it a horizontal line?
Again, the question doesn't make sense to me. At any point, there is a vector of down, right? At that vector of down, if you go 90 degrees from that, that will give you a plane at that point. And that whole plane will be horizontal, definitionally so.
No, you won't be able to call it that. No, you can't call it that. It's not.
Why would I not?
It's not horizontal.
Well, that's
because
it's
it's a
definition
slope.
of what it is. You're just arguing.
It's a
Not
slope.
a slope.
It's a slope. Horizontals don't slope.
It's not a slope. It's not
Yes, it
sloping in
is.
any direction.
Okay, so I move along that line. I move along that plane, right? And at any point on that plane, I drop another plumb. Is it 90?
If you move, so if you had that plane, if you established that plane and then moved along that plane and then had another plumb, that plumb would not be.
Is it still 90? Is it still? Is that line still is perpendicular?
I'm trying to answer the question. I feel like
to
you're
that
too
plumb,
upset.
right? Is perpendicular to that new plumb, right? The same as it was before.
No,
That line. Is it that line that you established? Is it the horizontal line?
I feel like you don't want the answer. Do you want the answer?
Just tell me. Is it?
So if you have plumb at any point, will have a horizontal plane from there, and that will only be perpendicular.
On that same plane that you just established, now move along it and drop another plumb. Is perpendicular to your new plumb that line still, or has it changed?
That plane, do you mean?
Yeah, that plane.
No, every plumb will have its own horizontal.
No, so it's not horizontal then, it's a slope.
It's not slope. Sloping in what direction?
It is slope. If it's changed...
It hasn't changed. It's still perpendicular to the original
changed.
point.
You just said.
That's how you defined it.
Right. So
I haven't.
So your new point, right? Your new point on that horizontal plane, perpendicular to plumb, is not that plane anymore.
I don't. Can you explain how this relates to celestial navigation or the discussion we're having? Because it's confusing.
It relates to
confusing.
Relates to horizontal having zero slope. Zero slope at all points on that plane or on that line, and every perpendicular to it will be vertical, and those verticals will be parallel.
So that's just begging the question. You're now just going back to assuming
that's
that all
not begging the question.
Parallel.
That's what horizontal is.
The core question we're trying to solve with this flat Earth debate is: are plumb lines parallel? And the core question we're trying to resolve is: are plumb lines parallel? And if your definition, if you cannot get out of the mindset of maybe they're not all parallel, then
in reality, that's how we got the definition. That's how we got the definition from reality. Yeah, it is. How do you think we just imagined it? We just imagined something having zero slope.
Yeah, but T-Dub, what I'm saying is, what we so what I'm trying to establish, you're in a boat at sea, right, and you're directly under Polaris. Yeah, what degree is that? What angle?
It would be 90
degree
above
is that?
you. It would be plumb.
So a 90-degree angle. What is it? It's two perpendicular lines meeting at an apex. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Lots of ways to describe it. That's one of them.
Yeah, like an L shape. Yeah.
Yep. Perfect.
Two straight lines.
Sure. Yeah. That's another way to describe it.
Yep. So that's what you're establishing on your boat underneath Polaris at sea level. It's a 90-degree angle on the surface of the ocean. Yeah. That's all I needed to say. Thanks.
Sure. So the problem becomes, if I move away from that point, the angle to Polaris will change. If Polaris is a fixed point, then the angle to it, and I move across a flat surface, then the angle to it will change at a trigonometric rate. Right? It will start dipping. When my first step I take from under plumb, it will move quite a bit, right? I'll only need to move 60, like a short distance to bring it down 1 degree in the sky. If I keep going across that plane, once I'm 10,000 miles from under Polaris, and it's now quite low in the sky, to make it another degree lower, I've got to go far further than I did originally, because that's how trigonometry works, right? As that angle gets tighter and tighter and tighter, the base of the triangle needs to get longer to reduce it by a further degree. Whereas in reality, what we know with celestial navigation is that rate is linear, 69 miles or 60 nautical miles per degree. And it just goes tick, 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 tick all the way around. The only way to get a relationship where degrees are equidistant from one another is on a circle, which is why compasses are circular. Right? It's the only way that each degree is the same distance from each other degree, is to lay them out in a circle. So that's one of the ways you can tell from celestial navigation. One of the many ways celestial navigation gives you a bunch of ways to tell that you are definitely living on something ball-shaped. Like another is your angle to a star from any point and from any other point, from the GP or from the observer, from any observer, needs to be treated as infinite. You're treating those, so are all those lines are parallel. Right? If that angle changes at all, it's because you've moved across the surface. if you're on something flat, you can't treat those distances as infinite, right? Because the angle's changing, and if you're moving across a flat surface, you wouldn't be able to change the angle to an object that was infinitely far away. Every point on that surface the star would appear in the same place. So you must put the stars at a finite distance from you. You cannot put them at an infinite distance, so you can make a triangle to the star, which is this coveted flat baseline that the flat earthers are after. But if you put them a finite distance, what you now can do is triangulate the height of a star. And some people have done this. Some flat earthers claim that they know the height of Polaris, right? Some claim it's 3959 miles in the sky. Right, well, just least is consistent because they're following with the trigonometry. But obviously the problem becomes you can test it from a different place and Polaris is at a different height. And it never matches your latitude, which is what it's meant to do. You can only ever get it to match your latitude in one place. Actually, kind of in two places because it also matches dead underneath. But you get dead underneath and then I think it matches it somewhere near 20 degrees and then it never matches again. Because it should be describing a curve and it's describing a straight line. Another way you can tell that, since we're on the topic, that you can tell that the Earth is fully mapped is that, or that the Earth is a sphere, is we fit inside a celestial sphere. And all of these navigational stars, all of the stars in existence, but all of the navigational stars that you use in CellNav have a ground position at any time. You can pick any star, Sigma Octantis, or no, sorry, what is it? Acrux is one of the ones in our Southern Cross. And it's always got a GP. Somewhere on Earth is directly below it. How could that work if the stars are in a sphere but the Earth is flat? Half of that sphere must be shining on the underside of a flat thing, or they can't fit in a sphere. So I just encourage the flat earthers that get stuck on the flat baseline thing to ask yourself the question, does a year 9 geometry
Stuck at the
textbook
baseline.
describe...
I get stuck at the horizon, dude.
Yeah, I get that. I feel that, flat earth feels like they've got a ownership over the idea of horizontal only works on flat earth. But even if it did, the angle you're taking isn't horizontal. The angle you're taking goes from your eye to the surface. It cannot be horizontal because your eye is above the surface.
I don't care, man. I don't care. You're using the horizon. That shit's flat.
Well, sure. In some versions, right, we're both Australian. I just started listening to the book of Burke and Wills. They go exploring, trying to get from Melbourne to the, what do you call it, like Cape whatever, up the top of Australia. And they're doing the same thing. They're doing celestial navigation along their way. They're doing it with the theodolite. You don't have to use the horizon. We know this. My dad flew in an air race and he navigated with a sextant. He's not using a nautical sextant. Just use the vector of down.
That's cool. That's cool. So, yeah. Awesome.
So it doesn't rely on horizontal. What it's actually doing is relying on the vector of down. You just use the horizon at sea because that's what water does, right? Water
They're intrinsic.
gets all pulled to the...
You're going to be utilizing a horizontal. Yeah.
Right, you're using a vector of down to find horizontal because horizontal is definitionally perpendicular to down.
So what?
Well, you should care because if you looked into it, you might change your worldview.
What about? So what?
The only way to maintain this flat Earth belief... The only way to maintain this flat Earth belief is by not understanding CellNav. This is why there are still no flat earthers who can find a fix with stars.
No.
So all of your CellNav is measured from what? It's referenced to what? A flat plane.
No.
Because you can't have a magical reference point in the middle of nowhere. You have to reference it
Again,
to
the
something.
misunderstanding. If this was true, then all of the people who could do a cell nav would be flat earthers, and nobody in the globe side could do it. But the truth of the matter is,
Oh,
it's the
hold on.
opposite.
Will it not
I
work
can do
on
it.
a flat plane?
Huh?
Will it
100%
not
wouldn't work on
work on a flat plane?
100%. About in the many steps you do in cell nav to find a fix, virtually none of them work on a flat plane, except for taking an angle to a light in the sky. You could do that on a flat plane, but every other step that you do, every other calculation that you make, every other assumption that it relies upon,
Because the biggest problem
doesn't
with
work on a flat
is
plane.
that all of your measurements are based off the center of a ball. And I don't know anyone that's been to the center of the Earth. We've only been
That's true.
something like 9 miles down. So, or 9.4
Sure.
miles down or something like that. So how do they get all these magical measurements from the center?
Well, you've got, the circumference. You just go equidistant from there. But as I said before, you're treating the stars as infinitely far from you. So the angle to the star, like the direction anybody on Earth, if you could teleport somebody to the middle of the Earth and have them point at Polaris, and you had somebody on the equator pointing at Polaris, and you had somebody at the North Pole pointing at Polaris, and you had somebody on the South Pole pointing at Polaris, all of their arms would be parallel. That's what celestial navigation suggests. You treat all of the celestial bodies except the moon as if they're infinitely far away, including the sun. You treat the sun as it's infinitely far away. But if you treat the moon that way, your readings go off. So you've got to do a correction because the moon's so much closer to us. But that's why people say it's as if it's taken from the center of the Earth. Because if you make it's like if you had a triangle, like an isosceles triangle, that had the long sides, the equidistant long sides, were both infinitely long, right? So the tip of the triangle is infinitely far from you. And the taller and taller that triangle gets, the closer and closer to parallel those lines get. And so if you make the tip of the triangle infinitely far from you, now the sides of the triangle are parallel. So it's no longer a triangle, right? It breaks Euclid's laws. So that's how you can treat it as if it's the center without needing to go to the center. All of this would work. Like you would if any flat earther looked into it to the point that you just were able to get a fix with stars and understand the globe claims in order to get a fix with stars, you would just stop being a flat earther overnight. You would, on the morning you woke up able to celestial navigate, would be the last morning you were a flat earther. But this is why no flat earthers can do this. Zero. Isn't that interesting? Like the year of the sextant that Nathan Oakley got so excited about was a year and a half ago now, and still nobody can do it. It's like a simple process that you can learn in an afternoon. Isn't that weird? It'd be weird to me if I was a flat earther.
I do love
I'd be
how every
weird.
single one of you bald-hard believers all have to use bubble sextants and any other type of sextant other than a standard jobby.
Nautical one. I've
Yeah.
got a nautical one. Nautical ones work.
I'd love to own one, but I saw some prices and I went, yeah, nah.
Yeah. No, you've got to I did a pretty comical thing actually. I'll show you a photo. I'll take a photo of it right now. I saw one on one of those like Chinese websites, and I was like, oh, and it's like working sextant, and ordered it, and I'm taking a photo right now. I'll put it in the chat. It is comical. It's like but then I got another one. If you get the plastic ones, you don't like. Here's the thing though. You don't need a sextant to be able to do it. Because you can do all of the steps without a sextant. But if you want to get a sextant, I bought one second hand off a guy on Facebook Marketplace for like $60. If you get the metal ones, the really good quality metal ones, yeah, they're going to be like $500, $1,000. But yeah, that's the first one I bought. I just put in the chat. It said it was a working sextant. It's a tiny little bit of brass that fits in the palm of my hand, and doesn't the eyepieces don't actually line up with one another. It's pretty comical.
Question: did you say that you used to be a flat earther?
Me? No, I've never been a flat earther.
Oh, okay.
He was a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I was well into my moon con and my 9/11s and inside job, but never went as far as flat earth. I kind of got out of 9/11 being an inside job just before flat earth really took off.
Gotcha. Anybody have any refutations for what he's talking about? I'm not a flat earther. I'm just sleepy and listening.
Usual refutations are just going back to what about the flat baseline? Because Nathan Oakley tries to keep the debate stuck there so that nobody looks up and nobody goes, hang on, how does it actually work? Right? Like one of the things is flat Earth relies upon, if it's all emanating out from a central point, then your lines of longitude, so your lines of latitude need to keep getting longer and longer towards the south. And you can use celestial navigation or just get a nautical almanac and you can check that because the ground position of the stars needs to be going faster and faster to do 1 lap per day. But what do? They get faster and faster towards the equator, and then you cross the equator and they start slowing down again. They're doing a full lap of the Earth, but they're traveling a slower ground speed to do so. How do they do that? You also need a full map of the Earth to be able to draw these circles of equal altitude, right? You take an angle measurement to a star and you say, if that star's 45 degrees, then I must be at a line that could see that star at 45 degrees elevation. So you draw a big circle on the Earth. How can you do that if you don't have a map of the Earth? And if you try to draw those circles on the AE map or any flat map, they're no longer circular. The ones in the south are like kidney bean shaped. The only one that has a circular line of position is Polaris, and those lines of position will be your latitude, right? So at 90 degrees, Polaris is at 90 degrees. At 0 degrees, you're at the equator because Polaris is on the horizon. But every other star is going to have these wonky, misshapen lines of position, and how it's just geometrically impossible. And the only way to get a circle is if you've got 2 bits of information. Where is the center and what is the radius? But to get a kidney bean shape, we need lots more information because it's got it doesn't have a radius, doesn't have a center, it needs an orientation, it's got all this extra information. Where does that come from? If I'm drawing a line of position, I only have 1 bit of information. Where's the star's current GP and what's the angle, therefore what's the distance to it? So most of flat Earth is just stuck on, well, how do you take an angle? And if you answer that and go, well, you can take an angle many ways, then move past how you take an angle, then what you do with the angle, the whole thing breaks apart.
I actually find the celestial stuff interesting. My angle was using a light meter to take measurements of the sun, actual lumens,
Oh,
and
that's quite cool.
comparing that to the inverse square law. She's flat as a pancake, brother. It doesn't match up if you're on a ball because each one would give its own very distinct pattern. So if you're on a ball with the sun 93 million miles away, it would have one pattern as opposed to a totally different pattern if you are on a flat plane with a light source passing over your head.
Yeah, I like it as an idea. I would just need to go, what's the difference in the pattern if it's passing overhead? Because I imagine going through the thickest atmosphere, right, shooting horizontally at sunrise and sunset, might end up looking similar. But I'd have to put more thought into how that would work as a test. Not a bad idea. I quite like it actually as a test. It's quite novel.
Yeah, I grabbed myself a light meter. That's sort of someone else said something about it a while ago. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to buy a bastard. I'm going to test this out. And yeah, it's very interesting.
So wait, eggshells. What you were talking about when you were saying like, if you were to measure that on a flat surface in terms of like celestial navigation thing, it like all the lines. If it wasn't if it was flat, all the lines would like bunch up into each other. That's because of spherical trigonometry, right?
I don't know what you mean about lines bunching up into one another.
Like, okay, so you remember how you were saying like if you were to measure latitude on a flat like the lines that we get for
Oh,
latitude.
right.
If you were to measure it on a flat, it would like bunch up into each other. Isn't that what you were saying?
Yeah, I think it's something similar. Where what I was saying is, yeah, lines of longitude would keep fanning out, so they all collect at a point, which most flat earthers put as the North Pole. It could be the South Pole, but yeah, most put the North Pole, and then they should keep fanning out from there, making lines of latitude get longer and longer. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, sort of. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Like,
That's all.
imagine a hub of a wheel, right? Where
Mhm.
is the point where all the spokes meet? Those spokes on Earth are lines of longitude, and the longitude lines, the way to remember them is longitude stay the same longness.
Mhm.
So they stay the same length, whereas the lines of latitude go around like a belt and they start off tiny and get thicker towards the equator. And what I was saying is, if you imagine a hub of a wheel with the spokes being longitude, they fan out from the North Pole, let's say, as a hub of the wheel, and they must keep getting further and further apart.
Mhm. Yeah.
But what we can see from, and you don't even need cell nav for this, you can just look at time zones or sunrise and sunset times in cities that are south of the equator. We know that they are bunching up again.
Right.
So the only way they can bunch up again is if we've got a North Pole and a South Pole. They're converging both north and south of the equator.
Right.
But yeah, it's not spherical trigonometry though. You could use the principles of spherical trigonometry to calculate the rate at which that's happening. Because yeah, every one of those, like if you took any two lines of longitude and a line of latitude, they would make a spherical triangle.
Right. But they use spherical trigonometry in, right? Somehow.
So not for the basic part of it. If you're just doing the basic steps, which are the only steps I know how to do, then no. Which is like if you want to draw it on a whole ball. Yes, if you're actually doing it in reality because you convert it back so it fits on charts, and you do spherical trigonometry in what's called the Haversine formula, where rather than having to have a whole globe that you draw big circles on, you just use spherical trigonometry to figure out where that line is on your map, and that's a big the Haversine formula is done. So
That's
you
why.
can
That's
use it.
why it's used for shorter distance in traveling. Like
Yeah,
if you, it's not because it's not as accurate because you're using it on like smaller maps, like
yeah.
where you're at.
Yeah, the maps have to be slightly distorted because they're, like little cutouts of something very square from something that's not fully square.
Okay. See.
But, and you can also, sorry, I should also say this other thing. You can, in advanced cell nav, use spherical trigonometry before you sight the stars in a thing that I don't fully understand, but it's essentially pre-sighting, which is you decide before you shoot them, you go, right, I'm going to shoot these three stars and I'm going to expect them at these three angles and bearings from me. And you use spherical trigonometry to do that because it can sort of reduce the time it takes to sight them. Because otherwise you're sort of looking up there and going, what star is that again? Where is it? And if you're like, okay, look north off the bow of the boat, that's a Achenar, I'll use that, bang. And your spherical trigonometry would have already given you a rough idea of what angle that should be at. Because you don't want to shoot stars that are too low because refraction comes into play, and you don't want to shoot stars that are too high because then you're sort of having to spin around on the spot. If you could imagine shooting a star that's 90 over your head and you're trying to get a precise angle to a degree. Well, if it's 91 degrees over your head, then it is 89 degrees the other side, like if you turn 180 degrees around. So you'd sort of be spinning around on the spot trying to find that, and that would just be silly. So you're generally shooting a star that's between 20 and 70 degrees, and you can use spherical speed to predict which stars will be in that sweet spot for you. That's my understanding. I don't fully understand pre-sighting, pre-calculating.
I see.
Yeah, I'm going to get in the shower now. But who was the other Aussie before? Talk about the lumens thing.
All right, take care. Yo, busy, wake up. Busy.
Is it over?
Transformer, dude. Diagnostic sequence initiated. Guys, here's a question. How comes not a single transformer accepts the flat Earth?
Yo, Busy, wake up, Busy. Busy.
There's an awful lot of people in here for no conversation to be going on. Yo, anyone home? Well, I'll just monologue then. How's that sound? Fill in some airtime. Dead air. And I talk about just how important horizontal is and what it means. You do that. No objections? Okay. So horizontal is more than just a theory. It's more than just a concept. More than just a principle in mathematics on paper. Utilize it in reality. Reference things to it in reality. As defined as perpendicular to vertical, 90 degrees. And as being parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's also described as having zero slope.
I'm back again. Did we sort out the 90-degree angle needing two straight lines scenario?
I think it's just goes without saying. It's literally what you do. And you need a zero. You need a line that has zero slope. You need a plane or a line that has zero slope. Because it's defined as having zero slope. That's what horizontal means. Will have zero slope. Can't repeat it enough. That
And
means
the way I
at every point on that line or plane, perpendicular to that will be vertical. It cannot be otherwise, or it won't be zero slope. That's significant, very significant.
Yeah, I mean, keep specifying to people. I mean, when we're talking about these things, to me, unless I've lost my mind and I'm insane, it all seems pretty like understandable, describable situations we're talking about. And then even in the celestial navigation, not that I'm an expert navigator, but I've read about it and I can understand the utilizing the horizon to establish horizontal. It tells you that's what they're doing. You're getting a ground position, at sea level, and then there's a distance between that and yourself, which is formed by an elevation angle, which does require the horizontal baseline, and you're using the surface of Earth to do it. So when I think about all that, I'm thinking, well, it has to be horizontal and level to do that then if you're using the surface of Earth, because it's not described in any other way than that. And I keep asking for people to explain how the... Sorry.
No, I was just saying, well, you're using it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
continue.
I mean, instead of like shouting and screaming, I'm literally asking these people who are telling me that isn't how it's done to please explain and show me how then it's done otherwise. And I'm not really getting anywhere with that. I mean, people are coming out with words to say that isn't how it's being done, and it does work on a curve. But then we need to. We're not. The answer then is we're not using the surface of Earth, and the 90-degree angle which we're using doesn't require two straight lines. And then we're in a bit of a predicament then, because somebody's saying one thing and I'm saying another, which is the logical part that we all know about angles and what's required and horizontal and level. So this is where we are with this situation.
No, that's ridiculous. That's very silly, because when you use a nautical sextant, right, you're going to be utilizing the surface of the Earth. And when you're looking out at the horizon and got a fixed point on it, right, that's zero. Not only does it measure zero in X, it measures zero in the Y, because even though you're above it, you're above it, right? You've got a correction to make. You've got to make your end the same as the other end of your line of sight, your line to the horizon. Looking out at zero. You're looking out at zero.
And you do actually
Zero
have
slope.
to, you do set your sextant up, I've read, to 0 degrees. That's what you're doing. You're setting it to 0 degrees, and then you're establishing that GP at 0 degrees. And then on the other side, where you are in your boat, eventually, after your final reductions, you're bringing your eye down to 0 degrees. So the GP in your eye are at 0 degrees, and that's the horizontal line required for that elevation angle. And it's happening on sea level.
That's right.
Now, unless somebody can tell me how am I wrong about this? Is it a curved sea level? It's not an elevation angle, and angles aren't two straight lines. If it convince me of that, and then I can understand it in another way. But until that happens, I'm pretty confident that this is happening on a level surface.
Zero slope, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. You've got to make your end same as the other end, which the other end over there is zero. I'm got a calculation to make because I'm above it. I've got to get my feet instead of my eyes, right? It's got to be zero.
And that then is your true altitude, and that's where all elevation profiles are measured from. Is it's the altitude above sea level, 0 degrees, and that's what they're establishing with the sextant. Once you've done that final calculation to get your true altitude after height of eye correction, the eyes and the GP will be both at 0, like T-Dub says.
Yeah, anywhere in between too, along that plane would be zero as well. Established. It's zero slope. Zero. That's what I mean. Zero slope. Globers can't utilize horizontal, because if you're going to use something that's horizontal, you're going to be treating it as if it is horizontal at all points along it. Every point. That's what horizontal is. Zero slope.
Zero curvature.
Zero change in elevations. Zero deviation in the plus or minus of your zero. Yeah, exactly. Globers can't do that because at all points on that line, at any point other than one point. they're gonna it won't be 90 degrees to vertical. And have
Don't
that
mention 90.
slope. Yeah, you can't mention 90. Yeah. And then I said, well, I'm only gonna treat it like that from one point. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because you're saying that out there where you're looking is zero. The place as far as you can see, all the way out there, as far as you can see, where the land or sea appears to meet the sky. That's zero out there. Referencing the Earth, that big flat fucking line, horizon, treating it as zero.
So what exactly is the number of degrees difference that you observe between a flat Earth and a globe? I don't quite see why this is proof of a flat Earth, or would be impossible on a round Earth.
Can I just say something before T-Dub goes? I take it you've just been listening to me and T-Dub talking about this, or have you not?
Yeah.
So, do you understand what we're saying, or does it sound alien to you?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but so what, as far as I understand, right, you're referencing the function of a sextant, and as with a sextant, you have to reference the horizon line and use that to locate celestial bodies, right, in order to gauge your position. You're using a line which is supposed to be at 0 degrees, sort of, which wouldn't be the case. It would be a little bit lower on a round Earth, right?
Well, if you was using the Earth and it was globular, you wouldn't have that 0 degree straight line, which is utilised in celestial navigation. So it wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to do it. You wouldn't be able to acquire an elevation angle, and that's the way it would be. You wouldn't be able to carry out this process,
You're
which is
saying
carried out and has been carried out.
you're saying that
Sorry, go on.
there wouldn't be a 0 degree like straight line horizon. Can you explain why?
No, I'm saying between
Honestly,
2 points on a curved baseline. Sorry, go on.
That's okay, go.
Oh, it's okay, T. I'm just driving at the moment. You go for it.
I think one deck was going to be pointing out that there's a change in elevation there. There's a slope. It's not zero. But you're going to be treating what you're looking at out there as zero, because that's what you want the elevation angle to be in relation to with the celestial object, for want of a better words. It's the angle in celestial object, and
And I was saying to
that's
the
what you're
gentleman,
doing
that's what
with an
you've just
elliptical
been.
sextant. Sextant.
That's what you've just been describing for a while, and I have. That between them 2 points is a 0 degrees line, which has to be no slope and no altitude difference. So the gentleman's sort of saying that. I think he's saying that can be done on a curve. So if you had 2 points on a curve, an arc, say like that, and the distance between them 2 points is, say, 3,000 miles.
Well, my question is, right?
That wouldn't be a 0 degree straight, would it?
the reason why I'm curious why you think this is impossible on a round Earth is that with a with a sufficiently large a globe, right, and being very close to it, it would appear quite round, right, and only going further away or making very large scale experiments, you'd start to see the curve, right? And this is why, like being very close to the surface and
Oh,
being
no,
relatively small, I don't quite
not what
understand
we're saying.
why you're saying that there
It's
would
not what.
be a significant
Yeah,
difference between a globe
I,
and a flat
I,
Earth.
I come at it differently. I'm not saying that. I don't think I understood you correctly. But yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that globe doesn't have horizontal to use. No zero slope on the globe. So I don't know what it is you're going to try and establish, which is perpendicular to vertical, but it's not horizontal. Can't be utilized as being horizontal because at different points along it, it's going to vary in reference to what you want to call vertical, which is a different angle continuing along that line at any point, changing angles. But that's a slope. That's what we measure as being a slope, not something that has zero slope and is horizontal. So I don't know how you're gonna use that for anything. Like,
How
I guess you could
measurable would
try on paper, but not in reality. You're not gonna be able to use it for anything like that. I don't
well
know.
you're claiming that
Not that I can think of.
that this that this slope would at all be perceptible on a round Earth. So
No,
perceptible that it would
I'm not
actually like fuck up your like ability to measure this, right?
just saying it doesn't exist.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood you, but I heard someone say that globe Earthers cannot or would not be able to use a sextant to measure.
Oh, they can, and they're going to treat the Earth as a plane when they do so. But then turn around and say that
That's correct.
it's helping them find it's. Then they're going to turn around and say that it's helping that utilizing and measuring the Earth to be a plane is going to somehow help them find their position on an imaginary ball. And in reality, it's just going to help them find their position on a plane, I guess, because they're using it and measuring it as that while they're trying to find their way with the sextant. Don't even get to make an angle measurement without it.
I don't think so. Like,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that's
Listen, because the horizon, right? Listen, because the horizon is what we get the word horizontal from, right? And we're going to use the horizon as if it's horizontal. We're going to assume that that point on the horizon, right, that we're getting an angle measurement between something above it, that plane, and there's something above it we're getting an angle measurement from. We're treating it as if it's the same in the x-axis as it is in the y-axis. Z was your vertical. So
wouldn't
that's
it be the
zero.
same on a globe?
That's zero slope. That's zero slope.
Not sure. How perceptible would it be on a globe?
Horizontal means no slope, no deviation, no change in elevation, no point higher than another.
How perceptible would that be on a round Earth?
I have no idea. I just know
Okay.
that when you go out and do that, that's what you're doing.
Okay.
What you're using. That's what you and that line out there that's called the horizon, right? That's made of Earth.
I mean, so to be clear, right? Like, it would
Plane.
be perhaps even
Looking at
plausible
it,
to do this on the
looks
ground,
like a
right?
plane, and you utilizing it as a plane, and it measures as a plane. It's just zero slope all the way across. Plane. What a plane is. A horizontal
I'm not
plane.
sure. I don't think this follows.
Zero slope. Yeah, it does follow because you look up the word horizontal, right? It means parallel to the plane of the horizon. And you look up where we got the word horizontal from the word horizon. And horizontal is a line or a plane that has zero slope.
President Bush wasn't a plant, even though his name was Bush. So I would say that like the naming of things doesn't really like impact like the scientific nature of things, does it?
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. You were talking about President Bush. Does that have something to do with
It has
the
something to
lines
do with
and
naming, right?
planes
Do you know
with
what a bush
zero
is?
slope?
Do you know what a bush is? Plant, right?
Talking about President Bush.
Yeah, but Bush is a plant, right? But he's not a plant. So it appears to me
Yeah.
that like
Okay.
the way we name things doesn't necessarily indicate like the scientific nature of things, right? Bush is a human, which is not a
So
plant.
we could say the globe is horizontal, then, couldn't we?
You can say a lot of
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. So I'm going to say the globe is flat, and it's measured like that. Okay. You happy with that?
I can say a lot of things. I'm not quite sure what this has to do with the discussion.
Well, what did President Bush have to do with the conversation?
Oh, so as far as I understood T-Dub's explanation of things is that if something looks like uh, a straight line with no change in curvature, and if something is named like a straight line with no curvature, it therefore must be a straight line with no curvature.
I guess you have hearing issues because he said it measures flat.
How so?
Listen to what he has to say. You already have problems with that, apparently.
Like where the measurement that
You're going to use it
would
as
make not
your base reference, right? You're going to use it as your base reference for zero elevation, zero slope, and then
doesn't follow.
you gauge a difference from that, right, in elevation. Oh, it's funny that because that's what we're using it for, to get an elevation angle. So how high angularly something is above it. It's weird
I
bit that
mean,
because
why?
that's what you call, right. That's what you call, right, getting an angle of something in the vertical plane, right, in reference to the horizontal plane. Amazing that's just wow.
I mean, when they use the bubble sextant, they're using that to gain what? A horizontal plane of reference. That's what the level, that's what a level's for, a bubble level, and that's what they're using that for in the bubble sextant. When they're out in the ocean, they're using the horizon to establish the horizontal on sea level. There's no curvature whatsoever involved, unless you can show us how it's used.
How is that relevant?
Maybe post a diagram of a curved Earth baseline representing an elevation angle, and then we'll all laugh at you.
Can you please explain why this is relevant, or like how this is
Yeah,
like
because
indicates anything?
Yeah, because we're talking about horizontal baselines and 0 degrees. Have you not been following the conversation?
I have been following the conversation. However, you have not
Okay, well,
Hey, can you please let me finish? Thank you.
yeah, of course I can, mate.
Like, you have not really outlined how, right, using the horizon as a baseline necessarily
No, you're not. Can I
implies.
just stop you?
Mhm.
You're not using the horizon as a baseline. You're using it to establish horizontal.
What?
You're not using the horizon as the baseline. You're using it to establish horizontal.
It's a reference.
Did
It's
you
a
follow?
standard. It's a reference.
Mm,
Do you understand? Yes or no? Do you understand? Yes or no?
I'm not
Do you
quite sure
understand? It's a
that's true.
standard it's a standard for being able to utilize right what the plane that you're on.
Sure. And how does that imply that the Earth is flat?
Dude,
But establishing
you're
it.
gonna be using it. You're
Yeah,
gonna be using it, right?
yeah. You need the elevation angle, don't you? And you're utilizing the horizon to establish horizontal on sea level. I mean, it's quite easy to understand. You
Yeah,
obviously
sure.
seem to be struggling a little bit.
No. Like, from what you said, nothing implies that the Earth is flat, unfortunately.
Sorry, say that
Just
again. I
said
missed that. Sorry.
you just said, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna be utilizing the plane that I'm standing on.
Yeah. Well, that's what is exactly is happening. Yeah. That's all we're explaining to you.
So, if something can be referenced as a plane, does that mean it's not
You're
a
gonna be
globe?
making use of it. You're gonna be making use of it. Do something. It's amazing,
Some,
isn't it? It's amazing. It's wow,
if
right?
something can be referenced as a plane, does that mean it's not round?
Are you serious, dude? You're gonna be using it
Yeah, I'm sorry.
to do
Like,
something
I don't know. Like,
to get information. You're gonna be using it to acquire information. Think
I
about it.
think.
Think about it. That's pretty cool. Think
I
about
mean,
it.
I'm not
You
being.
can get
I think
information
the
from it.
gentleman's struggling. And it's no disrespect to you, sir. Obviously, we had the George Bush conversation, and I think you were sort of leaning towards that. Definitions aren't necessarily true. So, I mean, we do use definitions in here, and that's what people do in life. You know, there's definitions for things and meanings, and that's what we have to go with. Horizontal, what does it mean? How can we describe it? How do we utilize it? Same as level, 0 degrees. These things have meanings, and we can describe them and understand them in our minds. But it just seemed to me earlier that when you was talking about somebody's name and bushes and things aren't necessarily what they described as, you are going to have trouble then with everything in life.
not really.
Okay then. So are you happy now that we're using the horizontal plane with the sextant at sea level? No curvature involved? You're in total agreement with that?
Everybody can do what they want. I'm just saying that the conclusion that the shape of the Earth is like pancake rather than a basketball doesn't necessarily follow. And I think like this form of proof where
You're missing the point.
oh, okay, so the attempt was not at all to say that the Earth is flat. Then I'm fine.
You don't need to. We can use it that way. We can make use of it that way.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, measure it
There's
that way.
like there's a lot of approximations being done. in like science and engineering a lot of the times, right?
Approximations. What are you talking about?
We're not really talking about that in here, mate. We're talking about the shape of the Earth and how there's no evidence whatsoever that it's spherical.
For
And
example,
when we do, sorry.
So, like for example, if I remember correctly, like in some instances, engineers will will use pi to just be 3, when it's obviously not 3, right? It's just used this way to make something very easy to calculate, right?
Well, you're talking about mathematics, aren't you?
No, engineering.
Are you not?
No.
All right. So, okay. So what you're saying then is,
I'm saying that
how does
like
that prove?
things, right, can be approximated sometimes, but that doesn't necessarily make these approximations a good and always accurate model. I agree with you that in some circumstances, the world can be perceived as a pancake. That makes sense, especially on a smaller scale, right?
I mean, I've never seen the entirety of the Earth. I haven't got a clue what if it looks like a pancake or not. I mean, from what I
Astronomers
can
class.
gather, yeah, from what I can gather, if you look at the mapping systems, it's all you've got a 0 degrees base level, and all the elevation profiles above that and below that are giving you the heights of mountains, dips in valleys. It's all worked off a 0 degrees baseline. Shows you that on maps.
Yeah, it's zero
Sure.
slope.
You probably
So it's not a pancake because you've got mountains and valleys and dips, but you know that's the lie of the land, I suppose. But it's all measured, and the height of these things are taken from a 0 degree baseline.
Are you sure about that? Like, for example, because like my pancakes, they don't have a mirror finish, right? They have these small bumps and hoops. If I remember correctly,
Nobody
if we
here's
like
saying that Earth is a pancake, man.
if we zoom out, like an average bowling ball is even more rough than the Earth is.
Yeah, it's about how rough it would be. Yeah, bowling ball.
Oh, actually, okay.
Yeah, the
Approximately. Yes.
ratio of Kansas, for pancake, it's flatter than a pancake. But
I mean, if you had a pancake in your hand
nobody's
and
saying
but if you had a
So
pancake in your hand and a bowling ball in your hand, you'd be able to distinguish what shape each of them are because you can visually see the whole thing. So you'd say, well, the bowling ball's spherical, and then you'd be able to measure it.
if I was
Maybe not if you were a tiny little entity on each surface.
exactly.
Well, that's what I said. If you could see it in entirety, you would be able to see it and know the shape.
Right. But I think the point he was making, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the point he was making originally was that the experience, just walking out in the world and using your eyeballs and looking around, it might as well in effect be a pancake. That's like the everyday experience.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
I mean a pancake there. Nobody's saying Earth is a pancake.
He means flat, right?
Denotes the shape.
Like you go look at the world. There's no reason that you'd go out in the world and be like, oh, this is obviously a globe or something like that. That's not the human experience, right?
Yeah, but there's no evidence of that. We agree.
Yeah, I mean, maybe nowadays it is much more easy to to see like globe things. Like one thing
You measure it that way and you use it that way. It doesn't just look that way. Treating it that way.
Like just give me mathematical proof instead of like
walking over it like it's that.
So no
I think
mathematical proof.
his point is that today it's easier to look at or make observations about the world around you and understand how those observations would stack up to a globe versus flat model.
I mean, we'll give you some mathematical evidence then. So the equator is measured. The distance from Polaris to the equator is measured using elevation angles, utilizing the surface of Earth. The Earth is flat.
That's not the definition of the equator.
How do you get a measurement to the equator? Do you agree it's from elevation angles to Polaris?
No, I've never heard of Polaris being used in regards to an equator. You know, equators exist beyond just Earth, right? There's a general definition for an equator. Right, like Mars has an equator, the moon has an equator. Those don't all use Polaris. So Polaris is not the source of truth for what an equator is.
Concentric ring around the center of axis.
It's the path around a body in which, when you orbit the body by its natural motion, you wouldn't travel north or south at all. So something in orbit above the equator will always be above the equator. Something in orbit above anything other than the equator will pass the equator, but won't like remain in orbit above the equator. The equator is the balancing point. There's no northward or southward force. So that's the agnostic version. Now, maybe Earth's equator aligns with Polaris. If it does, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, that's how it was measured, mate. Yeah, starting at 90 degrees angle below Polaris.
So is it that they used Polaris to figure, like observations of Polaris to figure out where the equator was? Is that what that means?
Yeah, when you move back from 90-degree angle and you finally get to a point where Polaris is no longer visible at 0 degrees, that would be the imaginary line of the equator.
Oh, because Polaris is the North Star, right? So it makes sense how. I get it.
Using it as a central point, aren't they?
Yeah, because once you get 90 degrees off, or approximately 90 degrees off, it would disappear over the horizon. That makes sense.
That and the sun.
Yeah, and the sun. Yeah.
You could also define the equator as the band around which the sun moves in the same path in the sky every day.
The ecliptic, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's the word. Thank you. Yeah.
Between the tropics.
So that is how the equator is defined. There's no other definition of the equator.
Anyway, he asked for some mathematical evidence, and that was it. Yeah, measured on Earth, elevation angles, 90-degree angles to and from Polaris. There's the evidence that the Earth is flat and utilised like that.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that. I'm sorry. I'm maybe being slow. It doesn't, because Polaris is the North Star, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah. Yes.
It is. Yeah. So I think in the globe model, it would, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm just trying to piece it together based on what I'm hearing. But it sounds like what you were bringing up with Polaris and the equator is that Polaris would have to disappear over the horizon, and like at the latitude where that happens would be the equator, because you're 90 degrees off from north, and you can no longer see it because it's the North Star, right? It's aligned with Earth's rotational axis, right? Therefore, when Polaris goes over the horizon would be like the moment you're on the equator, right? Am I getting? Did I put that together right?
You got the rotational axis bit wrong, because we're using a reference plane of horizontal to get the elevation angle measurement. But yeah, you're right. When you get to 0 degrees and it's no longer visible, that would be the point. Yeah.
Well, I'm maybe I'm misunderstanding. Where I'm getting a little bit hung up is in a planar model. If you went from, so like if Polaris is the North Star and you were on a planar model and at the North Pole and you looked up, actually at either model, if you were at the North Pole and looked straight up, you'd be looking hypothetically right at Polaris. Okay. But then if you went out to the equator It seems like in the globe model, you would see Polaris go over the horizon like right at that moment, whereas in the planar model, you would see it slightly off straight up, right? Which would be a different observation.
I don't know. You're just using like Polaris has reached 0 and you're 0.
It's the exact same model. Both models are the same.
What?
They're both the same. You observe the same things in both models because both models are elevation angle measurements.
We're not talking about models. We're talking about something that's openly discussed about how you get your latitude and the distance to the so-called ecliptic.
Right.
Using the surface of Earth, elevation angles, 90-degree angles, 0-degree lines. There
Yeah,
is
but
no curvature involved.
in his mind, he thinks that the globe model is different than some other model, a planar model. When in reality, the globe model is a planar model.
But on the globe model, you wouldn't be
Zero,
taking globe model. You wouldn't be taking elevation angles using the surface of the globe, would you? To get your latitude.
You can't
do-
you can't take an elevation angle measurement off of a curved baseline.
What you do is you get your elevation angles and your latitude grid, and then you wrap it round the ball and say you live on a globe. That's what they do.
But wait, no, but doesn't
it's the same.
And
this
that's horizontal on a globe. You can't use that.
Yeah, but they take elevation angles to make their globe.
Wait, hold on. Wouldn't this equator example? This would be a situation where there would be a divergence between the observations made on each model, right?
No, because the equator's not an actual place. It's just an average.
No. That's not
mate,
true.
we're not.
That's not
sorry,
true.
mate. We're drifting away because we're not talking about models. We're talking about something that it's a measurement that you do on Earth. It's not a model.
Right.
It's what you do. It's what's been done. It's just
Okay.
a measurement, a physical Earth curve measurement.
Okay. And so, what's the observation made? The observation, I assume, would be you go to the equator, you see that the angle of elevation of Polaris goes to 0, right?
Yeah.
Right. That would indicate a globe system.
Big flat circle.
No, because if you're on a big flat circle, the angle of elevation would still be close to 90 degrees, assuming Polaris is far away, right?
Talking about conceptual circle, right?
Well, right. So, like, if it's a plane situation.
Wait, it isn't that on the globe?
No, because on the globe, if you start at the North Pole and look straight up, you'd be looking right at Polaris, or close enough to right at Polaris, right? Because it's the North Star. So
would you be at 90 degrees to Polaris at that point?
Well, it depends on how you want to define it. I would say if you were standing on the North Pole and you look straight up, yeah. So I would say the elevation angle of Polaris would be 90 degrees, right? Does that make sense?
Dude, maybe you can help me out because last time I checked, latitudes were circles. I'm confused, man. You got to help me out here.
And last time I checked, 90-degree angles requires 2 straight lines.
Well, I mean, sure, it's just an angle between lines, yeah. Just a rotation.
2 straight lines. Yeah,
So
like an L shape.
It's a rotation, right? So you'd go from looking at the horizon to looking straight up, and the effect of that would be you looking straight at Polaris, right?
And it's Polaris on a globe, say.
Well, I think it would actually be the same in both, right? If you're at the North Pole in either situation, and you look straight up, I think you would always be looking hypothetically directly at Polaris. So there's like a symmetry. There's a symmetry here, I think.
You wouldn't have a 90-degree angle, though, would you?
Yeah, you would, because it's the North Star, right? It's almost perfectly aligned with the rotational axis of Earth, right? Which would mean. Go ahead.
Sorry. Go on. No, it's all right. Carry on. It's okay.
Well, I'm thinking like so. Polaris is the North Star, which means it is roughly along Earth's rotational axis. So that would basically means straight up from the North Pole would hit Polaris roughly. Which would mean if you were standing on the North Pole in either scenario and you looked straight up, you'd be looking right at it. And so we have a symmetry there. And then I think you would observe a divergence between the models if you went out to the equator and then looked at Polaris, because in the flat model you would have traveled, thousands of miles, something like that, to the equator, but assuming Polaris is far away, it wouldn't be exactly straight up, but it would be really close to straight up still, right? Because the distance you traveled would be, like the distance you traveled along the Earth would be tiny compared to the how far away Polaris is. However, I think
what it is. Don't know how far away it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we can agree it's pretty far away, right?
I'll just say this now. I understood everything you say. You did talk about a lot of stuff there, mate, all in one go. Like, and I don't know what we've explained how that we've gone over this a few times using the surface of Earth, and underneath Polaris you've got a 90-degree angle.
Sure.
Now that can't be possible on a curved Earth, can it?
Well, at the North Pole it could.
Why have you got two straight lines there on the ground? And where's your straight line baseline?
So you'd be standing at the North Pole. You'd have like a straight line coming out just in front of you, right? Whichever direction you're facing. An imaginary line.
You wouldn't on a globe, though, would you?
Yeah, you would. Sure. It's just a line in space, right? Straight out from wherever you're facing. Sure.
No. I mean, we're on the Earth. We're on the surface of Earth, measuring this angle.
Sure.
Yep. So it wouldn't be curved then, would it?
I don't understand how you're getting there.
I'm just explaining what a 90-degree angle is, and if we're using the surface of Earth to establish it, then it can't be curved.
I mean, you can measure a 90-degree angle in any system.
Using the Earth?
In any system, sure. I mean, 90 degrees isn't like a physical thing you can go find in the universe. It's a mathematical tool. Right? You can't go pluck 90 degrees out of the universe somewhere.
If it makes you feel better, right? You could talk about the tangent of the circle, right?
Sure.
Don't have one. You don't have a tangent. What are you talking?
What?
We're not using a tangent, are we?
I mean,
we don't need it.
I'm not understanding how you're getting committed to the. There's like straight lines disappear when you're at the North Pole or something like that.
I don't. Did somebody say that? I don't remember anybody saying that.
Well, I'm kind of saying I'm not following you, right? Because I'm not understanding exactly your reasoning. I'm trying to follow. I really am. But you're saying it. If I'm understanding you correctly, you were saying something like the angle of elevation to Polaris would be 90 degrees, i.e. straight up. However, there's no way to establish a straight line perpendicular to that at the North Pole, which is just, I mean, if I'm understanding you correctly, or if I'm misunderstanding you, please correct me. But that assertion that you can't measure a right angle at the North Pole is just false.
What does perpendicular mean? Is it a right angle?
Yeah, that's what perpendicular means. Yeah, a dot product of 0. So you can absolutely go to the North Pole and talk about straight lines going out that are tangent to the North Pole, right? I mean, sure, it's true that if you drew a giant line along the surface of the Earth, it wouldn't be perfectly straight, right? But that's not what a straight line is. A straight line
lines to the North Pole.
Say again?
But when you're measuring your latitude for the mapping system, you're not using straight lines out in space, are you? Using the ground?
Well, I think you're coming at it from backwards to how I'm coming at it. Because
I'm just
I'm
talking
saying,
about it how it
Breaking
is.
up a bit. Is he?
because like if Polaris is the North Pole, or excuse that's not what I meant. If Polaris is the North Star, then you could find the North Pole by wandering around until the angle of elevation of Polaris is 90 degrees. That would be the definition of the North Pole, assuming they're in alignment, right? So wherever that observation is made, that would be the North Pole. Because every other place, it would be slightly off.
I mean, you could reword you could reword it when you get to 90 degrees of Polaris. You are directly underneath it.
Yeah,
and it is. Hang on, let me finish. Then
Sure.
it is an elevation angle, which requires 2 straight lines. You could word it that way.
So at the North Pole,
I'm
at
sorry,
the
I'm
North
not
Pole-
understanding where the 2 straight lines keeps coming in.
At the North
It's a 90. It's a 90 degree angle.
Are you going to use a tangent to establish your 90, or are you going to use the horizon at the North Pole?
Well, whichever. I mean, hypothetically, if you're tiny compared to the globe, they're approximately the same thing. In my head, you would use a tangent. That would be the more correct
In
way to do it.
actuality, you're going to use the horizon.
Yeah.
Well, sure,
Exactly.
but that only works because you're sufficiently small. So there's technically an error in that. There's definitely an error because those are not the same line.
I would
But
sort
they're
of
close.
presume if you're getting measurement distances on the surface of Earth, that's what you would want to utilize.
Yeah, but you could also, for example, take a pot of water to the North Pole, assuming it doesn't freeze, and you could use that plane to establish a perpendicular angle, right? So you could just say up is whatever the normal vector to the surface of this water is, and North Pole is when this normal vector intersects Polaris, right? That is, in that scenario, you don't actually even have a second line. You have a plane and a normal vector, which are perpendicular. So you have your 90 degrees, and you don't get hung up on the second line issue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's all horizontal straight lines, yeah. So when we come down to the Earth and the ground, and we're using that to measure angles, would the ground also be a level straight line to get the angle, like the water?
I'm just talking about the water in the pot. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about I'm not making any observation about the ground at all.
Yeah, you could use a bubble. You can use a bubble sextant to establish horizontal. Yes.
But like,
surface
but
of
what
liquid.
if the point that is the North Pole isn't necessarily flat, or what if it's inclined or whatever?
But you're
Right?
using a bubble
Still the
sextant.
North Pole.
You can use a bubble sextant to establish horizontal.
Sure, you can also use a pot of water. That's just what I was talking about.
Yeah, yeah. You can also use the horizon.
Yeah,
Surface of water.
So that gives
surface
you
of liquid.
that gives you a
Flat,
tangent plane,
level,
right?
horizontal.
To
The horizon.
whatever. Yeah. No.
That's what you use the
That would be different to
horizon
the horizon. The line from your eyes to the horizon would be different from the plane defined by a surface of water, just a little bit.
But you do use the horizon to
No.
establish horizontal.
No, that's not. I'm actually
horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, those are only approximately the same.
No,
that's what it is.
That's what it is.
No,
That's the
because
definition.
the
No. The horizon
line
is zero
from your
slope, sir.
eyes.
The horizon is zero slope. It's where we get the word horizontal from.
Yeah,
We didn't give the horizon its name from the word horizontal.
It's very nearly
The
zero.
word we got the word and the usage of horizontal from the horizon.
Yeah, guys. I got the definition here from Oxford Languages. Parallel to the plane of the horizon, at right angles to the vertical.
Okay, but that's slightly different than what I'm saying. I'm saying the line from your eyeballs to the most distant point on, or I should say the horizon itself, is slightly different from the ring, i.e. the plane, that would be
of
traced out
course.
by the whole horizon line all the way around you. My only
You're
point
above
I'm
it,
making is
right?
that those are different.
You're
Yeah,
above it,
exactly,
right?
because you're elevated, yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
your
not
eyes
zero yet, right? It's not
That's
zero.
right.
It's not exactly
zero
zero,
slope
yeah.
yet.
So that's why I was invoking the pot of water, is the plane of the pot of water, if you could measure it, would be actually tangent in a globe model to wherever you are.
Tangent?
Right?
What do you mean tangent?
Yeah, the
Tangent to
plane
what?
would be tangent, so it would be perpendicular to the normal vector from, or I should say, the radial vector of your position relative to the
All
center
right,
of
okay, I
whatever
see what you
body.
mean.
Right? Does that make
Yep,
sense?
I got you. Yeah, I
Go
got you.
back over that though, just so we're not losing anything. So we can use a bubble sextant to establish the horizontal, which we know what horizontal means now. If we're not using the water or a bubble sextant, we can use the horizon to do the same thing, and which is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. It is referencing Earth's surface, and it's being used to establish horizontal. So you can
I
use.
would be hesitant. Personally, I wouldn't use them interchangeably because they're different measurements. They're very similar but different measurements. I would say that the more accurate tool would be, according to what you're saying, the bubble sextant. And in my mental model, it's a pot of water. But if you're saying
Doesn't
there's
matter,
an
either way.
I'll trust you.
The way you're just establishing zero slope, right? A zero slope.
I'm basically establishing a tangent plane to the globe.
Well, I'll give you an example.
No, not. See, I thought you were talking about tangent, tan. No, you're using zero. You're looking out at a 0 point, right? Zero. You're looking down at zero, and you're above zero.
Well, I'm
You
not
want the
looking
line.
out anywhere. I'm just looking at a
So
pot
that's a
of
slope,
water.
right? So that's a slope. So you need to make it zero slope. So you need to make it horizontal.
Yeah, then you've got your elevation angle at
I'm
that
sorry.
point.
What's
Just
this?
take your eyeballs out of your head and put them on the floor.
Okay. I don't understand your point. I still think the pot of water is a more accurate depiction of what the tangent.
I'll give you an
plane-
example. Yeah, so you're going to use a bubble sextant pot of water underneath Polaris. Yeah, so if you use that underneath Polaris and you've got 90 degrees, that's going to be accurate.
Yeah,
If you're not using the
North
pot,
Pole.
if you're not going to use the water or the bubble sextant, and you say you're going to use the horizon, right? Going to use the horizon to establish horizontal. Then you're going to do a height of eye correction to bring your eye down to 0 degrees.
But I wouldn't do
then
that.
you'll have exactly the same 90 degree angle.
Okay, I don't want to be pedantic. I would say they're slightly different, but effectively 90. Yeah.
Well, they both definitely be 90.
Well, if your eyeballs were literally like half in the ground, then yeah, maybe. Yeah, they would be.
Well, just at 0 degrees. That's all I need to do.
So I think the North Pole exercise is a little bit of a trivial thing. I think the interesting effect comes out at the equator when you go 1/4 of a circumference of the Earth south in whatever direction. Because if my mental image is correct, in a planar situation, let's also assume Stellaris is pretty far away. I think we can all agree it's not like the distance from the North Pole to the equator is vastly smaller than the distance from the North Pole to Stellaris, right? That's way out there. And if so, it would seem to me that in a planar model, if you walked out to the equator and measured your angle of elevation to Stellaris, it would be very near to 90. Not exactly 90, but very near to 90. However, in a globe model, when you go to the equator, you would have actually yourself rotated 90 degrees. So you would actually measure an angle of elevation of 0. And in an idealized situation, you could hypothetically find the equator as the point when Polaris just goes over the horizon, right? That ring around the Earth, if that makes sense, right? Would you guys...
If we go back to the point a second ago where we give the options of the water, the bubble sextant, and bringing your eye down to 0 degrees. So you've walked back to the quarter of the segment of your globe, and you've put your eyes on the ground. Now that quarter of the segment of the globe is curved, isn't it?
I wouldn't even do that. I'm committed to the pot of water. I'm not committed to the eyeball thing because I think it's a bad measurement.
Yeah, no, but I'm just going back to just immediately what you've just said. So then you've got the GP of Polaris on your North Pole, yeah? So you've got the star, say, has come down to the ground, go around your quarter of a spherical ball and put your eyes there at that point. The distance between them two, is that a straight line?
I'm sorry, the distance between which two? Between which two?
The GP of Polaris at your North Pole, and once you've put your eyes on the ground.
I'm sorry, dumb
It's
question. What's GP?
Ground position.
And what exactly is ground position? I don't know what that means.
It's if Polaris was to drop out the sky vertically and hit the ground, that would be its point on the ground.
Oh, so like the direction.
If you could pull Polaris out the sky vertically and put it on the ground, that's where it would be. And then you've walked a quarter of your segment round your ball, listen, and then you've took your eyes out. So Polaris is on the ground at the top of the ball. Your eyes are on the ground a quarter of a way around the spherical ball. Is that a straight line?
But Polaris isn't on the ground at the top of the ball.
Yeah, we'll say it is. Yeah, well, let's say it is. We've got its ground position. If it was on the ground, is that a straight line?
So if Stellaris were sitting at the North Pole, and
I don't think you want.
I'm sorry.
Don't seem to be wanting to answering the question.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow you, and I'm getting a little bit lost. I'm really trying.
So imagine a ball. Yeah, the top of the ball. We've got a point on there. We'll call it Polaris. It's fell out the sky for a little bit. It's on the ground at your North Pole. Then go around, walk away from it till you get a quarter of a way around your ball. Yeah. You've got a quarter of an orange, say. Take your eyes out and put them on the ground. You've got Polaris at the top. Your eyes are a quarter of a way around. The point from your eyes and Polaris, is that a straight line?
Well, a straight line does connect any 2 points, sure, but the direction I would be looking towards the North Pole would not be directly at Polaris, no.
Yeah, so you didn't answer the question?
So the question is, would there be a straight line between
I'll answer it for you.
Polaris and my eyes?
I'll answer it for you. It's not a straight line. It's curved.
Okay, but you're being ambiguous. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Are you talking about a straight line through space or over the ball, or what?
No, on the surface of Earth, your ball. If it was a ball.
Okay, so any path on the surface of a ball is not a straight line. There exists no path on the surface of a ball.
That's correct. So you wouldn't be able to get that elevation angle that you was talking about then at 0 degrees once you've walked a quarter way around your spherical ball, because it's curved.
Why not?
You can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface.
You seem really hung up on this idea of like I have to use the ball beneath my feet to measure what horizontal is, but that's not true.
You want to use flat and level horizontal surface of water.
Yeah,
what's the difference?
That's a normal.
What's the difference?
Because it's flat.
What's the difference?
It's flat. It doesn't have curvature.
That's not true. That's actually not true, right?
But
like,
sure, there's surface tension and those kinds of effects.
No. Like, imagine you had a really, really, really big container. Then you'd actually see, a curve, right? And but like on a smaller scale, what you'd actually have to do.
I've never seen that. Where did you see this? Can I go see that, please?
That would be the ocean.
Where did
the
you
ocean
see
itself is curved.
It's fine,
yeah.
Let's
looks flat.
Let's not get distracted. So like, to actually get like a horizontal.
I want to know. I want to know where you saw it. I'm gonna go there and see it myself.
The ocean, but it's fine. So
I have been to the ocean and I didn't see it. What are you talking about?
Shit. Okay. Damn. Maybe you have to go check back with good weather. So.
With who? With what?
With good weather.
Weather? What are you talking about? I've been there on beautiful clear days. I used to live on the coast.
Oh, that's really cool.
Talking about seeing a curve at the beach, at the ocean. What do you mean? Yeah, okay. Where's the curve?
Okay, like you can only really see the effects of the curve, right? Where like the ships disappear from the bottom.
Okay, so you're gonna take that back then?
Really good.
Okay, I accept that. You're taking that back. All right, we can ignore that part. Okay, continue.
I don't know. Like technically, you're always seeing the curve, or like whatever shape the Earth is. So in any case, if we're going back to right. So if you want to like use your glass of water, you'd kind of have to establish 2 points on that glass of water, but like on this small of a scale, it wouldn't technically make it wouldn't really make a measurable difference, right? But
That's my point. Yeah, you could also use a sextant with a level in it, right? Like a
But
like a
at the
traditional
same-
bubble level.
at the same time, right? Like the way like a large ball is like kind of flat if you're tiny,
Yeah,
right? The
it
same
is.
thing is still true for the horizon, right?
Sure.
At least
yeah.
like on like human scales. If you go like on the largest building on Earth, or even if you have like a 10-meter difference, then you can already see the sun setting way quicker than or like on different at different times, right? Whatever.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I agree that in practice the difference is negligible. But I was really offering the water as, and in effect the sextant, as a way just of establishing the fact that you absolutely can figure out tangent lines locally using that. You know, you don't have to look out to the curved horizon to establish what a tangent is. In fact, it's a mediocre measurement in a general sense. On the Earth, the error is very small, but as a general practice, it is a subpar technique compared to something like a sextant, just doing the normal.
Does anyone know what he's talking about?
No.
Okay. Anyway, does anybody want to continue with the equator conversation? I feel like it was getting to an interesting point. No, sounds
There are
like not.
multiple definitions of equator, right? It's not just based on Polaris. You've also got the equinox.
Well, I was actually saying that Polaris is not a definition of the equator. It is explicitly not, and others were committed to it, which is why I was exploring it. If I'm recalling the word ecliptic correctly, the equator would be the ring around a celestial body where the ecliptic doesn't change. If I'm recalling that word correctly.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be talking about using sextants and stuff, you're gonna be talking about the ecliptic as you see it in the sky. So not from like a vantage point of being in outer space.
Yeah, so maybe I'm using ecliptic wrong. Hold on, I need to look up this word. Basically, on any equator, the path of a nearby celestial object through the sky would be the same every day. So you could tell if you were on the equator without knowing anything else if you made the observation that the sun took the same path through the sky every day throughout the year. That would definitely mean you're on the equator. So yeah, my position was that the Polaris standard was a poor definition, but I was exploring the idea, and the part that I found interesting was that in either model, you would make the same observation at the North Pole, but you would make a contradictory observation at the equator, and that was the idea I was exploring.
No idea what you're talking about now.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think that's something I'd also like to look into, where you'd have the models agreeing, like when you're at ground level and you look at the horizon, and where the models
Do
would
you understand what
disagree.
he's saying?
What's that?
Do you understand what he's saying, Amish?
Yeah, I understand what he's saying. So here are a couple extreme examples that may illustrate this. So if you go to like Tula Air Base in northern Greenland on the equinox, you can pick either March or September. and you're to look east for the sunrise. So the equinox is supposed to be when the sun rises due 90 degrees east. At that time, everywhere on Earth.
That's not the definition of the equinox.
Yeah, it is. It
No,
has
it's
to
not.
be.
No, it's not.
Why? What is
the
it
definition of an equinox is the one day of the year where the length of the day and the night are the same. And you would only measure the sun rising due east at the equator.
The length of the day.
That's not true because
that's literally what equinox means.
Yeah, but that's not true for everybody.
yeah, the sun never rises 90 degrees east for everybody on the equator on the equinox.
On the equinox, yeah, it does.
I'm reading the definition of equinox. It's saying a solar equinox is a moment in time when the sun crosses the Earth's equator.
Yeah, and the consequence of that is that the length of the day and the night are the same.
Yeah, it's
not if you're not on the
It wouldn't
equator.
be no.
It's saying it is to say appears directly above the equator. The sun. It's talking about the sun moving.
Actually, you know what? You guys are correct. I was definitely making a mistake there. It would be equal day lengths on the equator, not necessarily everywhere else. That is definitely that's true. Yeah.
So
Aren't,
go on
aren't,
with your
aren't the days
example.
always the same on the equator? The same day length? Like 365 days a year, aren't the day lengths the same on the equator?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think they are due to the tilt of the Earth. I don't think they are.
When the sun goes away from the center, let's say North Pole, yeah. So yeah, the days take more longer, I think. And who is in the near the north, the days are I don't know. It's so as the sun is farther away, those regions have winter, and the southern they have summer. So it's like
Right here, earthsky.org. Equinox sun rises due east and sets due west. Scroll down. It's not true that day and night are precisely equal on the day of an equinox, but here's an equinox fact that is true. The sun rises due east and sets due west at the equinox. It might seem counterintuitive, but it's true no matter where you live on Earth, except the North and South poles. Here's how to visualize it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at a diagram now. So it's when the tilt of the Earth's axis is like completely perpendicular to the direction of the sun.
Right.
So yeah, it is when it crosses that threshold.
I was going to explain it a different way earlier, but I think I have another way to explain what I was thinking about. So if you were to trace this as a path in the sky, then the arc that the sun traces on the equinox will be the shortest. It'll be the flattest or the straightest of all arcs, right? Let's say you're standing on the equator or under the equator.
I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah, and you're looking straight up. On the equinox, the sun is going straight up above your head and straight down out west.
Yeah, I think
any other day, it's going to be making a bow shape to the left or to the right of that point in the east. So it's going to trace longer paths. So the equinox is when that path is a complete, like it appears a straight line. You can watch the sun rise straight up, and you turn around 180 degrees, and you crank your neck back down, and it goes straight down. So here's the fun part. You could look at where the zenith is. The zenith angle has to be completely straight up above your head on equinox at noon. That point that represents that straightest path and the shortest path is different. It can be like 6 weeks before the equinox in one place on Earth, And another place on Earth, that point could be 2 weeks later, and then 2 weeks later. It's bizarre.
So you were saying, maybe I misunderstood. You were saying that on the equinox, there's two main observations. The first is that the sun always rises due east everywhere, and that there are three observations. The second one is that it takes the shortest path through the sky, and then if maybe I misheard you, correct me please if I got this wrong. I think you said that the sun would pass directly overhead, but there'd
be no like shadow, right? You could look down at your feet, and you won't see your body casting a shadow out of your feet.
only on the equator.
Yeah. No,
but
no.
like,
What you can.
If you were up in like Scandinavia, you definitely would because it.
Oh right, of course. No, here's the thing: you're going to have an arced path, right? But you're still going to have the shortest path. Or you're not going to have the shortest path.
I think you're right, but I'm thinking through it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the shortest path. Okay. So yeah, on the equator, definitely the sun will be directly overhead at noon, high noon.
Guys, one time I saw the sun.
Okay, so what next? Where does the equinox thing go?
Well, if you look for that point in the sky, all right. So the shortest path on the equator represents, if you are going with the globe model, right, where the globe is perfectly perpendicular. The rays are hitting perfectly perpendicular to the axis of rotation.
Yeah.
And any deviation from that will result in longer arcs in the sky. So what I'm going to tell you is using timeanddate.com, you can go to different cities and you can look for that point in time where the zenith angle of the sun is going to be part of an arc that traces, I guess, the shortest path in the sky.
Okay.
It's going to be at different points in time.
So yeah, the point is that there's inaccuracies in the actual observations, right?
Yeah.
Or discrepancies. But how big are they?
There is. Well, I mean, it depends like what you're going off of, whether you're looking at like sidereal time versus solar time time versus synodic time.
But technically, the equinox itself, I know we call it a day, but technically it's only one instance in time, right? So there would be a literal moment of perfect measurement.
Yeah, it's also
if
considered like a 3-day period too.
No,
it depends how precise.
The equinox has to do with where you are in the orbit of Earth, right? It's when you're crossing from like above the ecliptic to below. Is it the ecliptic? Is that the term?
Yeah.
Or the
well, it's not going to be the same point in time for everybody at the same time.
Well, the globe itself would experience the equinox in one moment. So there would hypothetically be like an infinitely short period of time when you're at the point in space that is the equinox, and then there's going to be an error before and after, away or towards, I'm not sure, I haven't done the math. But there would be an error in measurements before, and there would be the opposite error in the measurements afterwards. So if you say like the equinox is right now, and then you wait 6 hours for like a certain city to come over the horizon, well, it's not the equinox anymore. We call it the day of the equinox, but to look at minute errors in the measurement is totally in line with what we would expect, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, that point is actually like variable by several weeks.
Oh, as in.
Yeah, so it's like, what point on Earth do you want to serve as like the equinoctial, standard for everybody? And they set that basically, I guess, with the prime meridian, which is on our calendars, I guess, corresponds to
at the equator.
March 21st or 22nd and September 21st and 22nd. So those are like the set equinox days on the calendar. But nobody that we know actually experiences an actual equinox on those dates. Because what is an equinox? What is the equator? I mean, these definitions are pretty loose, and they're not all the same at the same time for everybody. So the whole idea is the globe model isn't as perfect and tight as everybody believes it to be.
You can rigorously define an equator. Absolutely.
Well, which one? Are you going based off of the sun or off of Polaris? Because they don't match.
No,
and we know they don't match.
Just based off
due to the equinox.
The axis of rotation of a celestial body. You wouldn't even need any other celestial body. You could measure it yourself. And it's just when the tangent to wherever you are would have a zero dot product with the axis of rotation of the planet.
Yeah. Well, this could be the zero dot product with the axis of rotation of the celestial sphere with you in the middle of it.
Like as if you're physically inside it?
Yeah. This is how it's done in celestial nav. This is how it's done with astronomy. This is the model.
I'm sorry, I don't understand how what you're bringing up presents an issue.
It's not an issue. That's what I'm saying. I mean, this is just how to think about it. And I mean, it's more hardcore from our perspective, right?
It would be
because this is how we actually view the world.
It's very easy to define where the equator is.
I mean, which definition again? If you're going by latitude, that's based off of Polaris, and it doesn't match the equinox, where the sun rises 90 degrees east.
Sure. If you measure everything off of Polaris, the Earth is not perfect. The rotation of Earth is not perfectly aligned with Polaris. Polaris traces out a little circle in the sky every night. It's not a perfect measurement. It's kind of like how magnetic north is not the same as true north, but when you're in almost any place on the globe, it's a good enough approximation to might as well be perfect.
On the globe? What's that?
It's interesting, Hamish.
That tilt is not working with Polaris at the same location there.
What? Yeah, we've got magnetic declination corrections of like 180 degrees in southern latitudes. 179 degrees. So
it's crazy.
That means west is east.
Yeah, but you just have to flip the magnet in your.
So
you just have to buy a south or southern hemisphere compass, and you're good.
You do what?
That's another good question.
It's just a
Why
minus sign error?
Yeah. Well, the compasses also deflect up and down.
Sure, yeah, but if you take a northern hemisphere compass and bring it to the southern hemisphere, you get a minus sign error.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So none of this actually demonstrates curvature, right? That we've talked about so far.
Well, also, I mean, I don't know if I'd really accept that, but also none of this demonstrates a planar model.
The celestial sphere model, which we've been talking about, is a planar model.
That tilt is not working because if the Earth was tilting 23 something degrees, why Polaris is still there in the same place? Is Polaris doing that movement too?
Do you know what gyroscopic precession is? Do you know how rotational bodies?
Yeah, gyroscopes.
It doesn't happen.
The axis of rotation.
Let's jump to another thing. Yeah.
The axis of rotation is not changing direction. It's pointing in the same direction. The Earth itself is.
You are jumping up to another field. Why you are jumping?
No, listen.
Gyroscopes. If you cannot prove one thing, we are talking about Polaris.
We are talking about listening or not.
I was talking about Polaris and the tilt.
I know.
That tilt is not working with Polaris in the same place.
Okay. First of all, Polaris is not a perfect measurement of the North Pole of the Earth. They are not in perfect alignment. They are just approximate. So for you to cite the imperfection of the alignment with the rotation of the Earth with Polaris is to miss the forest for the trees. It's a stupid argument right from the start.
No, the stupid argument is you jumping to gyroscopes.
The Earth moving around in orbit, yes, the axis of rotation is not parallel.
Yeah, why Polaris is in the same place in the sky? Because 23.5 degrees, it's too much. So are you claiming that the Polaris, when that tilt supposedly
No.
tilt of that ball
No,
Earth.
listen.
Is there an
Polaris
observation,
is-
Miguel, of this?
Listen,
Like,
it's pointing in the
you're
same
saying
direction.
Polaris is visible from 23.5 south?
No, I'm
No.
saying from
He's
the
saying-
from the equator, we always see Polaris there, at the same location.
So Earth's
So
axis is tilted by 23.5 degrees.
That tilt is not that tilt is not happening with Polaris. No, 23.5 degrees.
But if you envision the Earth on, let's just say, the summer solstice, it's got some tilt, right? And you envision it on the other side of the sun at the other solstice, okay?
I don't see no tilt. You are making up.
Those tilts are still pointing in the same direction, the same orientation.
There's no tilt. There's
the
no
Earth
tilt.
has just moved.
There's no tilt. If the sun is going to Tropic of Cancer, and the sun is going to Tropic of Capricorn. So that's it.
Okay.
Tropic of Cancer
The
to
Earth's
inner.
axis
Inner.
of rotation. The Earth's axis of rotation is
What
offset by
rotation? Can you
23.5
prove
degrees.
your rotation? Can you prove Earth is moving?
Polaris to Earth on the globe model is 23.5 degrees tilted from the sun's axis, right? Of the entire solar system axis.
Yeah. Which
so that's all what
matches
that is.
very
That's
closely
the claim.
the Earth's rotation, yes.
Yeah.
Or the offset of Earth's rotation axis.
Right. The offset of Earth's rotation relative to the solar system rotation or revolutions.
It's just coincidence. In fact, if you go back 50,000 years, there was a different North Star. Because the Earth precesses.
Yeah, that's what they say.
It's not a perfect. They're not in perfect alignment. It is an approximation.
Is that a cool story?
We don't see no tilt of 23.5 degrees with Polaris. So thank you.
But
No,
that's
we don't.
because Polaris is
It's
almost
20
exactly in line with the axis of rotation.
Oh, you are not.
When you go listen.
So the
It's
Polaris is
23.5 degrees shows up in a different place. It shows up in the sun's analemma. You don't look to Polaris to see it. You look at the sun's analemma.
So it's the sun moving, not Earth.
That's right.
Okay, so the Earth has an axis of rotation because it's spinning.
No, it doesn't. Can
the
you
globe
prove
model, sure.
Earth is moving? Can you prove Earth is moving?
The globe model has that claim. We don't claim Earth is moving, though.
Sure.
I mean, we've just been through all this about being below Polaris at 90 degrees on the surface of Earth is an elevation angle, and it will be two straight lines. We've already proved that the Earth is measured flat, and now we're talking about globes and spinning globes. I mean, come on, let's get back to reality.
You can prove Earth is moving, so that's it. You can talk about gyroscopes and the failed focal pendulums. You know, if the focal pendulum would to work, you just put inside the room. You know, put that focal pendulum. Why is not moving? Yeah,
It's nothing to do with Earth. Earth's measured flat.
Ground.
We've already been through.
Ground is also the ground is also a zero reference point for measuring things in motion. So we measure that not moving as well.
Well, yeah, velocity is
Crazy.
always relative. It can't be anything but relative.
I don't care if it's relative. Like you can literally reference the motion of something.
Well,
right?
if you say you don't care about velocity being relative,
relative. Yes, relative to the surface of the Earth, which isn't moving. Right?
it's not moving relative to us, sure.
So if you go on a balloon,
things moving on it or above it are moving in relation to the ground not moving. Okay, so if you can reference the ground moving, if you can show that the ground is moving in reference to something else, you try that if
but
you
you
like.
can always like the moon moves across the night sky. Right?
Let's try this. You go on a balloon.
It's the moon
let's say 128,000 feet. You go on that balloon. Can you see the Earth moving?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was thinking.
You are going up an altitude 128,000 feet. Can you see the Earth moving?
I mean, you would see it move a little bit, but I doubt enough to actually see with your eyeballs.
So if the Earth is not moving, it's not moving. Yeah.
So
relative to you.
Reference something else that's not moving. Right?
Like if you were standing on the moon looking at the Earth,
to show that the Earth is moving. You know how you reference the ground as zero motion, right? In order to determine that something on it or above it is moving.
Sure.
Now do that with the Earth. establish something that isn't moving, and show Earth moving in relation to that.
So
can you
just
do that? Can you do that?
Look at the moon moving relative to the Earth. Look at the
No,
sun
no. You're
moving
referencing
relative
the
to the Earth.
ground. You're referencing the ground. Zero for the moon.
Okay, this is a race to the bottom dumb semantic game you're playing now. This is
No, this
dishonest.
is a kinematic equivalence between geocentric and heliocentric cosmologies. You
The guy
can't
can-
prove
the
which
guy-
is true,
yeah.
Copernicus or Ptolemy.
The guy can prove the Earth is moving, and he jumps to things in the sky. You see?
Motion is relative. Okay, let me pose you a hypothetical.
I did ask you. You go on a
Fine,
balloon
you've talked a lot and said a lot,
128,000
that's
feet.
all good.
Yeah,
Let me pose something.
Can I see Earth moving?
Imagine you were the only, just as an idealized
Imagination.
thought experiment. Imagine you were the only object in the universe, just you.
Yeah, that globe is an imagination.
And you're shooting through the
Imagine.
universe. You're just
No, we're not
hauling ass through the
imagining.
universe.
We're not imagining. Find something that you don't see
Okay,
moving,
Steve, I'm going to mute
right?
you for a moment because I feel like you just degrade the conversation.
Oh my God.
I'm just going to explain what I'm trying to say here.
No, you're not. I'm not going to imagine. I want you to find something in reality that isn't moving, and then show that the ground is moving in reference to that thing.
Called a
Just like we do
hypothetical.
with cars and aeroplanes and the sun and the moon and birds, people walking. That use something else that's not Earth, that's not what we're observing. Move.
We just spent over an hour with these guys explaining how it's, celestial navigation, elevation angles, sea level, horizontal, horizon, explaining how the Earth is measured flat. Yeah. So you can't have a ball. The Earth is flat. It's measured like that. We haven't got a ball. We jump into balls and spinning balls. That isn't happening. We've explained about the latitude lines and the distance to the equator and celestial navigation. It all requires a flat Earth. And
That's
it's
not true.
provable.
You've missed the point of our entire dialogue.
Well, you jump in the gun to a globe, and I'm telling you it's measured flat.
I mean, so all I was exploring with the equator stuff is a possible difference in observation between the two models, right? It's an interesting point because you have at the North Pole an alignment of an observation you would expect between the models, and at the equator a contradiction between observations you would expect, right? And where I was going to go with that is what is the actual observation at the equator?
Well, we're measuring angles. That's what we're talking about, and how the angles are measured using the horizontal base. You discussed using water and bubble sextants, which you can do. We said you could use the horizon, which is the physical Earth surface, to establish horizontal, and you'd get the same exact angle measurement utilizing the surface of Earth over a great distance.
So my question is, on Earth, in real life, if you went to the equator and looked for the North Star, what would the observation be? Would it be
0 degrees?
So
0 degrees.
It would be like at the horizon.
0 degrees.
Yes, so at the horizon.
Yeah. What's 0 degrees on a horizontal line? It has no curvature, no point higher than the other.
So okay. I think I'll just rest my point because you saying it's 0 degrees is a contradiction with the planar model.
Zero slope.
It is. Those two, the observation and the theory are mutually exclusive. They're in conflict.
We're measuring angles, 0 degrees. It needs a horizontal baseline. We're using the horizon to establish the horizontal baseline on the surface of Earth. That's what we're doing. That's how it's done.
In a planar model, where would you expect to see the North Star on the equator?
Well, I'm not talking about a model. I'm talking about how latitude is measured in physical reality.
Okay, well, I'm asking
in the
about
sky.
a model right now.
In the sky. You see it in the sky.
So what would it be? Would it be almost straight up? Would it be near the horizon?
It'd be in the sky.
Like what? Straight up or 45 degrees?
In the sky.
Okay, of course
you
see stars in the sky. Of course you see stars in the sky.
So let's get back to the topic, which is Earth.
Yeah, but I'm asking.
But But what, sky?
I'm asking about the theory of two contradictory models because we can compare them to observation.
How about just show model? Do that. Let's look at the model
Show
you're
model.
working
I mean,
with.
I don't know what model you guys are working with.
No,
No,
your
we're
model.
not.
Show your
No,
model.
we're not talking about a model. We're talking about angle measurements from a star using the surface of Earth. We've agreed with you that you can use a bubble sextant and level water, and we're telling you that also the horizon is used to establish horizontal. Yeah, to create that horizontal baseline on the surface of Earth. You can also do that, which is done.
Sure,
It's not
you're
a model.
really
It's not a model. It's just something that's done.
okay.
When you
So we don't need to be hyper focused on this word model. If the Earth were planar, what would you expect to observe at the equator? Well, about the
Show
North
model.
Star.
How about this? Show your model.
I don't have a model.
Okay, so you don't have a model. So that is a problem now. Because you said you were competing your model against someone else's model, and you don't have a model. So you start talking about the sky. Then you get confused as to things in the sky as being things in the sky. This is a problem, dude. How about just join a sky channel? Just find some channel where it's like, this is the sky, and go talk about the sky.
or models.
Both, and or. Find a sky channel or a model channel, and just go do your Methfield Symposium there.
I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying we're just pointing out things that are done in reality, and our latitudes measured, and what is utilised in enable us to do that. I'm not trying to convince you not to believe that you live on a globe. I mean, that's fine by me. It doesn't. It won't spoil my tea tonight, or I'll still sleep peacefully tonight. If you want to live on a globe, that's fine. But when we're talking about these latitude measurements and elevation angles and what angles are and horizontal baselines, that's factual. That's what's happening. But it doesn't quite fit in with your model. This reality. Does it?
He said he didn't have one. He doesn't have a model. Basically, what this guy's doing is he's asking questions, and each time he gets an answer, he becomes more confused. He's better off just listening at this point. Because anytime you answer one of his questions, he doesn't gain any knowledge in what you just how you answered it. It becomes it's more confused. He's more confused, not less. Like I couldn't even get him to understand that stars are in the sky. It was a real quick task. Like, is he able to even understand that part? He just kept saying where in the sky. Where is it in the sky? It's in the sky. Where? He couldn't even figure out the sky is up. That's in the sky.
See, I was talking about this earlier, and me and T
Be
Dub
above the ground.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's how confused this guy is. That he's not sure how to adjudicate something that's above ground or below ground. That's too difficult. And the more questions he asks, the more confused he will become on that topic.
It's not that. I mean, he doesn't. When we point, this is my point, and it was all day, and it was earlier. I'm not scratching anybody's eyes out or getting angry at the fact when we talk about celestial navigation and using the horizon and horizontal baselines and what elevation angles are to prove that we are utilizing the surface of Earth and it's horizontal, and that's the way it's measured, and that's how we're using it. And to me, everything that's involved in that and all the definitions of everything that's being used is quite logical and understandable. But for some reason, when you explain this or you're talking to it with somebody who believes in a globe, it all becomes like, horizontal's not horizontal. It can't work on a flat Earth. It's got to work on a globe. So I say, well, explain that then, and we'll go through it. And then we do, but you can never get to the end of it because that isn't what's happening. It's not happening on a globe. And I can point it out all the way through it, how it's not happening on a globe. And I'm not fighting about it. I'm just being, I'm just telling you what's what. But if you don't want to, if you can't, if you don't want to accept that as the truth, well, don't close your eyes, keep them shut, and just carry on living on the ball. Simple. Don't have to fight about it. Just in your own little mind, you live on a ball. That's all you have to do, and just get on with your life. It's dead easy. I'm done.
But that takes the fun out of it because you can't pick on people who disagree with you.
What?
You don't want to do that. Just have just having a conversation. It's when the conversations get when you come to a point where you're talking to somebody about what a 90-degree angle is and explaining the 0 degrees line with no point higher than the other, and then they're telling you that's not correct and definitions don't matter. Well, at that point, you can't really go any further with the conversation because you're not lying. You're not making things up when you're talking about the definitions of horizon and horizontal and level and 90-degree angles. And if you are using the surface of the Earth to use all these things, then that's what's happening. That's what happens in celestial navigation on the oceans. And a globe does not come into it. It doesn't. It never comes into it.
Well, unfortunately, the globetard has little to no argument, and so all they can do is bring in the ad hominem and picking on people that they disagree with. It's the only thing that they have. It's like a form of entertainment that I guess that they miss the old not Howard Stern, the old Morton Downey Jr. Show, and that's your Globey. They're just out looking for that put down comedy. And so they have they have no interest really in learning on the topic. And instead of actually having a conversation about the globe model and its deficiencies, they want to talk about their own model they've created in their mind. And
yeah,
you can't have a logical conversation on that.
Well, this was and that's the way I'm addressing it now, asking if I've got this totally wrong of what I've just spoke about with the celestial navigation, horizontal horizon, elevation angle, surface of Earth, and all that palaver. We know the story. If I've got that wrong, and actually I'm not thinking straight on this, and actually we are utilising a globe Earth, I'd like somebody to sort of demonstrate how that's done to me. In reality. And that's what I'm asking for, but it's not. I'm not getting that answer because that's not what's being done until somebody can explain how it is and prove that it is without an ounce of doubt.
And there's no intention on their part to do that. Essentially, their view depends entirely on appeal to the bandwagon. That everybody thinks the Earth's the globe, and you're stupid because you're not everybody. It's just the age-old way of the majority trying to shame the minority into compliance. It has nothing to do with facts. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has nothing to do with anything other than a controlling premise, as our friend Mr. Gregory tells us, and appeal to bandwagon. There is absolutely nothing else that they have.
Well, you heard that other guy, right? He wanted to keep using. No, I want to use the surface of liquid. I want to use water.
Yeah,
I don't want to use the horizon. I want to use this plane. I want to use this flat surface. Okay, go for it, man.
Yeah, and there was a globetard who was in here yesterday who was a Romanist, and he fell down he started spiraling eventually, but he made a really good point that the people who come in to talk to us are not versed on the topic like we are. So we have a much superior advantage, and the only thing that they have then is to realize that they don't have the expertise on the topic that we have. And therefore, the only way you do that then, the only path forward, now, he didn't add this part to it, but I am. The only part forward is now you have to attack the credibility and the expertise of the person who you're talking with. So that's why they have to call us stupid, not because we're right and they're wrong or anything else. It really just comes down to the fact of the only prayer they have of beating us is to just attack our expertise on the topic. When in reality, they could spend about, if they wanted to, they could spend 4 or 5 hours studying the topic and still disagree with us and have a logical, consistent conversation. But ultimately, they're incapable of that, so they don't do that. And then if they do attempt, it's the stuff like Scott McKee, who comes in here, he puts on these little presentations, and then instead of saying, oh, well, the camera's 1 foot off the ground, oh, no, it can't be 1 foot off the ground, so we'll just put it at 3 feet off the ground. Like, well, like, that's not how that works, friend. So my friend, Mr. One Deck, I do feel your pain to pull the Bill Clinton on you there. I feel your pain.
But I'm not actually in any pain. I'm quite peaceful with myself. I haven't got any pain whatsoever.
No, that's I'm saying that jestingly, because Bill Clinton, that was one of his things that he said during his campaign in the day, was he would describe some group and then he would say, I feel your pain. And then he got ridiculed for it and had to quit.
No worries.
What I wish we could do is, the very moment the globetards start going down the path of ad hominem and all this other stuff, I wish that what we could do is move them to a room that forever played on a never-ending loop, a homily by Mr. Gregory, and then after they've listened to that a time or two, then we can take them back out and consider continuing to talk to them again.
Dude, are you suggesting torture?
When I wouldn't call that torture, because Mr. Gregory is I would call that a good opportunity to learn if somebody wants to learn.
It would be torture to them.
Oh yeah, because but I'll tell you what though, I've mentioned to him a couple times that I think he should have a class on logic where, like, he could pull up some of the conversations between flat Earth people and globe Earth people, and even call out where the flat Earth people are using a logical fallacy or whatever, and his opinion on it. I think that'd be a real great way for us to kind of sharpen our tools.
I think, at a certain point, I think the torture is self-inflicted. You know, if you got to the point, if a person got to the point who they believe they live on a globe, and then at some point the evidence that's being put forth and the conversations that we talk about is sort of hitting home a little bit, and it's sort of, well, yeah, I can understand what these guys are saying and how you know how Earth's measured and latitude and things like that, but I'm still sticking with the globe. So I mean, that's a bit of a psychological dilemma. At some point it becomes a psychological dilemma because your
Well, the
experience.
reality is using logic on a globe card is like administering medicine to the dead.
Yeah, we people intuitively pick up like logical fallacies without realizing what the logical fallacy is. They're just like, oh, that something doesn't sit right with this, right? Well, some people do, I guess. Like, I know I wish I'd known like years and years ago what logical fallacies were. Could have pointed
Well,
out plenty.
here's the way that I describe the logical fallacies is it's best to let the argument make the argument. More or less, it's best to use the data and the facts to make the argument. And from there, like if somebody says something along the lines of, well, Professor such and such said such and such. Well, what they really should be saying is as I recall, Professor X said such and such. Now, if they really want to strengthen the argument, what they want to say is back in whatever class, Professor X, the best of my memory, said X and X. Now, if you search A, B, and C, you should see, except for a minor variation as to what I report that he said. And that would be the most logically, not logically, that'd be the most honest and consistent way, I think, to try to relate a citation, because first off, the person's not telling you what the person said. They're telling you what they remember the person said, and then they're summarizing it in their own words. And really, to strengthen that argument, Professor such and such said whatever, and he's giving you a tool. He's not giving you him. He's giving you a tool to say, okay, well, he said this here because X, Y, and Z. And so if they want to, someone wants to provide the best thing, is just let that X, Y, and Z tell the story. You don't, unless you want to tell a side story of, I know we disagree on the topic, but if you don't mind me digressing for a second, I'm going to go back to my physics class, and Professor such and such told us to go and read this here. You guys might like to read this, and let that be the, but unfortunately, in modern times, science has turned into the definition of submission to consensus. And so, when you have submission to consensus, then you need that appeal to the enforcers of consensus. That's my take on it, anyway.
Yeah, it's a weapon. They turned it into a weapon, not a tool. A weapon to mass destruction. Just think of all the damage that has been done in the name of science.
Oh, yeah. I mean, once upon a time, I think the ideology behind the scientific method and such is solid. Even the idea of peer review and more or less tacitly asking for others to repeat your experiment, I think that's all great stuff. I sincerely do, but what's happened is, I think, scientists have taken the lazy way out. They already know what they want, and then the stuff gets repeated for generations, like Stanley Milgram and his experiment of the supposed subject then thinks that they're giving a lethal dose of electricity to somebody. And, finally, after 50, maybe somewhere 50 to 60 years or so, they started releasing that no, that study was flawed. And the university and everybody else had all these records and they knew that it was flawed, but nobody said anything for over 50 years. And now it's an embarrassment to the world of psychology. And, it's interesting. I think you're right, Mr. Crid. I think you, though I'm being a little verbose, you are correct. It's turned into a weapon. And I still hear people passing along the Milgram experiment like it's fact and it's reality. And I probably won't be surprised if I hear a globetard on here saying, "Oh, well, you guys would give the dose of lethal electricity."
Even within, within academia, there's, certain research that's done that involve the scientific method or not. There's knowledge gained that does become valuable. Someone else, to the point where, like, you don't get that work published first. Right? Someone else, and you leak what you've, found out, leak the information you've gained. Someone else might steal it off you, get it published first, and then they'll take credit for it. Whether it has like practical application or not, it'll happen either way.
Absolutely. You're 100% correct. And of course, you have the manufacturers. We could go, God knows how far back we could go, but obviously, doctors were pushing cigarette smoking. Doctors were pushing thalidomide, and we know what that did. And then you had scientists telling us that PFOAs were safe.
We gotta stay away from the medical stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, but just point being, and all that stuff come from studies. That's all I was going to say is, but we'll get off the topic. That's a good point.
You can use other science that they talked about settled. Clean coal. I mean, the low tar safe cigarette is what I mean. That's all the further you can go with that. You can talk about anti-miscegenation. That's kind of my favorite ones because that brings in how bad evolution is.
Yeah, the eugenics. Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole eugenics movement was, which thankfully, starting in about 1980, the mainstream medicine finally said that eugenics was bad.
But not all of them still agree. I mean, there's still people to this day who talk about social Darwinism and a lot of other things. There's right now people are this politics. I can't think of. I'm drawing a blank on her name right now. A Republican from like Georgia. They're trying to compare her to like a Neanderthal.
Yeah.
What was it, Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yeah, something like that. I think that's. I think she's from Georgia.
So this is like how, like, basically evil, the pure evil, the left wing can be when using science. They'll use it to actually dehumanize the other, simply just based off appearance. They don't need any data or science or experimentation. They just say, "Hey, look at this person. They're not human."
So let's play the let's pretend game a moment here. Let's just pretend there was a race of green people who showed up, some kind of Martians that come from Mars or planet Vulcan or something like that. I don't know. And you had one side that hated the green people, and then you had the other side saying, well, wait a minute, they're humans too. But really, though, you didn't hate the green people, you just hated the other side. But you knew the other side had compassion, and the other side cared about the green people. So now what you get to do is dehumanize a whole class of green people simply because you hate your opponent. And you know that you can weaken the base of the opponent by saying that they are, green phobic or whatever. And even though it's really you who hates the green people. And my point being that I think that's what you find, because I think you would find the quote-unquote opponent are religious people who would say that, oh, well, racism and hatred of people because of quantifiable characteristics, or I should say quantifiable demographics, is just flat out wrong. And so you have the left wing doing just that. You have them doing, you have them doing exactly that, and it's just to tear down the other side. It's not to. It has nothing to do with improving anybody or anything else. It's just to, like you say, dehumanize and and just break apart the other side. And that's what's sad about it is they will, and they have, and they had. That's just lather, rinse, and repeat.
It's because they have an agenda attached to that worldview. So what they're doing is they're grasping at straws, or they're trying to come up with something they can use to advance the agenda, which is really anti-science to begin with.
100%.
Their goal is to destroy what they. This is why they tell you science doesn't prove things, because they want a world where everything is so subjective that people just get to make up what they want it to be for whatever agenda they're pushing at the time.
%150%, my friend. I mean, you couldn't have summarized that any better. That's, I'll give you an example that we ought to call a tale of two elections. Is the election in 2020, which a lot of people don't realize that actually came down to Tennessee, and the environmentalist friendly candidate has a big mine. I think it's a copper mine. A Google search would correct me on that, I'm sure. And they and I forget just how much pollution was being put out. And of course, being the environmentally friendly candidate, a lot of that got sanitized, and he ultimately was very successful at sweeping it under the rug, all in the name of science. And that just happens far too often. The PFOAs, everything else. But anyway, I'm kind of rambling at this point.
Yeah,
Somebody's got to have something a little more on topic.
No, election stuff is okay. We just can't go into election fraud.
Oh yeah. No,
That's
I'm not.
one of those TOS topics.
No, I'm not really. No, I'm talking. And I don't even care about the politics part of it so much. I'm more interested in the science issue. But literally, I'm rambling. So if you got something a little more on topic, feel free to.
How about the Skyliner, Boeing Skyliner delayed again? So
Yeah,
it was supposed to launch today. Now it's kicked to June 1st.
Yeah. Did they have some more doors fall off or something?
No, a helium leak that was a problem. The helium leak was a problem. Now they can't track where the helium leak is coming from, so now it's not a problem. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
And that was a joke, by the way, because since their doors flying off some of their planes.
Yeah.
Helium leak sounds like a joke too.
Yeah, unfortunately, the best jokes you can't make up.
Helium leak.
Yeah, it will not. Supposedly, it won't worsen after the flight. So now that they'll launch on June 1st instead. If it wasn't a safety concern, how come they launched like a week ago when they first detected the helium leak? Why was it kicked? Why was it delayed? People, that was interesting too. The globalists, all these globalists out there who got their high score on Kerbal. I was going to bring this up when the eggshells was here earlier, but he got away. Well, he had to leave. Other people were talking to him, so I just kind of took a back seat. But he's always talking about his Kerbal space program score. I'm like, has Boeing reached out to you? Like, did you tell them how high of a score you got on Kerbal? Maybe you can help them with their helium leak.
What the hell is that? Kerbal or whatever you said.
Yeah, it's supposedly like a simulator. If you talk to the globalists, they'll tell you it's literally rocket science.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's actually like this is the same as launching rockets and stuff.
Yeah.
They said that this program, this Kerbal space program, is used by NASA to train rocket scientists.
Wow. Wow. I mean, think about it. And all you have to do is buy a subscription to it too, and you can feel like you might one day be a rocket scientist as well.
Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, it's a free-to-play game that has like microtransactions. Like if you upgrade, you'll spend $5 to upgrade your rocket quicker or something like that.
I was just entirely being sarcastic. No, I had no idea that, like I said, because I obviously don't know anything about it. I was just being sarcastic, not sincere.
Yeah, you
when we say
no, it's all yours.
No, just saying it's funny how they got this terminology rocket scientists. I mean, what's sciencey about rockets?
Yeah, it's like engineering.
To do with science.
They're trying to pretend anything is science and nothing is science at the same time.
Yeah, it's just engineering, like you say, design and engineering.
It's weapons. Yeah, these are weapons.
I would just rather call them space cadets.
Yeah, that's a good
Or
one
space
too.
cowboys. Hey,
Space cadet.
cowboy.
Space cadet was an insult for people who got like their head in the clouds and they're not thinking at the really is level. So the people at NASA have a lot of space cadets.
Kerbal doesn't simulate gravity, does it?
Yeah, apparently you can get some installer pack that someone made that it does.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I'm reading here that it only does one body at a time, and it doesn't actually simulate a gravitational attraction. Yep. So you can't model like 3 bodies. Can't model Lagrange points.
Yeah, when I looked at it like I don't know if you guys remember a video game called Spore. My girlfriend's kid loved it. It just looks like Spore, but like just a bunch of weird like math behind some of the stuff they do. That's hidden from from the people from operator side.
You know, I remember that Mythbusters episode where they were trying to bust the myth that the United States never went to the moon, and they went
that
through.
They went to the moon.
So they didn't prove that we were going to the moon. They just were proving that
they didn't not go.
They didn't not go. Right. Uh-huh.
What a fucking hot mess that. Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah. It's kind of but anyway, in there they talk about they had all this moon dust, how they were going to prove that the boot print can stay in the moon dust. And so they're going on and on about all this and setting it all up for this. And then finally in the big reveal, they called it moon dust simulant. But I guess by then, the typical viewer had already just had ingrained to them that was moon dust. And just my point being that, like you said, they can't simulate the 3 body problem in this Kerbal or however you say it. And there, it's the same kind of thing. Oh yeah, well we're this, that, and other. We got this moon dust here. Well, and then finally they say, oh yeah, well it's moon simulant. And I'm guessing that episode must have been so bad, that's why the Globies don't try to use it against us.
Yeah, they did the whole bouncy, like a baby bouncer that you put in the doorway.
I'm having terrible flashbacks of trying to run Microsoft Space Simulator in like 1995 on my 486. And it was operating at about 10 frames a second.
And that was like the coolest shit ever.
It was. It really was. It was like, oh my gosh. Like, so Microsoft Space Simulator starts you off as like, I think you're in a space shuttle and you're trying to dock with a space station from 2001, Space Odyssey. So it's supposed to be what now? Simulating real life or simulating a movie?
Yeah, looks like a movie then, huh?
Yeah, so your first experience is trying to match the rotation of that space station and propel yourself forward and not crash into the outside of it. A wonderful demonstration of Coriolis, right? The Coriolis effect. I wonder if they should build a simulator for that in pilots. Pilots taking off from the north and flying south.
Yeah, I got some globies all upset the other day, by the way. This is a bit of a ramble, but they were talking about something or another. I think it might have been in politics and religion. I don't remember which server for sure, but I then asked if the moon is or the sun is below Australia. And one globie tried giving me a tongue lashing saying, oh, this is your Western-centric view of the world to say that they're upside down.
Yeah, that's right. That was politics and religion. I was there for that.
You know,
that's
like
nuts.
And then so I said to him, which shut him up, I'm like, well, show me a globe that has anything other than the North Pole at the top there and Australia at the bottom. And he kind of shut up after that. Well, I mean,
Northern supremacy.
Yeah, it was pretty funny too. I got him with that joke. I'm like, "Are you sure it's under there?" He's like,
oh yeah, you're right.
He's like, "What are you talking about?" I go, "Is it under there or is it not under there?" He's like, "Under where?"
Right.
So I randomly stumbled upon some like black Muslim, black Islamic site where they're talking about Earth and old maps from like Muslim sailors back in the day. And they were talking about this, saying that, hey, we think maps have been turned upside down. And the South is really the North this whole time. I'm dead serious.
So much of this stuff you just can't make up. I mean, how could you make that up?
I know. So they took like a Mercator map and they flipped it upside down, and they're like, they're pulling like verses from the Quran and stuff. I'm like, oh geez, this is funny and cringe.
Yeah. Yeah, I a number of years ago, I definitely remember seeing all this stuff of like like various kinds of things about how Islam did this and that and the other. And then do just the slightest bit of digging and come to find out that none of it had anything to do with Islam.
Oh yeah.
And
it was all Byzantine. It was all Eastern Orthodox.
100%, yeah.
And so like the Renaissance that happened just coincided with the fall of Byzantium, right? So you had all the world's most brilliant minds scattering into Europe at the same time the Renaissance starts. Yeah, it's no surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting crazy out there.
Good job.
It's just getting
yeah,
crazy.
So have you heard about like the throne room of the emperor? In the 900s to 1000, the Christian emperor in Constantinople had a throne room that had mechanical animals and servants pouring wine and
I've
doing
heard
this
that.
entire display. Yep, it's amazing. And there's some artifacts that they recovered from this. It's bonkers. They had like androids. And
Yeah,
this was over 1,000 years ago.
yeah, and of course the mechanical Turk. There was allegations, of course, that the mechanical Turk had somebody underneath of it, and I'm sure that there were plenty of those made over the centuries that did. But I've always had the subjective suspicion that
Oh, yeah.
the mechanical Turk was actually once upon a time, a mechanical computer of some sort that had a like you say, like a some kind of armor or something that's how you interacted with it or something. And so I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly where the mechanical Turk come from. Was one of those androids pouring wine or whatever.
Yeah. And is it not a coincidence too that Christopher Columbus went to the Ottoman Emperor to get maps from the Byzantine era?
Yeah.
So he gets these old maps that have the Antarctic coastline surveyed.
Yeah.
Lord only knows how old those maps were.
Yeah, there was some globetard around maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, who was trying to ask why it is that us flat earthers trust map makers on the shape of the continents, but we don't trust them on the where those continents are located. And then the question become, well, okay, well, how come we have the same shape of these continents from long before there was ever any kind of satellite map? Or, I'm sorry, supposed satellite map. Supposed satellite images, supposedly. How come these basic shapes haven't changed for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years? And I couldn't get him to listen long enough, but the point being that though we may know the basic outlines of the continent, of, say, a buddy of mine who is a cartographer, he works for a county in Florida, and that's exactly what he does. And as far as with GIS and mapping, and him and I've had great lengths of conversations of how Florida is nothing like it. Well, I shouldn't say nothing. That's a little too. That's a little aggressive in my comment, but the shape of Florida is different from what's portrayed on the maps because Florida is a lot longer than what the maps of North America would show. So if you had that, or I should say the United States, so if you had that and you didn't have details of Mexico, you would end up wasting a whole lot of paper to show it to scale. So every time somebody draws a map of the United States, they have to twist and contort. And I can show where I live. I am 2 states north of Tennessee. And when we cross the line from North Carolina into Tennessee, we're actually closer to where I live than we are to Memphis, Tennessee. And you look at it on the map, and it doesn't appear to me like that. And I know I'm kind of rambling a bit, guys, but in all seriousness, the sincere question I raise is, what did the people from the Byzantium period know?
Yeah. And it's interesting to look at how the Western Christian Empire has done everything they could to denigrate and destroy and alter their history in the East. So there are things we may never know and uncover today. but there are things that have been preserved culturally that dispute the Western version of history, particularly in the Dark Ages.
The Earth is round.
So in the Eastern Church, there's the Synaxis, which is a timeline of lives of saints and martyrs, and the dates and stories and everything are all very interesting. I'll just leave it there. There's a big discussion to be had about it.
Yeah, we'll pick that up. There's somebody in here, I think, trying to nudge us on our elbow to bring us back to the topic who said the Earth is round. Please join in, my friend. Welcome aboard. Well, maybe I was hearing things or they've already jumped out.
No, I think somebody was. But the other thing, we was talking about celestial navigation earlier. The other thing is, you're requiring the, according to the globe model, the sun is only directly overhead twice a year. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I had to think about it because I was taking me a second to reset in my mind. And yes, that guy was saying earlier that that was the definition of the now
What
I
I'm
don't
trying to
know.
get to is when you're using the when you're using the sun to get in the when you're directly beneath. Sorry, I've just got a call coming. Sorry.
But anyway, Crit, do you have any thought on the Baghdad battery while he takes his phone call?
One more time. Sorry, I had my headset off. I heard.
No worries, no worries. Do you have any thought on the Baghdad battery?
Yeah, I mean, I've looked into that, and like, it's interesting, but it's kind of like with the biggest thing I have, my biggest knock for it, is that no one's been able to reproduce it, but also no one's been able to reproduce Greek fire either. So it's kind of like, what if there's some missing element or missing technology or manufacturing process that is being left out? Like, so I'm pretty open to it. It seems like there are a lot of there's somehow there was sort of renewable resource that they had back then. Portable renewable resource.
Yeah, I don't. I take a little slightly different tack, but I think you might agree with me ultimately. But I think that there was probably found a Baghdad battery, but that's probably not what's exactly been shown to us. That there likely could be sufficient reason to be interesting to see if there's been advancements in battery technology that might trace to the Baghdad battery. And so if some university was studying the Baghdad battery, instead of releasing the particulars of it, they may just try turning things that they found from it into various patents. So that's the thing that I kind of wonder, and that's been kind of in my mind to look up, is to look up the history of battery patents and see if there's any that kind of correspond to 3, 4, maybe 5 years after the Baghdad battery was found.
Oh yeah, that's a good point too. Like, what if they know how it works? They're just purposely messing it up. So it's not renewable. It's not like something that's unlimited, power, or not unlimited, but much better than what is around today. Like kind of what they did with the light bulb, or planned obsolescence. They'll want someone to have a battery where it's just going to work.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'd say that maybe it's very likely that it works, and I've often wondered what the intention of the electric cars are, because I can't imagine that electric cars will ever be practical, but there's probably technology and stuff that comes from it that's very practical. But yeah, I don't know exactly that I would consider myself, say, a conspiracy theorist. Uh, though I'm sure I certainly hold some conspiracy theories. But I would say that there are practical, maybe not popular, but there's practical reasons why archaeologists and universities might not reveal, exactly the things they found. And for instance, universities have a lot of money that they can make off of research and development and patents, and so they can spend a few $1,000s for an archaeologist to find something, and then they can study it and make millions off of it.
Earth is not flat.
Look here, if the Earth was flat, then how's the Earth round, nigger?
Where'd everybody go? Looks like Brenda's back.
Hey there, Brenda. How you doing?
I'm okay. Fixing breakfast.
It's kind of late, huh?
Did Brenda leave us already? You would think it was a holiday weekend or something with the traffic around here.
Oh yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. Vicky, did you say hello?
I thought that was geeks for a second. I'm like, how did you get back in here?
It's the real flat earther, dog.
anybody still around? Or everybody take off?
Yo, busy.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I took off for a while and just back myself.
Did I just miss a meltdown?
No, you missed nothing, my friend.
Is Bill Murray still alive?
Wait, so this is the flat Earth room, right?
Yep, it is. Good morning if you're on the East Coast.
Good morning. So, wait, you guys like for real think that the Earth is flat?
Yep, we have. We've established that it is true, and you don't have any evidence it's a globe.
What's that rain? What? Then how come the globe is a globe then? For how come that is?
Oh, because the globe was created for a navigational device out of convenience to combine the celestial sphere and add land masses to it. People ended up believing that this is how the Earth really is.
Huh? What about like the moon and all that?
Yeah, those have been tracked. Their paths have been known for thousands of years. You can have a geocentric or heliocentric conversion between the two kinds of cosmologies. It's mathematically equivalent.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was it, I guess. That's just what he wanted to ask. Is this for real, and why do you think so? And he left.
And hey, all this looks like a job for Dead Air Day. We have any empirical evidence of the spinning ball that everybody thinks that they're standing on or sitting on right now. Anybody here besides the guy hot micing? Bizzle, are you talking? No Bizzle. Alrighty then. If you stumbled across this channel, very unlikely, but whatever. If you're listening to me talk right now, you think the Earth in its entirety is a ball that exists in a vacuum of space in various motions. Please have honest discussion about this. Let's talk about it. Not our fault. It's not a globe. There's no empirical verification of this. So that's the Dead Air Dave summary of why we're all sitting around in here. Everybody, and I'll shut up now. Next person talks or doesn't, that's what's going to happen. If anybody can hear me, can somebody mute Busy? He's hot mic and he's not talking. Busy or Bizzle. We've got a form here for anyone with empirical evidence. Empirical evidence of the globe model taught to be a fact, not. All right, I guess nobody's listening. Everybody have to go.
Listening but can't talk.
Fair enough. Thanks for at least acknowledging my voice. All right, usually don't do this, but I'll go ahead and do it since they type it. Started on the planet. I think it's a planet. I try to enjoy my environment every day. Responding. Starlight. Sarcasm, or you actually think you're on a ball. You think the Earth is a ball. People still think, but it's still hot. I can't get a response out of the text. I truly am dead every day. Pretend to know answers. I got lots of questions. There's questions that can't be answered instead of answers that cannot be questioned. Somebody famous said that. So, back to silence, or maybe the next person talking.
I heard somebody log in.
Who goes there? Feel free to speak if you'd like.
Maybe that guy is just hot micing the busy bangers. His thing just keeps going.
And I requested a mute. I can't do it. I've tried to talk to him. He's just doing weird hot micing.
Yeah, I got him muted. I muted him a few hours ago for the same stuff. I'm muting him again.
Thanks.
Did you guys watch? Did you guys watch Nathan Oakley's YouTube you just posted?
No, what is it of?
I think he was in here on Friday, and he just
Oh
has
yeah,
he destroyed these guys. It was funny.
yeah. They the only thing they could come back with was tone policing.
Yeah, but it still doesn't take away. I love how he pointed out, because I say this too. How I think it was Jekyll. He responded to Nathan saying, "Okay, so you say this," and then Nathan's like, "No, that don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that." But I like how Nathan addressed, like, he went on a rant, but he goes, "You want to say I said something and then reply to the thing that I didn't say for your argument." I was like, dude, that's spot on, right? Because they always do that. They always fucking do that. It's like a tactic.
You know, apocryphon, people that are trying to defend something that doesn't exist in reality, they're pretty predictable, aren't they?
Yeah. Especially nowadays. We've been seeing him for so long do it. But yeah, it was a good comment, good video he posted. Schooling the Globers.
I just don't understand the guys unless I'm not saying I know who's getting paid, but unless you're actually getting it's your job. Defending the globe is like one of the stupidest things you can do at this point. It's my opinion. But you guys know.
Yeah, well, like yesterday, I want to say they were probably in here from morning to night. You had Trigonometry, Bacon, Scott, and Jekyll, and it's like between those four guys, they do damage control in this room, and that's all they do. They constantly try to discredit people. They try to belittle people as they are, you know, uh, bringing up the in the arguments. They are bringing up things in agreement, like almost like a concert. Them four, and they're all like piggybacking off of each other and just saying, "Oh yeah. See, we know how it is. We know the truth, and we know it's." But it's like it's like a tainting, bro. It's like I feel like I had to take a shower after, getting out of the off the call, because just those four individuals when they're together, it's disgusting, man. Their tactics.
Yeah, they'll throw as many individuals as it takes to undermine the credibility of the speaker. The whole idea is to find somebody that knows more than a flat earther does about a topic.
Yeah. And
have them debate a derivative topic and diminish their credibility on a derivative topic.
And also, they love to stay in the sky and talk about everything but the actual surface of the physical Earth that we're trying to talk about. Go ahead, go.
Yeah. They love to stay in their model that's mathematical and regurgitate the lies, using lies to prove the lies, and then they run victory laps and high five each other in a circle jerk, and they do damage control all day. And it makes sense because just before them, Nathan Oakley was in the room and served all of the Globers, just smacking them all down one by one. Like one stepped up, bam. Another stepped up, bam. Like just intellectually superior, as he calls it. And it goes to show, like, a lot of these guys, when you when you argue with them, the point that you're trying to make, obviously they try to like derail it. They try to say things, ask you things, or say you're saying this that you didn't say, and then they focus on those things. Well, they have to do that because they have to take away from the point you're making, because they are wrong on that point, but they will not admit it. It's just a dance, I guess, that's been going on for years.
Yeah, like if you bring up gas pressure arguments, and your whole point is to basically show how the claim of an infinite outer space expanding vacuum is an entropy violation, that may be your point. Well, they'll bring in some guy who's like a vacuum physicist for the globe, and he's going to ask the flat earther questions, specific questions on like kinetic and thermal theory of gas behavior. If the flat earther doesn't know, then the glober guy, he gets to show the audience that the flat earther doesn't know. Therefore, everything he's saying about the nature of Earth is not to be believed either.
Right.
Hi guys. Thing is with me though now, and I've been going on Nathan's show for some time with them guys, and we've all agreed that it's going to be, you know, we're just going to be talking about how the Earth's measured flat, and we're not going to be prancing around. And that's really where I am with it now. You know, I don't want to talk about gravity and gas pressure. I can do, but as soon as it comes up, I bring it back down to, you know, your presumption of gas pressure living on a ball. You're going to need a ball for that, and it's not measured as a ball; it's measured flat. And I'm just using elevation, angles, latitude, lines from to Polaris and the equator, and that's all I need to do.
Yeah, the fewest and simplest, most refined arguments work the best.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Now, but some people in this platform aren't liking that. There's some mods who are sort of criticising me a little bit that when they start asking questions about, I just cut them off. I don't want to talk about gravity and gas pressure and and movements of lights in the skies. All I'm dealing with is how Earth is measured flat, and I can demonstrate that, and I can explain how it's done, and that's what we're here for. And
Yep,
that's
that's
what
right.
Nathan and the team, and that's what we've decided to do on FED some months ago. And Nathan's doing it great.
I like it.
And that's what I'm doing.
I think it shows maturity of a topic and your level of knowledge on it. If you can simplify things down to the basics and screw the minds of advanced people in their fields with simple arguments. And I think that's what he's done.
Yeah, some people also don't like it, and I've been guilty of this. Some people like getting into the wrangle-dangle of Newtonian and Einsteinian space-time bending in a fourth dimension, and they like all that conversation that goes with it, and you can just waste hours and hours talking about it, but the Earth's measured flat, and we all know that. Then we can explain how it's been done, latitude lines, the elevation angles using the sea sextant, sea level, horizon level, 90-degree angles, the surface of Earth, navigation, and you can just keep on that topic. You don't like it, you hate it, you keep on that topic.
Yep,
So
it's a good one. These other topics I think are good. They're edifying only if both sides really know what they're talking about. Otherwise, you're listening to some dork who's defending Star Wars against some other dork who's defending Star Trek, and they're just arguing their science fiction fantasy versions of how the universe works with each other, and that's a waste of time.
Well, I've been in here most of the day on and off, and I spent a good hour with T-Dub talking to some guy, I forget his name now, about that elevation angle and explaining horizontal and 90-degree angles, and he understood what we were saying, but he wasn't absorbing it, or he didn't want to admit we were correct. So we went over how the Earth's measured flat and using these techniques, and then I jumped off for 10 minutes. I came back in, and there he is. The guy's talking about Earth spin and how the Earth spins. Now we've already been through it with over an hour how it's measured flat. Now he's talking about the axis and the Earth spinning on its axis. Now we've already explained it's not a ball and we can measure it physically flat, but he's talking about a spinning ball now.
I've been party to those same discussions. It's frustrating. Yeah, if it's not a ball, it's not a rotating ball.
But some of the guys in the room was talking about it with him. I said, guys, I've just spent an hour with this guy explaining how it's measured flat, and everyone's now talking about axes and Earth spin. Why are we doing that?
Yeah,
Earth's flat and it's measured like that.
Yeah, that's why a lot of times when the argument starts and then they take it down another path, whether it be a flat earther that does it or a glober, but when you start going down this other path and then trying to prove your point somewhere outside of the fact that everything is just horizontal, it's all XY, and then you start going to something else, I feel like if it's a flat earther doing it, you're discrediting your own argument. If it's a glober doing it, he's trying to divert the conversation to something that
he's diverting it. Yeah, diverting it away from the physical measurement that we're telling him he's done.
Right.
But I mean, Nathan's doing. I was had a laugh with Nathan last week because I'm taking full responsibility for this the Earth is measured flat technique and how we're driving this home because, I don't know, is it 3 years old now? My first flat Earth poem was called The Globe is Flat, and it's measured like that. And here we are, and that's the topic that we're driving home now. The globe is flat, and it's measured like that. So
Right.
I take full responsibility.
Yeah, these you know, sometimes too, like for instance, last night, I was binge watching that. There's a TV show on Apple TV. It's called For All Mankind, all about like an alternative history, if you will, but it's along the lines of like space, landing on the moon, like Russia and America trying to, you know, who's the first one to land on it. Anyways, and as I was watching it, I was remembering, like, man, that's crazy how I used to believe like all the space stuff, and you know, before I I heard somebody else putting the, you know, two to two together and realizing, wait, we were taught that, like, you know, gas pressure is in a container, yet somehow in the indoctrinating of it all, we didn't realize, well then wait, if if it's contained, but we have Earth. Oh, that's right, gravity. So like we just defaulted to like this bullshit falsehood, which made what we were being taught make sense. But then now that we're, you know, now that we were either shown or told or you heard it or you saw it, whatever, but finally it clicked, then like how can how can we go, how can anyone believe that? Now that's our position, right? Like, whoa, how are we so like fooled and tricked? And then how can we believe that? But watching the show though, it was just like a reminder, like, damn, so many people are still stuck on this though. And it's just kind of weird, like the way it is. It's like nostalgic for me last night.
Can I ask what it is that people are stuck on?
The falsehoods. That's what
Of
of reality, compared to what we're being told is reality. Like for instance, um, just as Nathan was talking about it yesterday, all these different lectures, you know, MIT and all other, you know, elite universities, they teach their students about uh, pressure, gas pressure,
yeah, yeah, they do.
and and then and then it's just interesting that how how do we correlate? Okay, so they show a box in the gas container, and then all of a sudden, but the Earth doesn't have one. Like there's no container
Yeah.
for gas. But if you just throw out gravity, then that's kind of the point. That's what we're talking about right now. But go ahead, Brendan.
Right. So those lectures don't refute what I said, which is that the second law doesn't contain any reference to gravity. What those professors were doing was applying the second law to a system which consisted of gas and a container and another container that has a vacuum, or else they're applying it to a system of a cylinder and a piston, right? So that was an application of the second law. The second law itself doesn't say anything about gases.
Well, the main point here though is, in reality we have this said pressure because of containment. That
No,
is just
that's
that is just
nowhere.
a given.
No, that's false. That's false.
Okay, 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 okay.
There is
So
no
then that
there
so
is
then that's
no
where the argument lays. Then that's
right.
where
So
the
there
argument lands. Okay, go ahead.
right. So there is no in science. There is no law that states that in order to have pressure you must have a container. No law says that. PV equals nRT doesn't say anything about a container.
What are your thoughts on V?
Um, volume can exist without a container.
You need to define it though, right?
Volume is just length, width, and breadth.
Yeah, so in this case, it's the available space for the gas to move.
No, PV equals nRT doesn't say anything about available space.
That's what volume is.
It just says volume. And
Yeah, that's what volume is. Define volume.
Volume equals length, width, and breadth.
Width is a, oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
you got a space there, nice little box that's available.
Right. It's not a box.
The gas goes in it.
A volume isn't a box. It's a measure. It's a measurement.
Fine. It's more like a sphere, right? Because gas expands equally.
It's not a sphere either.
We agree.
Well, gas expands equally in a vacuum, so it would take an average shape of a sphere.
No, gas doesn't expand equally in a vacuum. There's no law that says that gas expands equally in all directions. No such law.
Okay.
Let me read you the definition of volume in the correct context of what we are talking about. Because the first one is talking about books, right? Like a volume, a series. But the second one is the amount of space that a substance or object occupies, or that is enclosed within a container, especially when great.
Notice that word or?
Or.
Notice that word or. That's an exclusive or. That's an exclusive or.
Exactly. No, I get that.
It's right.
But,
so it's just volume. It's just volume, right? So what I said was length, width, and breadth.
That occupies space, right? That occupies the space, right?
That's what space is a measurement of X, Y, and Z.
So X, Y, Z. Let's see. Okay, you just created a plane Earth. Got it. But here's the point, though. When you have an X, Y, Z in the same breath, Brenda, you don't realize that what you just stated was our whole position. And I thank you, Brenda, for that.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
That's not true.
X, Y, Z. Hold on, Brenda. X, Y, Z. There's no curve to an X, Y, Z. Yeah, I know you can't get this, but it's kind of like, let me set it up.
Of course, there can be.
Let me set up this way. If you have a checkerboard, you're going to have an infinite checkerboard in all directions, just like everywhere you look, a checkerboard. The only time you're going to have a curve is when you're going to have distance over height or depth. And then you can plot that on an XY grid system to go lower than the horizontal and then higher than the horizontal. But either way,
what are you talking about?
No, it's a planar Earth. That's what I'm talking about.
But we're talking about the volume of a gas. We're not talking about planar.
Exactly. So on the volume of gas.
What do you mean exactly?
So the volume of gas, you just said yourself, you have a height, a width, and length. And that is creating for you an area that clearly would be a contained area. That's what's going to give you volume. When you put a wall, let me
clarify for you. Apocryphon.
Okay, go ahead.
Volume is just a description.
Okay.
It's a concept. It's conceptual. You can have out in the middle of outer space, you can define a volume. X, Y, and Z out in the middle and no containers around. You can define a volume.
So how many horizontal flat areas do you have in the middle of space? This is kind of what's weird about a lot of globers.
You can just define it arbitrary. It's arbitrary. You can start at any point and define a volume.
Okay, so imagine this, Brenda. Right, you're going to build something. Okay, and then you say, all right, we're going to have a width, a length, and a height. What are you going to put up, even conceptually? What are you going to put up to create that area? It's kind of rhetorical because I'm going to say, I would say walls, maybe, and you can make those walls out of whatever you want to. But what we're giving is a volume, right? Or we're creating a space to then measure volume. But we have to put these perimeters up because that's how we're going to get our volume. So that way we know how much to measure. Yes,
the concept comes first.
Can I ask a question? Just regarding the gas pressure and gas behavior, has this got any relationship to what the shape of the Earth would be?
Not at all. We're not even there yet.
Oh, it relates to Nathan Oakley's claim that you can't have gas pressure without a volume, and that's false. I mean,
That's not what he
I'm
said.
sorry, I misquoted him. You can't have gas pressure without a container, and that's false. And the way that I was refuting that
By
was by
definition.
pointing out that the second law of thermodynamics says nothing about containers, and PV equals nRT says nothing about containment.
The second law relies on making a distinguish to distinguish a difference between open, closed, and isolated systems. So that does necessitate forms of containment.
Okay, this is crazy.
No.
Like, I'm just gonna post.
Yeah, you got like isolated systems and open systems.
Yeah, the only
got closed.
the only isolated system is the universe. The
Brenda,
Earth is an open system.
Brenda, can you
The
do
Earth
me a
is
favor?
open.
That's a claim.
Brenda, can you do me a favor? I posted a photo. Can you read that, please? Literally, just read that. Let's just. I hear what you're saying, Brenda, but I feel like you're speaking from a biased falsehood that you have to believe what you're saying. But let's just ask the world of what we are even taught in schools. It's so amazing. We are taught one thing, which is what you can read right now in the chat. We're taught that, but in the same breath, you then come back and say, but pressure doesn't need a container. What? Stop pissing on our leg and telling us it's raining. Go ahead, please read that for us. Out loud.
Gas pressure is the force exerted by gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of their container. If the volume and temperature of a container of gas are held in constant, an increase in the number of gas particles will result in an increase in pressure and vice versa. Yeah, that doesn't refute anything I've said.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna mute myself and just I'll just listen. Maybe I'm hearing a whole different conversation. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, well,
Right.
I mean, as you was doing that, I just sort of looked at gas pressure definition, and gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of their container.
Right. Can you have gas pressure in the middle of a container?
Well, it will be in the container, but it will be spread out all around the container, pressing against the walls of it.
So if I have a canister of compressed gas, is there?
I am a gas engineer, by the way.
No, you're not. So
I'm a
no, you're not.
I'm
You're
a
not.
refrigeration engineer. Yes, I am.
Right. You might have a. Never mind. This is a side issue.
Anyway, yeah.
The point is, can you have gas pressure in the middle of you have a canister of compressed gas? Is there gas pressure in the center of that canister? Like I say, 1 centimeter cube, does it have pressure?
Well, to have the pressure, you'd have to be pressing against the walls of the container. That's what we've just read out to you.
Right. So can you answer the question, please?
I have answered the question.
No, you didn't.
Well, gas will be in the middle. Well, gas will be in the middle. It'll be filling the container.
No, I'm not talking about filling the container. I'm talking about restricting to just a 1 centimeter cube in the middle of that container. Does it have
I'd say no.
pressure? No gas pressure in the middle of the container?
No.
Yeah, that's just nonsense. And you should turn in your certificate. Right. You're incompetent.
Okay. Well, show me how that happens then.
Right. Because gas pressure is related to PV equals nRT. 1 cubic centimeter. It will depend on the pressure of that cubic. Yeah.
So it's in a cube?
No, it's a gas cylinder.
So it's not a cube then?
No, I'm talking about a cubic centimeter in the middle of the gas cylinder. Is that a hard concept for you to understand?
No, it's just that you use cube and cylinder in the same sentence. I'm trying to picture what you're thinking about.
That was confusing to you, right? So
no, not really, no.
No, then what's the problem?
I haven't got a problem.
Right. So then what? I can define a volume in the center of a sphere or a cylinder or another cube, and
you can say you've got gas pressure in a container, not pressure on the walls. So how are you going to prove that?
PV equals nRT. That's how.
That's just how are you going to prove it? That's just a
I just
name
did.
letters.
I just did.
So,
I would measure. Well, I would measure it, right? So PV equals nRT. The V refers to a volume. It doesn't refer to a container. It refers to a volume. And I've defined the volume as being a cubic center in the center of a cylinder of compressed gas. And that volume has pressure, contrary to what you just said, which is it doesn't have pressure. You're wrong.
Yeah, inside the container, Brenda. Right?
Right. Well, he said there was no pressure on the inside of a container if it's not pressing against the wall.
So every time that you're giving us an example, it's a container, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right. That doesn't prove your claim. That's just a
you just told us all the question that we asked is, can you have gas pressure without a container? And now you're using a container again. Show me gas pressure without a container.
Right. Without a container, right? Without a container, the
just
volume.
To go over volume, Brenda, just to go over the volume.
He asked me a question. I'm trying to answer him, which is that the volume, the cubic centimeter inside the container of gas isn't contained.
Yeah, just go ahead and demonstrate that for me.
Yeah, you can measure that. You can measure that cubic centimeter in the center of compressed gas. Right.
How do you do it? How do you do it?
Compressed gas inside of what?
Inside of a cylinder. Yeah.
Okay, so a container again.
Right.
Yeah. So we're in the container.
Yeah.
How are you measuring it? How are you measuring the gas that's not pressing on the walls?
Whatever method is appropriate for measuring that.
Well, what did you use? What you saying?
This is all a thought experiment to demonstrate that you don't know what you're talking about, right?
Hey,
you think that there's no pressure inside of the middle of a cylinder, right?
No, there is, but if the pressure's pressing on the walls. Yeah,
no,
I know. Yeah,
pressure.
Listen, remember, I'm a gas engineer.
No, you're not. You're not. You have a certificate in HVAC. That's all you have.
When you said volume, it's the amount of space that a substance or object occupies, or that is enclosed in a container. Now, you're saying that, yes, the pressure is in the container, but it's not necessarily pressing on the walls of the container. That's your argument, is it?
Right. The cubic centimeter, the gas.
I'm not finished. I'll let you speak, Brenda. Come on, B. I'll let you speak. So I'm just going to get a grip of it. So you've got a container, you've got some gas particles in the container, but they're just in the middle of the container. They're not pressing on the walls, and that is pressure, you're saying. Now,
yes,
I can understand what you say. Yeah. So how do we go about doing that as an example to a school children in a classroom, in a science class?
Well, school children can understand this.
Because
you can't,
Brenda,
children
can get glass. You know, you can get see-through glass particles of containers, don't you?
You can't see the gas, though.
Well, you can get color to add to the gas.
But that's not the gas.
Yeah, but the color will latch onto the gas. So how do you demonstrate what you're saying? Is what I want to know.
What I pointed out is that there is no requirement for a container for you to have pressure.
Well, we've already defined that, and that's not the case in the definitions.
No. You were wrong, and I proved that you were wrong. You just refused to accept it.
No, you didn't prove it. You're just saying words.
Yes, I did.
You're just saying words. No,
that's how you prove things, is with words. I just did.
Well, no, you don't prove things with words, Brenda. That's incorrect.
You do. Yeah, that's logic. That's logic proves things.
I could tell you red is really blue. That's words, but it's not true. And do you see how that rhymed? And I'm a poet.
Because it's logically fallacious. That's why. I'm not talking about poetry. Physics isn't poetry.
Well, if I want to rhyme about gas, yeah,
that's fine.
In a container, right? And I'm going to tell you about your ignorance behavior and show people how you are wrong. That. And I will chime the gong when you're wrong.
That's fine.
See all that rhymed? Yeah, that's great.
That's fine. None of that is relevant to what I said, which is there is no law which states that you can't have pressure without a container, and you failed to prove that, right?
When you say
If you
law,
put in
do you mean natural law? Do you mean natural law?
I mean a scientific law.
So what is a scientific law?
A
Name one.
scientific law is an observation, and we make an inference from observation, right? That these things happen consistently.
So what's
Right?
scientific about the observation?
What do you mean?
Well, you said it's a scientific observation.
You make repeated so laws like, say, electrical laws are made by repeated observations of the behavior of electromagnetism or something like that. You're making an inference based on observations.
So I'm interested to see the demonstration of a cluster of gas within a container not pressing on the walls, and you can read what pressure it is. I want to know how you can get how do you get the pressure reading? How do you get?
Well, don't let him do that, Brenda. I need you to go ahead and put a citation in the side chat. Scientific laws and observation making inferences.
Why?
Because that's you said the scientific law is this. So I want to see a citation to back up your claim. You prove things with words, right?
Well, when I say that, what I mean is logic.
What I mean is go ahead and cite that. Don't make it up on the spot.
Come on, B. Come on, B. You can do it. When you're being cute. Oh, it's all going to be quiet in here. I think Brenda's run away. She must be going to get the demonstration.
It takes time, dude. Just relax.
Sorry.
You can
B.
Chat.
Sorry, B.
Talk amongst yourself.
Yeah. So, So anyway, this gas pressure conversation is really good, but we all know the Earth's measured flat, don't we? You know, celestial navigation is proof of that. See how I'm rhyming that again? And we all know the globe is flat. It's measured like that. And the globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that because they measured angles using sticks and shadows. The globe must be flat for horizontal shadows. Al-Biruni knew the globe was flat. He measured the height of a mountain like that. And when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the ocean seemed very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one single use of a curve. See, I'm a poet, Brenda. And you don't know it.
That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't matter. We're not talking about poetry.
I am. And I'm poeting about how Earth's measured flat.
That's fine. That doesn't mean anything.
Fine.
I'm talking about. I posted.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't want to. I know you
want.
wasn't. Oh, let's have a look at this then. Let's have a look. What the gen.
It says here, scientific laws or laws of science are statements based on repeated experiments or observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomenon. There you go.
Wikipedia.
Well, I didn't actually go to Wikipedia. I just Googled it and pulled up the first response. Yeah. There you go.
Can't people write what they... I'm not being funny. It's not a very good source of correct information, Wikipedia. I'll have you know.
Well, you asked for a source.
Well, it's not good enough.
Too bad.
Because I can go into Wikipedia and change some things to my own advantage.
Yeah, too bad. Don't care.
Great. No, that's perfect, Brenda. Thank you for getting that. So I want you to describe. What are we describing here? Pressure in what case? Without a container.
There's no scientific law that states that pressure requires...
No, that's not what I asked for. Is that what I asked? The claim that you made is that you can have gas pressure without a container. Apparently,
No,
containment and volume are
that's
different.
not the claim I made. That's not the claim I
That's
made.
not the, okay, so then show me gas pressure without a container. Otherwise, a
Don't have to.
container is always required. Isn't that right?
The claim I made was that there is no law that states you cannot have pressure without a container.
Yeah, there's no law that says that. Now I want you to demonstrate
Great.
to
Thank
me
you.
that apparently
You're done.
thank you.
Thank
So,
you.
oh, is that all
You're
you wanted
done.
to do? So,
You're
okay,
done.
why am I
You're
done?
done.
Brenda, are we
Because
going to have a
you
conversation or
validly
not? Brenda, are we going to have a conversation or not? So, you can demonstrate for me gas pressure without a container then. Since there's no law that states whatever it is that you think is being stated. Did Nathan say it was a law that a gas pressure needed a container? Did he say it was a law?
He said, I think, yes, he cites PV equals nRT.
No, did he say it was a law?
I don't know if he specifically said law, but he has said.
So are you attacking a straw man that you've created?
Are we having a conversation or what? Let me finish sentences.
Yeah, you're talking right now.
He has said categorically that in order to have pressure, you must have a container.
Okay, so all you need to do is demonstrate that that's not the case in reality.
Atmospheric pressure. Atmospheric pressure is pressure without a container.
No volume there. So there's no volume in atmosphere.
Of course there is.
Oh, so what is that volume? Could you describe that volume for me? How much is it?
How much is what? Yeah. The volume of the entire Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah, give me the measure of that volume that you just told me about.
All right. Again, I just gave you an example of pressure without a container.
Which was?
Atmospheric pressure.
Atmospheric pressure. Okay. So you're saying that there's no container in the atmosphere.
There is nothing, there's no container of the atmosphere, correct?
Okay.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
I don't see one.
Is there another scenario where we could demonstrate this without begging the question?
You don't see gravity, do you?
I'm not begging the question.
When did you see gravity last?
I'm having a conversation with this other person, not with
Sorry,
Chloe.
So there's no container in this pressurized system?
Yes, correct.
So is this the only scenario where a container is not needed? This is the only one?
It doesn't matter. It's sufficient to refute the claim.
Wait a minute. It doesn't matter. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Is this the only time that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container by begging the question that there is no container around the Earth?
I haven't begged the question.
Okay, so is there a container around the Earth or not?
No.
Okay, so in this scenario, you are going to say there's no container, though you couldn't prove one way or the other, and say that this is my example of gas pressure without containment.
Yeah. So all I need to refute a categorical claim is one example to the contrary.
Yeah, but you don't have an example. You're not showing me gas pressure without a container. You're showing me gas pressure and then just saying there's no container, which is not a demonstration.
No, there is no container. I'm not.
Okay, then just go ahead and prove that. Prove that to me.
What do you mean, prove it?
Well, I mean, you're saying categorically there's no container.
Right. There isn't one. Are you claiming that there is a container? What happened? Yeah, something happened. I don't know. They've either silenced me or silenced themselves. I don't know what's going on here. Right. So it appears that they've silenced themselves or something. They're basically babies who can't handle anything.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, I just got back. What I miss? Brenda's gone.
Actually, oh damn! I've just posted in the chat there. Brenda said that you can have gas pressure without a container. So I've gone on Google there. I know it's only Google, but apart from like the YouTubers that have posted stupid links to their channels, every site I've been on, like I said, I posted the pics in chat. Every single one of them can only cite the atmospheric pressure as gas pressure without a container. That's the only thing I can find. Not one of them has any other example apart from atmospheric. So I was just going to come in to tell her that, but if she's buggered off. Yeah. So yeah, all of these like .gov sites and that, yeah, they can only assert atmospheric pressure. There's not any other example of gas pressure without a container.
Yeah. Yeah, Amish and One Deck and Brenda were talking earlier, but I guess they all left.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, she thought she had a gotcha because, like, no one seemed to have anything to go back at her with.
Well, I mean, I mean, give him a definition, and I guess, I mean, think about this, and I don't mean to be mean or I don't mean to be rude, but if you're a dude and you think you're a female, and then I don't think you're too keen on definitions. I'm sorry, bro. So when we're telling you,
Yeah.
when we're telling you that gas pressure has a definition, I can see why Brandon.
Brendum. I mean, anyone who thinks a frigging shoe is a naturally observed phenomenon, come on. You're just not right in the head, are you? A shoe? That was hilarious, that. Has he gone or no?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the flat plane.
What's up? You back to come damage control again?
What? I can't hear what you're saying.
You come back to do some more damage control since you guys got your ass handed to you yesterday?
I wouldn't go that far. Gregory had a major reset event. Like he reset so hard. I have a clip of it I can post. Gregory his brain just shut off and turned back on again.
I believe Crit is loves calling him out when Globers reset.
Yeah, that's Crit's thing. Yeah. It's just Bacon is just a powerful creature.
Well, he's stuck in numbers and models and math and he I guess he forgot that when you're in school, you had a math book and a science book. They were two different classrooms. But in the world we live in today, where they have now made math to be science and then use math to prove science, it's a mixed up world, bro. Like, I don't know if you agree with that, and probably you shouldn't because that goes against your own paradigm. But it's the reality we live in, and it's
I have a
stupid.
question for you then. Are Newton's laws not scientific laws?
Okay.
Just because they're formulated mathematically, does that make them no longer?
Okay. Once again, math is a tool, right? That can be used.
No. It's not just a tool.
No, but it is though. See, hold on. This is the point. That's where the contention lays. I'm saying it's just a tool, and then you're like, no, it's not. Well, that's where the contention lays. That's where we're disagreeing.
Is force not equal to mass times acceleration?
Okay, all those things are an explanation on a paper of what is happening. What is
does it change from
reality?
reality?
But
does it change from reality to real life, or does it change from reality to paper?
Here's the difference. When you have force equals this and it's an equation, you know what ends up happening? You could then introduce a pseudo force, something that isn't a force, and then it could and it could equate, right? It could mathematically make sense, right? But then what happens when you then use this formula to then explain a falsehood? So,
like
what? So something, for instance, mass has a formula that is saying it is only in existence because of gravity, and
that's not true.
Okay. So then, how do you get mass without gravity?
Mass
In your paradigm,
no, mass is independent of gravity, dude. Mass doesn't change.
So okay. So you're telling me that mass? What's the formula for mass?
Mass doesn't have a formula. Well, yes, it does.
What's the
E equals mc squared would be the formula for mass, I guess.
That's not. Oh, that's not.
You're thinking of weight. Weight and mass are different things. Weight is mass times gravity.
Okay. So, can you have one without the other?
Can I have mass without gravity? Yeah.
No. Mass and weight. Can you have one without the other?
I can have mass without weight, but I can't have weight without mass.
Okay. So what mass is this? Because you believe in photons, and
do I believe in photons? That's an odd question,
bruh.
Yeah. Like, for instance, photons.
What do you mean? Do we believe in photons?
Photons. There's a measurement
Dude, you're literally talking to me with photons right now. That's such an absurd question to ask.
Hey, okay. So again, you believe in photons being
I don't
a
believe in photons.
massless thing, yet they could quantify it. What was that? Oh, I'm sorry. You know photons exist because that's what you've been taught and told. This is what is. I get it. That's the world we live in. And you believe that photons are weightless, even though they could be a
No, they're
mass.
massless, not weightless. Stop saying weight.
Oh, they weigh nothing.
Nope.
But they have mass.
Yep, just say massless.
Okay.
I don't like
So
these.
once again, mass that doesn't have weight. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, mass is independent of weight.
Okay. So then in the formula for in your paradigm, when there is a mass attracting mass, that no longer exists?
No, it's not called weight attracts weight.
No.
Like,
mass attracts mass. Is that
yes,
still
and you don't
exists as mass?
understand the difference between weight and mass. What is weight and what is mass?
Does mass have a weight though?
No, mass is independent of weight.
Hold on. The mass that we're talking about.
What is weight? What is weight?
The mass that we're talking about here, that's going to be attracting to each other for your gravity. Does that
mass
mass
has
have
nothing to
weight?
do with gravity. Mass
Okay,
has nothing to do with
let me say
gravity.
it one more time. Let me say it. Maybe I have to say slower. Maybe you guys are a little slow tonight or this morning. Okay, the mass that we're talking about that attracts to another mass, does that have weight to it? Yes or no?
No, I'm not going to say that because mass and weight are different. I want you to quantify what mass is
Okay,
and what weight is.
hold on. Okay, look. Let me say it one more time. I'm gonna go a little slower this time. In the conversation that mass attracts mass, do those two masses have weight?
If without gravity, they don't have. Without gravity, mass is just mass. It's independent of gravity.
Okay, so yes or no question. To be honest, do
I would say I can't answer
We get him to
yes or
define
no.
mass and define gravity and define weight.
Yeah.
Can you define any of them?
Are you that scared of the question? I'm trying to figure it out.
No,
He already answered the
I'm just
question
trying to
for
answer.
you.
I'm just trying to answer it truthfully. I'm trying to actually be completely honest with you here.
Answer it
And
truthfully.
in order to get to a conclusion, we need to know what we're talking about here. Would you agree?
Okay. So okay, in your paradigm, okay, now we know where we're at, right? We all know what we're talking about. In your paradigm, where you said that math is somehow science, in your paradigm, we're talking about formulas. And now we're getting to a formula that has been used to explain in science how mass is attracting mass in your guys' paradigm. Now, my simple question was, do those masses have weight? Yes or no? It's very, very simple.
But it makes no sense. The question itself makes no sense.
Yeah. So what I would say to that is,
wow.
I would actually say no,
I'll
because
tell you what,
hold on, when I'm doing the formula for you,
stupid. I'm just gonna mute myself.
APOC, I'm answering your question. All right, when I'm doing the formula for universal gravitation, I don't include weight. All I do is mass. So I would say no, those objects don't have weight. Actually, if I'm doing universal gravitation, I don't have to care about the weight of the objects. It's just the mass.
Yeah, weight is not a property of the object.
Yeah, and then he's going to be very confused because he didn't explain what he thinks mass and weight is. So it's the crux.
Okay. One more time for the people in the short bus licking windows. If there's two masses that you're going to calculate that are going to be attracting to each other, do they have weight?
Nope.
Okay, good. They don't. Now we're getting somewhere. We have an answer. Okay, so the mass that doesn't have weight, it's going to attract to a mass that doesn't have weight using a formula that's based upon in itself this gravitational pull, which within gravity there is no weight in gravity. That's what you're saying?
This is absurd. Look what I had to. So I have to answer
It's
his question.
absurd. Yeah, I would
Yes.
agree. By the way, I would 1000%. It is totally
You are
absurd
so
that
dishonest,
you
APOC.
guys do not get your own fucking paradigm, or maybe it's you guys are so lost and confused and indoctrinated in the
APOC, I tried
bias.
to explain that so hard. I tried to get you to explain to me what mass and what you think mass and gravity, or what you think mass and weight is, and then you just like coped your way out of it so you can get this stupid fucking gotcha, APOC. You're a despicable person.
Oh, you didn't like the truth. You didn't like the reality.
It's
Because
not the truth. I tried to be honest with
okay,
you.
let me be honest with you. Let me be honest with you. Does the formula in
include weight?
mass,
No, it doesn't have weight.
hold on. Does the formula in mass attracting mass, is it taking into account gravity? Yes or no?
The gravitational constant, yes.
Okay. Does the gravitational constant include weight?
No.
So weight isn't involved with gravity.
Nope. Well,
So
if
then
we're
when
talking
you
about the
drop,
gravitational constant,
so
hold on.
when you
If we're talking
drop
about the
some,
gravitational constant, it doesn't have anything to do with weight.
okay. So when
Weight's a particular instance.
Okay, so when they say you weigh this much on Earth and then you weigh this much on Mars, it's because or Jupiter, it's because Jupiter has a stronger gravitational pull which would make you weigh more. Is that true or false? Or the moon, right? You weigh less on the moon maybe because there's less gravity. Yes or no? Please, you brilliant intelligent minds that come here to school us, tell me the truth.
Yeah.
Answer,
So this is
yes. Can I
yeah.
try to? Right. Let me just try to bring a little bit of clarification. When we talk about weight, that is not like a property of the object, right? So weight only makes sense if you have the object on like a planet or a large next to a very large body with a lot of mass. Then when you talk about weight, it's simply the attraction between this very big body with a very small body. So I
What's the
can weigh a
formula for
person
that?
on Earth because the Earth is very big and the person is very small. I can weigh a person on the moon. But if you only have two objects, like if you have two baseball in space, they do attract each other, but it doesn't make any sense anymore to refer that as weight because they're just two small masses. And when we talk about weight, we're usually referring to the attraction between a small body and a very large body.
Okay, Bacon. I heard everything you said, right? But
But you were
let's
speaking in the
now.
middle of me.
Okay, Bacon. But I still heard you because I knew where you're going with it. But here's the point, though, Bacon. Would you agree, even though you don't want to say it, would you agree that those two baseballs would have a weight to them, though?
I mean, that's a very weird way to refer to as weight, but there's an attraction force between them. As I just explained you, we don't call it weight unless one of the bodies is like very large.
Okay. Does a marble have a weight?
To what?
Does it have a weight in reality? Why do you
like
guys?
in itself?
It is amazing to me that you guys the most like I could ask like a 7-year-old, does a bowling ball have weight? And they'll be like, yeah, it's heavy. I can't pick it up. So there's weight.
Yeah, because there's an implicit.
A 7-year-old gets it, bro. But you guys,
Right, but your question.
So brilliant in your minds, you can't fucking answer the most simplest question.
No, it's only simplest. If it's implicit, you're talking about Earth. So when you ask if a baseball have weight, it's implicit you're talking about to Earth. You're not asking about its weight on the moon. You're not asking about its weight on the sun. You're asking about its weight on Earth. It's implicit by default that you're referring to Earth. That is not the case for this conversation. This conversation isn't. It's not implicit that we're talking about Earth. That's why the question has more nuances to it.
Okay.
Once you're in this context.
So here's the question: how much would the Earth weigh? According to its mass, how much does the Earth weigh?
Yeah, you don't have weight on an object alone. You need a second object.
Okay, so once again,
weight is not a property of a body.
Once again, how much does Earth weigh?
The question makes no sense. Earth
Are
is
you sure?
all
Are you
bodies
sure?
don't have weight in
Are
them
you
in
sure that?
themselves.
Are
It's
you
not a
sure that there's
property.
not an answer to that? Are you sure
Yes.
Oh, you're positive.
Yeah, you can describe how much mass the Earth is, but to ask how much weight it has, then that would only make sense. For example, how much weight does the Earth has on the Sun? That could make sense
Okay.
because the Earth
Okay.
is being pulled by the Sun.
Okay.
But
Think of this. Think of it this way, Bacon. I'm asking you a simple question. Two objects, they're attracting each other because of this formula that
not
exists.
because of the formula.
And then all of a sudden, in that formula, you can grab a weight to those masses, those two said masses, because you can calculate how much they weigh without actually putting them on a scale. This is living in a mathematical realm, paper brain in your mind. You can just formulate how much it weighs without putting it on a scale. Yes or no, Bacon?
Like to Earth?
To anything.
Well, that changes. The weight of something on the Sun is different than the weight of something on the Earth. Because weight is relative to the size of the body the mass of the body you're using as a reference. That is usually the Earth by default.
Okay, so here's what's really funny. There is a measurement to Earth according to the mathematics of gravity, if you and because there's this particular formula. Going back to the earlier question when trigonometry and I first started talking about you, and and I was saying that you're very big on mathematics and formulas, but somewhere, I don't know where along your path, you got your math book and your science book and you mixed them together and you made a new classroom.
We're not even discussing the math or the formulas here.
And that is
we're just discussing simple principles. We didn't even get to any math yet.
Talking about saying what trigonometry, and the reason why I'm saying this is because math is a classroom and science is a classroom. It's two different classrooms. But in today's world, I don't know where it happened. I don't know where the shift. I can't pinpoint it, right? I can't look at a timeline and tell you an exact. Somebody might be able to, but something happened to where a formula became a reality, and then they just ran with it, and then all these falsehoods and pseudosciences and everything, just because they were able to calculate them, they became our reality. And
nice story.
And then math became science, and science became math. And I don't know where that happened, but it really, I would say, this is why we're having this debate. Because
we're not talking math here.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we're not talking math. Can I ask you a couple questions and then you
formulas are math, but go ahead.
Yeah, can I ask you a couple questions and then you try to steel man our position to the best of your abilities? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so according to how we understand how our model, mainstream science, etc., what's the difference between weight and force?
Well, the difference would be one is, I guess you could say, as a definition, force is where something, there has to be like a movement to it. There's an action to it, and then that would create a force because there's moving.
So
weight would be something that is just it's still. It's not moving. It's just still.
Okay, so if I put a magnet on my refrigerator and it's stuck there, it's not moving, it's just sitting there, stuck on the wall of my refrigerator. Would you say there's a force between the magnet and the refrigerator?
A magnetic force, you would say?
Well, however you want to label. Do you think there's a force there?
There's an attraction.
You're just gonna
Wouldn't
skip.
that be a force?
Yeah, that would be a movement, right? There would be a constant there. So in see, but you're trying to explain something like in magnets.
I'm not trying to explain. I'm asking you.
No. Well, okay, let me explain. So, like in magnets, it creates this force around it, and I believe it's even can maybe even be like an electrical, which is like this reaction that's a constant. There's a constant energy around it, and that would force. But
okay.
But are you saying that? Are you saying that? Are you trying to relate like that to be a weight? Like, is there weight to a magnet?
No. Of course not. That's the thing. I don't think you're still many our the way we understand physics correctly. I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's at least not a good steelman because that's not what we would answer. So, for according to how we understand forces and that kind of stuff, force doesn't have to have any motion to it. So if you stick a magnet to a metal wall, there's a force between those two, even if there's nothing moving, right? And when I ask you the difference between,
you're wrong,
it's not about being wrong. I'm talking about how we would answer the question. Remember that
APOC, is force a vector quantity?
I don't know.
Okay, so I would look up what a vector quantity means and then get back to bacon.
Well, and when the first question was the difference between force and weight, right? So your answer was also not still many.
Isn't
our
weight
position?
Isn't weight
exactly? Exactly. That was the correct answer. Weight is a particular case of force.
It's
so you have force.
Gravity.
Weight.
A force has a magnitude and a direction, and weight has a magnitude and a direction as well. They're both forces.
Okay, so then weight.
Weight is the listen. Hold on. Weight is the measurement of the force of gravity acting on an object.
Yep, in a specific direction with a
That's
specific
what weight is. Yeah, but the object doesn't have a direction or anything. It's just the force. You're measuring the force acting on that object.
Right. So the force acting on an object produces weight. Okay, but that force is
no, that's not produces weight. It is weight.
It's what equals, right? It's what's giving its weight, right? But here's the thing, though. So something of weight is just there. It's just sitting there. It's just no matter how you want to look at it.
An object.
It's an object, right? And it's just still. It's just being there, and the force is being applied upon it.
Yes.
But it itself isn't moving, but there's a force pushing on it or pulling, however you want to talk about that.
Oh, a car weighs the same. The car weighs the same whether it's still.
Yeah, there's always a downwards acceleration. So to move a 1 kilogram object upwards, if it's sitting on the ground, it's accelerating downward at 9.8 meters per second, even though it doesn't seem like it's moving. You have to apply a force greater than 9.8 newtons directly above the object in order to move it up. If you don't apply that force, it won't accelerate up because it's being accelerated down at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with this idea of your force and magnets and stuff, where are we talking about what we were talking about originally in regards to the formula that then became science?
W equals F equals mg. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, any of them, all of them at this point. At this point of stage, all of them. Because the argument earlier, for those who are just getting in, the argument earlier was I stated that math is a tool that is used in science, and trigonometry brilliantly said, no, math is not a tool. It's science. So that gave birth to this entire discussion. That's where we're at for those just joining.
Well, it is both. It is a tool and there is a science to it.
Okay, so it is a tool used in science, but it is not science.
There is a science to math, though. There's
Okay.
mathematical science, like the actual figure, like the actual equations and everything else. There's a science to that.
Okay, so
Right.
when you what is science to you? Let's start there. Maybe this is maybe your idea of science isn't the same idea of my brain. But let's start there. Like that's probably better foot to start on. What is science to you? Go ahead.
It's a systematic way of understanding phenomenon or understanding the physical and nature around you.
Okay. So then you understand the nature around you. So then what do you do then? So science I mean is what then to you? I know you said that, but I don't think I said
It's a method. It's a method.
Okay. For what?
To discern truth, to understand what's fact, to understand phenomena.
And how do you do that? In science, how do you do
that? You apply the scientific method.
Okay. And here's just a quick question. How many steps are to the scientific method?
It depends on what you're doing, but generally 3.
Okay. Can I get here? Observe a natural phenomenon. Step. Formulate a hypothesis. Steps.
Yep. Experiment, data.
Variable. Dependent variable. Control variable. Hypothesis.
Yeah, essentially, you come up with an idea, you experiment that idea, and then you go over the data.
Quick question.
Conclusion.
Quick question. Does anywhere in this steps math involved in these steps? Anywhere?
Does anywhere in the step what?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was muted or muffled. Dude, in these steps anywhere is math involved?
Sure, more than likely.
Okay. What step would we include our formula then? Is it okay?
It would either be the hypothesis, experiment, and data and collection. It'd actually be 4 of the. It would only not be in question. It might actually be in question depending on what the question is.
So the natural phenomenon that we observe, where does a formula come into play? Like give an example. Like let's I'm really trying to hear your side of it.
I say 5 plus 5 equals 10.
Is that a natural phenomenon?
That's my hypothesis.
Okay, so what did you observe naturally that made you jump to math?
Oh, I don't understand what you're getting at, dude.
Okay, so so your hypothesis of 5 plus 5 is 10. That's not what natural phenomenon did you observe?
We have 5 rocks, and then we have 5 more rocks over here. I'm gonna hypothesize that those equal 10.
This is the world's worst scientific experiment ever.
I don't know what he's getting at. I'm trying to figure this out.
I don't think that's science.
In there, yes. What do you?
I don't think
do you want to understand what the science of math is? Is that what you're trying to understand?
No, I don't think saying I'm counting rocks is science. I think that's math. This is
science.
That's the contention here. This is the problem. Somewhere in our history, math became science and science became math, but this only exists because we had to.
It's a pillar of science. Science isn't just one thing. Science is like a whole group of things.
Well, I'm just trying to point out that math is a tool used in science, but it is not science.
Sure, science itself is a tool.
Which was the argument originally.
Yeah, science itself is a tool, but there is a science to math itself. Like
but so once again, in the world of science, why is math being used to where it takes there we go. Because it works.
Sure.
So now what happens is in a world where science was once a field where you had to test it, you had to, you know,
It still is.
have experiments, you had to analyze it, and
Still
then
is.
you had to validate it. In the world where this once existed,
Are you saying you can't validate 5 plus 5 equals 10?
now, no, I'm speaking more into the world of you can't science a star being trillion miles away. You would just formulate it to be a trillion miles away. That is not science. That is
Bro just thinks
actually
everything is made up. Apoc, that's
actually pseudoscience.
everything's
What do
just
you mean?
made
What
up.
does that formulate? You even just used the word. Yes, we can formulate it. We literally formulate it.
Okay,
You think everything's made up?
and there's a difference. And I'm not disagreeing that we don't formulate it. Matter of fact, I'm telling you that we formulate it. But again, in reality,
using math and
that
science.
is not science. Formulating
Literally,
something is not science.
So
coming
is Cavendish? Hold on,
coming
no,
up
no,
with
no.
an
You're
answer
not
to
gonna
a
go on this.
phenomenon is definitely sorry. Go ahead.
All right, is Cavendish in a science? Is Cavendish experiment science, or maybe
It's not an experiment. It's not at
Why?
all experiment.
Why?
Because nobody sees two floating balls coming and touching together. Nobody. Let me put it this way, Trig. Nobody in the history of time has anybody just watched two balls just sitting there, and then after hours they slowly come together and kiss in nature.
Really?
I'm
Because
not
I would
saying
beg
they
to
don't see
differ.
that
I
in the
think I see it
classroom.
happen every day. I see it happen literally every day.
Really?
Yeah. So hold on,
you
hold on.
really?
Shit,
Okay,
I just
interesting.
dropped my phone. Two masses just came together. Oh my god! I can do it again. Maybe you can hear it. Oh, just dropped my phone again.
You think that
I just
that's why
observed a
you think
phenomenon. That's a natural phenomenon. Oh,
makes perfect
again.
sense.
Again.
Makes perfect sense.
Coming together.
Hey, how fast did that happen?
A scale is the only difference.
Hey, hold on. How fast did that happen? When you dropped your phone right now, how long did it take to hit the ground?
We could calculate it.
Depends on how high I dropped it from.
Okay. Now I'll tell you what. In the Cavendish experiment, how long does it take for the balls to hit?
They don't touch each other in the experiment.
They don't.
No.
Why not? Mass attracts mass. What happened to your theory?
What?
Because do you know? Hold on. Let me explain how the experiment works because clearly you don't understand. Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're right. Wait. The ball touches the little thing they set up. That's what I meant. How long does it take to touch the little other object they put next to it? Go ahead.
All right. So
hours, minutes, seconds.
Is this a got you moment?
Hold on. Yeah. No.
I'm just pointing out.
In the
And look
the
at he
experiment.
tried to say gotcha by dropping his phone and saying, "Did you hear that?" He tried to say gotcha.
So
But
in
I'm saying,
the experiment, hold on, let me explain. In the experiment, you have two stationary lead masses,
It's
and
not
you have two moving lead masses, and they're in line with the apparatus when you first start.
on the
And then you
bar,
unlock the apparatus so they can move freely,
which causes an energy. Go ahead.
which causes them to oscillate in a certain direction.
The energy does when you release it. I agree. Go ahead.
The energy does what energy?
The energy that you induced when you released it. But go ahead.
So would that cause an inverse square relationship to the masses involved, or is that just something that we made up?
It definitely causes it to move, but I'm not claiming that it's going to do anything other than it just making a move. Now,
and I could measure
nowhere
the
in
gravity
reality,
between the two lead balls, and I
nowhere,
can also figure out how long it takes for them to oscillate using gravity. But it's just
nowhere in reality do we see. Nowhere in reality do we see anything
Do I have to drop my phone
gravitate.
again?
We
Do I have to
don't.
drop my phone again?
Nothing gravitates sideways. Nothing gravitates sideways.
What does gravitate sideways mean?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
In Cavendish, does the ball do they touch the floor or do they touch the thing
As
to the
opposed
side of
to
it?
what? What do you mean sideways?
Okay,
As
let me finish.
parallel to the ground.
Okay, hear me out. Okay, in the Cavendish setup, right? You have the ball, the one ball on one end, one ball on the other, the ball, the bar in the middle. Then you put this another object, a mass, next to one ball on one side, and then next to the other ball on the other side, and then they start to then move to touch those items that have been placed. That would be a sideways gravitational pull, which is very, very weird because I want you to understand me and listen to me carefully. What's a greater force of gravity of mass attracting mass if the Earth is underneath both of those balls, but yet the Earth isn't keeping them set in their place, pulling down on them, or
Oh
should
my.
we say
Okay. Yep.
they're
I can
falling
explain.
to the
I can explain.
center of the.
This is
Hold on,
very
don't
easy
cut
to
me up.
explain.
Wait, let
No,
me
I already
finish.
know. I already know what you're
Let me
saying,
finish.
APOC. All right.
Instead of going sideways, because so what's stronger? Are you saying that the things they put next to it are stronger than the Earth? Go
Hold
ahead.
on, APOC. Yep. So, all right. So, like you said, you just said, well, there's sideways gravitation. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to view it that way, so the Earth's gravity is not pulling. So there's a vector coming from the balls, right? Their vector is coming pointing straight downwards into the center of mass of the Earth, right? That's not sideways. So the only torque that could be induced on those balls can be from gravitation.
Okay,
Only
so
torque.
maybe
That's the
you're not
only
getting,
torque involved.
and you're not getting it, and that's. I mean, it makes sense why
What?
you don't
I
get
just
it.
explained it perfectly for you. Do you know
Okay,
what torque is?
okay. So
You
listen,
don't get it
listen.
because you math, bro.
Okay, so listen. You're jumping off and asking me another question, but you're not answering my first
I
question.
did. I did.
Listen. So the Earth, right? Think about how big it is. It holds all the water to the sticking ball as it rotates. Think about how strong that gravity must be, okay?
Not
Especially at the
very.
surface, especially at the surface of it where it's stronger than the higher you go, right? So in your paradigm. So think about this, okay?
Oh,
If
like
the
I said,
Earth if the
gravity
Earth
is not the gravity of
okay,
Earth is not acting laterally.
so so if
It's
the
acting straight downward, so it wouldn't
okay,
affect the experiment. Go
okay.
ahead to make
So
a drawing.
okay, so once again, if gravity in your paradigm is acting upon to where it's falling to the center of the earth that you think you're living on, then how does something go sideways when there should be a vector of it going downwards? That what in your see, this is what's problem. You're not, maybe you don't want to understand it or you're not getting it, but maybe you can't get it. But the fact is that if you believe that the gravity is what's holding everything down to the floor, yet when you freely suspend something, it can get pulled by something so small and insignificant laterally that it's able to escape the grasp of the so-called ball Earth gravity. If you
Let me
don't
tell you
get that,
something you might not know.
you might be a little bit too indoctrinated,
This
and
is so
because a
stupid.
child could
It's
understand
the
it. A
stupidest thing I've
I
child.
ever
agree.
ever, bro.
It is very stupid, but let me explain something that a pork might not know. So when you have perpendicular forces, right? So let's say one is acting on the y-axis and the other is acting on the x-axis. The one that is acting on the x-axis can't do anything to change the y coordinate of the object. The same way as the force that is acting the y-axis can't do anything with the x-axis of the object. So when you have two perpendicular forces, they act independently. One cannot influence what the other does
Okay,
in
so
its
which
own
one?
axis.
So
Wait, hang on a sec.
what makes the difference
So
then? Go ahead.
the force of gravity from Earth and the force of gravity of the other lead ball in Cavendish, they're perpendicular to each other. So one doesn't have anything to do with the other one.
So you're saying that what will determine that is then the strength of the pull, yes or no? Or does that have no effect on it whatsoever? Let me give
Determine
you
what?
let me give you an example, Bacon. Let me give you a little analogy, okay? Let's say we have a grown bodybuilder, okay? A human adult bodybuilder, strong as fuck, real champion, okay? And he's going to hold on to a rope, right? And then a baby is going to crawl up and try to pull that rope away from him. Who do you think will win?
The bodybuilder. The bodybuilder.
Yeah, that's a false equivalence, APOC.
Oh, okay. So the bodybuilder is the Earth, and the baby is your tiny little lead ball next to it, and you think that it's
the
going to
forces
just
are not
pull it
perpendicular.
away from there?
Yeah, those forces aren't perpendicular, so they do
Right.
affect each other. In the Cavendish, they are perpendicular. They don't affect each other. It's just
Yeah,
not an
so maybe
element.
a better analogy would be, let's say the bodybuilder was hanging from the ball, and the baby had a 5-meter long rod connecting to the ball, and the baby pushed the rod 5 meters, or at the end of the rod, the baby would most definitely move the bodybuilder and the ball, even if the bodybuilder is holding down with it with all his might. Because the bodybuilder isn't pushing it in the other direction, in the other coordinate plane, right? He's just holding it down. So the baby could definitely move it if he's pushing it.
Yeah, for example, let me give you an example. Do you have a very heavy object sitting on the skateboard, right? So if you want to pull that object up, that's a lot harder than pulling it sideways. Because if you're pulling it up, you're working against gravity. The force you're applying in gravity are parallel to each other, so they work directly against each other. But if you pull the object sideways, hang on a sec, please. You don't have that pull of gravity against you, so it's much easier to pull the object sideways if it's on the
Okay,
above the
look,
skateboard.
I understand you. Look, I understand you guys have to say that because in
Because that
reality,
addresses your misconception.
no, not that it addresses misconception. It's because, but that's not reality, bro. That is not real world, bro.
What do you mean?
Okay,
Are you saying in real world it's as hard to pull the body skateboard? Yeah.
Let me give you real world. Let me give you real world, okay? Let's say I got a really, really strong magnet and I put it underneath a steel table, okay? Now, this strong magnet has a really strong force, strong enough to when I get a little steel marble and I put it on the steel table, boom, it's stuck to it. Nothing could fucking move it. I could get like a blower, right? I could blow on it, doesn't move. I could fucking shake the table, fucking still doesn't move. It's just like the magnetic force is just connected. See, in your paradigm though, you can't let the gravity be that strong because you're like, no, this is how the Cavendish experiment works because the gravity's not that strong, guys. You gotta understand. But in the same breath, you'll say in the same breath, you'll say it holds all the water to the earth as it spins. But it's so strong to do that. But it's not strong enough to just let a silly little lead ball go laterally. So imagine going back to my experiment. The magnet's underneath the steel table. You drop a steel ball on top of it. It's stuck in place. Then imagine putting another object next to it. And you're going to tell me in real world application that those two steel balls are going to move closer together, somehow avoiding the fact that the force coming from under is stronger? You guys can stay in your paradigm bullshit, lies, falsehoods. This is why you're indoctrinated. It is what it is, bro. Those who get it, get it. Those who don't, don't.
Can you explain to me how my analogy is wrong of the bodybuilder holding down on the huge 500-kilogram lead ball and the baby 5 meters away with the steel bar connected to the ball could like push on the bar at the end of the bar and it could move it, even though the bodybuilder is holding down on the ball? How does that work?
Yeah, because he can't. It wouldn't be able to, bro. This is the problem, bro. This is the problem. Even in your own analogy, a baby wouldn't be able to move. Let's say a 2-ton ball, okay? A 2-ton ball, okay? Because we got to get the equivalence of it. I mean, that's even probably small. It's probably like a 2,000-ton, a 2 million-ton ball here. But because the force of Earth and your paradigm compared to the amount of attraction a tiny little lead ball in a classroom would generate, are you trying to tell me that is a greater force than the Earth itself, bro? Come on,
It is
you're
a greater
stretching.
force. It is a greater force in the perpendicular direction, yeah. Since the gravity is not pulling
Okay,
down
so
or pulling sideways.
going back, you know what? Matter of fact, I think I heard, and the reason why I'm recalling this, I think I heard Heretic argue this before, which was one of the most greatest points I've ever heard. He said when someone mentioned Cavendish, like you guys did right now, he's like, where in nature do you see two objects coming together sideways? Where? And then somebody said, plumb bobs by the mountain. What was that?
Do I have to drop my phone again?
Does your phone go? That's crazy. Does it fall to the side of the wall, bro? That's amazing.
Exactly.
Can you
Does it
record?
fall to the side of the wall?
Can you record it going sideways? Can you
You just
please
proved
record
our
it going
point.
sideways?
Bacon, he doesn't even know that. He just proved our fucking point.
Can you record it going sideways? Record it sideways.
Yeah.
Go. Show me.
It doesn't pull sideways. You want to know why?
Oh, because that's not the way things fall. Got it.
The balls are going
Got it.
straight down. They're not going sideways, so we don't have to worry about the Earth because the Earth isn't pulling them sideways.
So maybe you didn't hear the question then. The question was, where in natural phenomenon, where in nature do you see things falling sideways or gravitating sideways? And then you said, my phone hitting the floor. Clearly you didn't understand the question. I didn't say, where do things attract downwards? I said, where do they attract sideways? Please, anybody. I'll be waiting in the chat, waiting for memes. People want to tag me to these formulas. Once again, math. Formulas of things happening on a computer generated thing, but not in reality.
Yep, I actually do have an example of something attracting sideways.
We can do that with magnets.
Yeah, magnetite. It holds to the walls of or just simple fridge magnets. That's odd. Why is it holding sideways? That's so weird. Because APOC doesn't understand what vectors are, apparently.
I'm sorry. I just want to hand wave the fact that Earth is such a strong force, and it would never be able to be outpulled by a fucking lead ball in a classroom. Got it.
It doesn't have to be outpulled because the forces are perpendicular.
Perpendicular
is
a way that you're explaining to me that a baby can pull a 2-ton car out of the grips of a man holding the other side of it. That's what you're telling me.
Wait until APOC figures out about torque. This is crazy.
Wait until you figure out how your whole paradigm's bullshit. Let's wait for that to happen.
Okay. Let me ask a APOC question. I mean, I brought this up already, but how is it easier to move a heavy object that is standing on a skateboard, pulling it upwards or pulling it sideways?
That's not the same as what we're talking about, buddy. I'm sorry to.
Can I know the answer and then you?
Well, I'm sorry. No, but why are you using a false equivalence? Because that's not what we're talking about.
I just want to know what your answer is.
We're not talking about a skateboard. Hold on. We're not talking about a skateboard pulling something.
I know.
Go ahead.
But what is the answer?
Which way easier, if it's going sideways or what ways?
Is it easier to pull the object sideways or upwards? An object that is sitting on a skateboard.
It's easier sideways because it has wheels.
What about the wheels? Why does that make sideways
see how your paradigm
easier?
now fucking is thrown out the fucking window here? Because
I want you to explain me why that happens.
I'll tell you what. Because lifting dead weight, right? If you're pulling a skateboard up, let's say the skateboard weighs 1,000 pounds, right? Pulling it upwards is way fucking harder than dragging it sideways. It's way fucking easier. Why? Because a skateboard has wheels. See how this doesn't work in your fucking analogy? It doesn't even.
How can I use wheels? Okay, let's say then that I glue a skateboard in that same heavy object, but vertically, right? So I have a skateboard glued to the object vertically, and then I pull that skateboard touching the wall. Does that make the object being pulled upwards as easy as pulling it sideways?
I'm. What do you mean? How'd you glue it? I'm so lost right now.
Right. Okay. I'll explain. So I have a very big box, very heavy box. Let's say it weighs 100 kilograms, right, of force. So it has wheels on the bottom of it, and it has wheels on the side of it. And then I put the side of it touching the wall. So I have 4 wheels touching the wall and 4 wheels touching the ground. Is now as easy to make it pull it upwards as it is pulling it sideways, or is it still easier to pull it sideways?
It's usually easier to pull something sideways. It depends on the medium, though. Yeah, I mean, there's variables though. Like for instance, does it have wheels on it? It's easier. right? Because you can get a momentum built, and it makes it easier. I mean,
No, there's no momentum here. I have a box sitting on the floor and touching the
okay, a
wall.
box, okay.
It has the box has 4 wheels on its side touching the wall, and it has 4 wheels on the bottom touching
Oh,
the
okay. I
ground.
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Right. How is it easier to pull the object?
It's
Upwards or sideways?
it would still be easier to pull it sideways.
Why?
Because the weight.
Why does the weight doesn't affect the pull of the side pulling it sideways?
No, it doesn't affect it as much because
Why?
it's just known, because it's known. It's easier to pull something sideways than vertical. That's just
Yeah, but
known.
why?
Because
Why?
the weight is being distributed on the ground, and it's actually a little bit easier to do it than when you're pulling it straight up. You're going to hold all the weight.
Right. And why when you pull it left sideways, you're not holding all the weight?
Because it's being distributed to the ground. I already
Right.
said
So
that.
that way, the force you have to apply sideways is different than the force you have to apply vertically, right? There's a difference in the amount of force you have to do.
Absolutely, yes. And you're not
Right.
proving the fact that that it makes your own experiment even more fucking problematic.
Why?
Because you are now at least admitting that that force vertically would be stronger. It would be greater. Now, with somebody with the here's what's funny. The people that get it, they get it. I don't know what you guys just don't get it, but it's okay. I'll keep going.
Okay, just a
When
sec.
something
So
great, listen, it's gonna like I'm talking to a child, okay? When something is stronger and it's pulling down on it, that means something that's weaker can't pull it out of its grasp because it's weaker, because there's no gravity force that is pulling something laterally. There's nothing that's not happening.
no, you
Now,
just contradict yourself because you agreed you can pull the box sideways with less force than gravity is pulling it downwards.
but no. You and me in real road here with boxes and stuff. Yes, in your example with the skateboard, and yes, something. Now, can you pull something 1,000,000 pounds? That's come on, genius. Can you pull something 1,000,000 pounds? Can you do that? Can I do that? No, I can't probably fucking pull something that's 6,000 pounds.
Okay, let's say the box weighs 100 kilograms, right? 100 kilograms of force.
Yeah,
To
you're not
pull it
getting it.
upwards,
You don't get
to
it,
pull
bro.
it upwards, the minimum amount of force for you to pull the box upwards is 100 kilograms of force, right? You have to do at least that, right?
Still not getting it. It's actually
It's a
crazy,
question.
Bacon.
What do you mean you're not getting it?
Because you're going down a road that is not fucking explaining what
I'm
we're
not trying to
talking
explain.
about.
I'm asking you a question. You just don't want to answer, but that's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah. The reason why is because you're going in circles. You're tap dancing around the fucking argument. That's what you're doing. You're talking about skateboards going
You could simply
sideways and
answer
being
the
pulled
question.
up. But when the argument though was that a great strong force. I'm going to say it one more time, and then I'm going to pass the buck because I've been talking for a long time. There's other people that are in here. Listen, a great strong force holding everything down to the center, than to say that a small tiny lead ball in a classroom can generate a gravitating pull laterally simply by, if you just give it enough time, all of a sudden these two objects are going to start attracting to each other. Thus, the original ball is escaping the grips of the Earth's fucking great pull downward to the center of it. Look at, for those who have an ear, let them hear. Okay, for those who have eyes, let them see. Those who get it are going to get what I'm saying. You might even get what I'm saying. You just can't accept the fucking facts, the reality, the fucking the meat of it. You can't accept it
Or
because
maybe
it
you're wrong,
destroys your
and
paradigm.
you're refusing to even hear all my responses.
Your response to that is that the lateral force is equal to the downwards force, so
No,
they don't matter.
didn't hear anything I said. That wasn't the claim.
Okay, well, what's your excuse then?
Well, the forces are perpendicular. You can still have the sideways force being smaller than the downward force, and the thing's still gonna move. And you agree that yourself with the box example.
No,
You know
no.
the amount of force.
See, now you're
Wait,
misunderstanding then what I was answering, and I think that's probably why you asked it, because you're trying to set it up to help your argument, but you are missing the point. I didn't say
you
that
said
you can't
yourself
pull.
it was
I
easier
didn't
to
say
move it.
you can't pull. No, bro. You pulling something sideways. What you fail to mention, Bacon, is this. Okay. What if that box was being held down? Let's make the box a steel box. Okay. And that steel box is 500 pounds. And underneath the floor was a fucking huge magnet that fucking like junkyards use to lift cars up with, and that box was stuck to the ground. According to all the mathematical equations you can put, this is how heavy it is and stuck to that fucking magnet, right? And then here I walk up to it and I try to pull upwards. Nope, can't pull it upwards because it's fucking too strong and be held down. And then I come to the side of it and I fucking try to pull it sideways. Nope, can't pull it sideways either. Why? Because it's stuck to the fucking that magnet underneath the fucking table.
It's called friction.
You're trying to like
it's called friction.
You're trying to take the conversation to this analogy that isn't explaining what is reality
I'm
in
not trying to explain.
paradigm.
I'm not trying to explain reality. I'm just starting to establish some basic facts.
In your own paradigm, everything falling to the center of the earth creates a 9.8 seconds per second downward force.
Meters
and
per
then
second.
that force, whatever it is, then that force would then be what we call gravity's pulling it down. And then that thing, that ball that's just suspended there, should be having that formula pulling it down, and it should be keeping it locked to the center. The second that you say, oh, but I could put a little steel ball next to it, it's going to go sideways, you just fucking negated your own fucking theory there. Because then all of a sudden, gravity isn't pulling down, obviously, because if it was, that object wouldn't have been able to go sideways. Because that little steel ball in the classroom doesn't have a stronger vector, a stronger pull, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's not stronger than the downward force applied to the ball that it's next to. Bro, those who get it. You don't. It is what it is. You can't.
No, I get it. I get it.
No, you don't
But
get it.
it's wrong because for you to prevent
You get
something
it, but
from
it's
moving.
wrong. It's
Exactly.
crazy.
I understand your
That's
explanation,
asinine.
and I can see why that explanation is wrong. For you to prevent an object, from moving sideways, you need a force that has a horizontal component. Gravity doesn't have a horizontal component. If you put a magnet on the table and it sticks to the table because there's like a magnet below it, you do have a sideways force when you try to pull it. It's called friction. You don't have that in Cavendish.
Oh, hold on, wait, hold on. Magnetism, kinetic, like all these other forces that are reality, not the pseudo fucking gravity.
Friction is also reality, right?
But here's the point, though. I'm glad you said that, by the way, because I would argue that in this Cavendish not experiment, that what they actually witnessed was an attraction by something that we cannot see, but it isn't because of the so-called mass attracting mass. It's just this kinetic energy that it has an attractive property to it, along the lines of magnetism. Even if everything's
for the sake of the argument, I'll agree to that. So let's say there's a mysterious force between the lead balls, right, that attracted them. That's not gravity. It's just something. Could be whatever. Isn't that force weak? or you think that force is strong?
Yeah, just show this force occurring outside of Cavendish's shed. Why always point to this shed contraption setup?
No, I'm not even arguing that gravity is proven by Cavendish
Yeah, I
or
know.
anything.
You're
I'm
not
just
wanting to
addressing
talk about
apocryphon.
anything outside of Cavendish's shed. I get it. Do you have
Not
any
true. I'm
examples of
addressing.
this? Do you have any examples of this happening out in nature outside of what this guy set up in his shed?
Not my claim. I'm addressing one of the
No, I'm
arguments
just
from
asking.
apocryphon.
It was my question.
No,
Because
then.
it was asked to you about a half an
The
hour
answer is
ago, and
no.
we're here.
That wasn't asked me half an hour
Okay,
ago. But the answer is no.
then there you go. So you have this, whatever you want to call it, occurring within a shed contraption setup. Period. The end.
Okay,
Hey, old
thanks for
Hoff.
bringing a point that is irrelevant to my
That's
refutation of
fine.
apocryphal's argument.
Yeah, old Hoff. Let me ask you a question here. Am I understanding here that the Cavendish experiment really is just a claim of something that happened one, maybe two times in one guy's shed and has never been repeated or anything elsewhere? Is that correct?
No, it's been repeated. It's also not been repeated. I've interacted with those little academic, the cube with the little windows and the balls. I've interacted with that in high school. Half the class reified what happened in Cavendish's shed. The other half of the class was honest about it and said, nothing happened. Guess who got the better grades for the project?
The ones who said that it didn't happen.
Yeah. That didn't change.
Yeah.
That didn't change half the class from writing little .0000389 on the paper and handing it in.
Yeah. My point is, as I've understood that it's been a bit of a carnival trick, that sort of thing, but not actually truly occurred outside of Cavendish's own observation or claim of observation.
Not an experiment. It's called experiment, but not an experiment.
I think Cavendish is just the simplest way you could try to measure how
Okay,
much
so
force
the
exists between
simplest way,
two
that's what's
bodies of
being
mass.
shown in the simplest way. Can you point to it outside of the shed?
It would be nice if you don't speak over me.
No, I'm just cutting to the
going there
chase
for
here.
that long.
You've avoided this question for a long time though. So outside of the shed contraption setup and these other academic instruments, can you point to this occurring out in nature? And don't say magnets.
I already answered that. I said no.
Okay. Doesn't that
how
raise
am I
a red
avoiding
flag?
a question I already answered?
Does that not raise a red flag?
No.
Okay, then get your eyes.
Point.
Maybe you're colorblind.
No, I can't point to where because I haven't looked it up. If I had looked it up and didn't find, maybe that would raise a red flag.
If
But I haven't looked it up.
if objects were being attracted to each other out here in reality, you'd know about it.
Well, how? Where? Give me an example.
Oh my lord. Well, it's not occurring. So I can't point to anything outside of Cavendish's shed.
How do you know it's not occurring?
Well, you're the one that I asked you if you had any example of it. You said no.
Correct. And now you're saying there's no attraction.
Well, I'm in the same boat as you.
No, no, because you are asserting that such attraction doesn't exist, and you're saying if it did exist, we would know it. And I'm asking you how you know that. I'm challenging your claim.
Well, because anytime anyone is asked to show this, they go back to some 17th century fancy lad with his knickers and his telescope and his shed balls.
That's not answering the question. I'm asking how you know if there's an attraction
the same
between the
reason
masses.
you know. The same reason when you answered
didn't say
no,
I know.
You said you had no example of it.
Yeah, I'm not saying I know this force exists or anything like that.
Yeah, because we're both delving into reality here. No one's seeing objects being attracted to one another.
Yeah, but you're saying you know they're not.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand how you know that.
Same reason you know it.
Who told you I know
it's not occurring.
Who told you I know it? Like if I have.
Well, I asked you. Listen, I asked you if you had. This was the question of the hour. Do you have any examples of this occurring outside of this contraption?
I don't.
Okay. No one.
That doesn't imply.
No one does.
Yeah, but that doesn't imply the thing.
That's fine.
The attraction doesn't
it can
exist.
be left. It can be left blowing in the wind. Then there you go.
Okay, but then don't say you know it doesn't exist unless you have a reason to do so.
Do you have any example of it existing?
Oh, if you're asking outside of Cavendish, I would say no.
Okay, thank you. So how in the world was that an experiment? How in the world? Yeah, how was that in the world? Was that an experiment in the first place? If there's no observed natural phenomenon of this, you have to build the setup.
Well, I think things are going to attract each other if there's an attraction between them, right?
Yet so, you have no example of that occurring.
If you want to discount Cavendish, then yeah, sure. That I know of.
Hey, old Haas, how do we not know it's just good old plain old refraction that caused it in Cavendish's shed?
Well, you know, it could have been time zones.
What? Who said it?
Yeah, I once had an apartment that was split by a time zone. I had endless excuses to be late. It was great.
I think earlier you got it was Jeb. No, it was old House Radbone. Was talking. Because you asked Becken, is there an example of what is happening if you can see it outside the shed? And then I'm
objects
wondering,
being attracted to one another.
Yeah. So
and don't say magnets.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that. So I'm wondering what is what are you supposed to see outside the shed to verify that this is happening?
Oh, listen, all we know is at this point that it's only occurring within the shed. Do you have an example of it occurring outside of the shed contraption setup?
And I asked you what?
No, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I'm also wondering what you expect to see happening outside the shed.
Well, it was the other guy who told us that objects are being attracted to other objects.
It doesn't. Well, yeah, but it's not that simple, right?
Okay.
It
so
also
that.
has. It has.
So you have witnessed this occurring.
This I haven't. I don't know why you said that. I haven't said anything yet about that. I'm just asking you.
Well, it's fine. I know why I said it, but yeah.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what you expect to see.
Objects being attracted to one another.
Yeah, but it's like saying a magnet can pick up a car, and then I put a refrigerator magnet over a car and expect it to lift it up. Obviously, it won't because it's not strong enough. So that's why I'm wondering. Saying magnets attract iron isn't that simple.
I don't know. How about a mountain? How about a mountain get a butterfly to stick to it or something?
Yeah, is that? Do you expect that to happen?
I've never seen that. Have you?
Why would you expect it to
happen? I don't know. But I don't know if you even expect it. Do you expect it to happen?
Well, that's what Bacon expects.
That's not what I expect.
You're talking to Bacon now.
Anybody?
Yeah,
but I don't think anybody expect that. That's the point,
join the club. Yeah, join the club. So this only occurs within Cavendish.
So if
this drastic, noticeable thing only occurs within the fancy boy from the 17th, 16th century with knickers in his shed.
Sorry,
the shed bowl enthusiast.
So if nobody is claiming a butterfly is supposed to stick to a mountain, even Cavendish doesn't claim it's supposed to happen.
Bacon told us that objects are. Listen, Bacon is the one who's telling us that objects are attracting other objects.
Yeah, but not a butterfly attracting. Not a butterfly attracting a mountain.
Okay, do you have any example of it occurring?
No, I'm wondering. I asked you, what do you
Okay.
expect to see happening?
Well, run one by me.
Sorry, I'm using a perfect good analogy of magnets because that seems to make sense for you, probably. So if I
No,
say
you told
magnet
me you weren't going
attract
to say
iron,
magnets.
if I say it's an analogy, yeah. If
No,
iron,
but
if I
it's not a good analogy because you can pick up your shavings with your filing iron shavings with your magnet.
Yeah.
And you can say, look, there it is. Yet when I
So
say,
I
hey, can
can't
you show me?
say okay.
When I say, can you show me what happens in Cavendish's shed out in nature? No, you can't. You tell me you're not going to talk about magnets, and now you are talking about magnets.
That's not what I'm asking about. You haven't talked directly about what I'm asking about.
Well, just give
when
me
I
an
say
example of it. Give me an example of it occurring.
a what occurring what?
Whatever's happening in Cavendish's shed.
What is happening in the Cavendish experiment is
Talk to Bacon
extremely
about it.
detailed.
He's the one who thinks he's the one who thinks that it's pertinent to the discussion here.
No, I'm not 100% sure what his claim was made, but I'm quite
Well, ask
sure
him.
I'm
You can ask
quite
him. He's
sure.
still here.
Okay, so what if I were to make a claim that mass attracts mass at a specific, with a specific function,
then you
right?
can go back in your memory bank of when I asked you if you could point to that occurring out in nature.
With a specific function, right? So what is that function?
So,
It
yay or
requires
nay?
a certain. You
Can you
can't
show
use
this
half
mass
my claim.
attracting mass anywhere
Sorry.
outside the shed, dude?
Not unless you can't measure it unless you're in a
Okay.
controller environment. Yeah.
Okay. Well.
But I'm also wondering when you say expect this to see in nature. I'm not wondering what you expect to see.
Well, if it were an experiment, wouldn't he have had to begin with observing a natural phenomenon?
Yeah, you probably
So
observe something to
why
get
the
an
hell did
idea
he
of.
build his shed if there's nothing to see?
The reason why he did that was because he already knew the Earth was a sphere and all that kind of stuff, right?
No, he was
But
trying to weigh the Earth. He was trying to get the
but now we are
density of the
talking
Earth.
about. Yeah, I know, but
That's the original story. Somehow
I
in
know.
somewhere around 2022 or 21, it got bastardized into this mass attracting mass.
No, but mass attract weight, by definition of weight, is basically the gravitational force that the Earth is pulling on it, and you can if you just switch the
show us that
equation
occurring
around,
in
you will
nature
get
then.
somewhere.
Show us this gravitational force that's being shown in Cavendish's shed out in nature.
And then I'm going to ask you again what.
And then you're going to
Based on the
say
claim
pick
I said
something up.
that I said that I expressed the claim exactly as I said it earlier, all of it, not just half of it.
Okay, that's fine. Then
express the claim I
guess
said
we're at an
earlier.
impasse.
No,
You can ask Bacon. You can ask
do this.
Bacon what his claim was.
Yeah, but you can't use that argument of yours if you're gonna use all of my claims. It only works if you just use half of it. Because it's not as simple as saying mass attracts mass. It's just half of it. It's just me saying
so Bacon.
Iron. It's just me saying magnets attract other magnets.
Okay, hey Bacon, what will be that's taking a different position than you? The two of you need to work this out. What's
What
your
position
position
did you
on
take?
what he's saying to you?
My position?
Yeah, what is your position, Bacon?
Well, I'm not claiming gravity here. I was just trying to address Prokofiev critique of Cavendish, because he was thinking the force between the masses would have to be greater than gravity. I'll try to explain why that wouldn't be the case. That's all I've been trying to bring here.
So no gravity in Cavendish's shed.
I see. I understand what he means. No, that's not what he's saying at all. I understood what Bacon said now. He's saying basically because you have a perpendicular force, because that was the force that was measured in
Yeah.
Cavendish's
So
experiment.
show us this
And those
horizontal
those
attraction
do
out
not
in
affect
nature.
each other. Those forces do not affect each other. We can
Exactly.
measure
That
them
was
independently.
exactly, and he was bringing an example where like you have something sitting on a table or being pulled by a magnet to a table, and it's hard to pull it sideways. And then I'll try to explain it. That's friction acting sideways as
Yeah.
well. So I mean, if you want to prevent something from moving left and right, you need a left and right force, at least a left and right component of a force.
Yeah.
And on Cavendish, you don't have that. All you have would be the tension on the bar, which is very weak.
So what you need to do is basically remove any effect of the friction. So what you do is you hang it from a string, so friction become negligible.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah. So, but that was a conversation I was having with Log before. Now, my conversation with whatever the rest of his nickname is, I'm not really sure what the conversation was about. He just asked me a bunch of questions like, where do we see it in nature? And I was trying to get him to explain what he would expect to see in nature.
Yeah, you both said no.
That was when
you both said you have no examples outside of the contraption.
Wait, so
I said I don't.
Noted.
Yeah.
Did you teach?
Yeah, for this sideways attraction is very minute, very small. You need a very precise measurement to notice it.
So, Bacon, did you teach APOC about vectors yet, or is that something?
I don't think you ever understand that. It's pointless. You'll never understand that unless you go back to school.
Yeah, I didn't go to that. I tried to explain simpler things before, but just to add to the previous conversation, the one that we're having right now, when he mentioned that he insinuated he would expect a butterfly to stick to a mountain, right? So,
no, I was asking, since you guys can't come up with an example.
Well,
I
anyway, I want to
right?
I want to respond to that
do
anyway.
you finally have an example of this?
No, I wasn't looking for an example.
Okay.
But I wanted to respond to that anyway, because the force you'd expect between a butterfly and a mountain.
Bacon, real quick. Bacon, real quick. Let me inform him what happened earlier.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I was fine with that interruption, but I'll just
type it.
No, you're free to say that, but let me just say what I was going to say. I was just going to mention that the force between the butterfly and Mount Everest would be, at least if I didn't screw up, 2
well,
times
if
10
it
to
was
the
at
minus
Mount
7
Everest,
newtons.
it would freeze probably, but
yeah, I mean, just to get a mass example, it would be around 2 times 10 to the minus 7 newtons. So
no, my
basically
lord,
nothing.
you guys
That
are out
wouldn't
of your
stick.
minds.
That wouldn't stick the butterfly.
You
to Mount
guys are
Everest.
truly out of your minds.
But this is why we're asking you, what do you expect to see?
It's
because
wild.
I don't expect.
Well, I asked you both multiple times if you had any examples. You both said no. The end.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, that's true. And I also wonder why you would ask that question, because from the experiment itself, when it's such small forces, why do you?
Well, how could it be an
anything?
experiment if you don't have any naturally occurring phenomenon to observe in the first place?
Attracting each other is very natural.
That's within the contraption setup. That's not nature.
That is nature.
No, okay. Now we've gotten to now we've figured it out. No, that's a contraption setup.
Yeah.
What did he see in nature that inspired him to hang balls in his shed?
Because we, for example, see other planets orbiting the Earth.
Here we go. Yeah. Okay.
And we
so
also
no example that we can reach, but you have an outer space mythology chapter to start talking about. Got it.
That was
if that doesn't raise a red flag, which it doesn't. Yeah, you guys have this outer space mythology very, very much embedded in your psyche. So good luck to you.
Also, the knowledge of like how forces interact with each other, for example, but that was also
okay. So did you have an example outside of the contraption? You seem to keep going back and forth.
No.
Can you point to anything?
I don't know. I don't know why you are asking for that. You want to see something in with your own
I know
eyes
you don't
beyond the
know
Earth,
why.
right?
I know you don't know why. You'll be fine.
I don't know why. Tell me why. Why do you expect to see something? Tell me,
Tell me
please.
why.
Tell me why. Yeah. Tell me why. I'm not gonna
So
sing.
wait a
They
minute.
can do that.
Just a moment ago, you wanted to tell me that the shed contraption was nature, and we are seeing it.
Yeah. No, we are
So you're
seeing that
talking out of both
in a
sides of
shed,
your mouth.
right?
You're
When you say
talking out of
see,
both
do you
sides of
mean
your
with your
mouth.
own?
You're
When you
double
say,
speaking.
okay, sorry. When you say where do
No,
we
no
see?
need
Do
to
you mean?
apologize. Just don't do it anymore.
Sorry. When you just to clarify, when you
Apology
say
not accepted.
when you see it, when I say we see it, I mean we can see it in the lab. I trust the instruments.
Yeah,
But
you see
you
the
might call it
contraption set
seeing
up,
so
but
with your
you
own.
want to call it
You
an
mean?
experiment. Yet when I say what inspired this shed contraption setup, you have nothing.
Yeah, and that. No, I told you earlier. You're just
Planets.
ignoring that.
Plan-
Yeah, not planets, only that. But yeah,
I didn't ignore you. I heard you. Planets.
I didn't only say that, but
Whole
whatever.
tails.
Yeah, you have to like.
You
I don't
have to
know. You have to leave
believe.
out.
You have to
No, you have to
imagine.
leave out half of it every
I
time.
get it.
Yep. So the bodybuilder holding down straight on the lead ball could be overcome by the baby if the baby had like a 5-meter long stick attached to the ball, because the bodybuilder's not pushing in the X direction, right?
Yeah, torque converter.
I mean, I don't know.
That's
APOC doesn't.
how.
So you're telling me that the steel ball next to the other steel ball in the classroom is 15 feet away? Oh, okay. Please show me that video. Let's see that one, because you guys really love to bring in these analogies that aren't even fucking like along the lines of what we're talking about.
Well,
Now you have a
experiment.
now you're talking about leverage, which is a whole nother fucking discussion. But see
No,
how
we're
you
talking-
guys do? It's a tactic. You guys have tactics.
Yeah.
No,
So
but
the
in the
apparatus, the
Cavendish
torsion balance is
experiment, they
actually
are
like.
Can you show
perpendicular.
me the
Torsion balance
Cavendish
is like 2
experiment where
meters
there's
long,
a?
dude.
Can you show me the
One at a
Cavendish
time.
experiment where the two balls are 15 feet away from each other? That explains what you just said. Thank you. I
They're
appreciate
6
it.
feet apart from each other. So
They have no idea how transparent their desperation is. That's why they just carry on like this.
Right?
It's wild. Their
like
lack of
ultra
self
level
awareness is frightening.
Yeah, this is.
But the
Wait.
forces
Hold on.
are. Okay, whatever.
Listen to him just carry. It's bizarre.
Hey, hold on. He
But the
just said
forces
something
are.
crazy
But
right
the
now.
forces are perpendicular to each other, so they are
Wait.
independent from each other, right?
Hold on. I know you guys have to say that to make your paradigm work, but here's what's crazy. He just said that the balls are 6 feet apart from each other. So are you saying that the ball on one side is trying to get to the other ball on the other side? Or
No, I said
is it
the
just trying
torsion
to
balance
touch
is
the
6
ball
feet
right
apart
next
from
to
each
it?
other, dude. The balls don't touch in the experiment. You
Okay.
keep on misunderstanding.
Hold on.
The balls can't touch.
Okay,
That's key.
listen. My point exactly. But here's the point. You said, because I said, show me the 15 foot away, from one to another that can pull on it, because you said a baby and with the 5-meter pole can do it. That's called leverage. And then he jumped in like, yeah, that's different. That's torque. Blah, blah. But I said, show me the 15 foot away, but then you said they're 6 feet apart. But that is not the problem there.
Well, actually,
What you're
not
talking
even
about,
the baby could push on it. The baby could push
what
on
you're
it.
talking about is the object.
The baby
Okay,
could push
in the
on it from the
Cavendish
lead ball
experiment,
because there's no force being applied in the X direction to counteract the baby.
in the Cavendish experiment, that's not an
You
experiment.
see a big number and your brain freaks out.
In
You're
the
like 500 kilograms. What?
in the not experiment, they place something right next to each of the balls on the opposite sides. So that is what you guys are claiming, mass attracting mass. Once you put those two objects there and they start moving towards them, yes or no?
The objects stay. There's two stationary masses. You just unlock the apparatus so they can move.
Okay, so once again, when you put those two objects next to them,
nope, they're stationary.
Once again, when you put those two objects next to them,
stationary.
fuck, bro.
Stationary.
Is the attraction happening
Stationary.
between those two objects? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So
yeah, stop spurging out, Trig.
So look at when thank you, right? So look at when I say that the attraction here and you're not an experiment is from the still balls moving closer towards those two items placed to those still balls. This is the distance that I was talking about. I said, okay, show me the one where they put that still ball 15 feet away from the object and see if it attracts to it from 15 feet away, because somebody just threw it out there that if you got a baby that's with a 15-foot pole and a bodybuilder holding it, that the baby could move it.
Do you disagree with that?
That's not what we're talking about. So
well,
I do disagree with your premise.
A red herring. You didn't
I
answer my
disagree
question.
with your premise because that is not what we're talking about.
Why are you obfuscating?
You're the one that obfuscated saying that a baby with a 15-foot pole.
Yep, and then you didn't answer the question. Could the baby do it?
Better example. A better example.
Could the baby do it? APOC, answer the question. Stop obfuscating.
A better example would be.
I don't care what the better example is. Answer my question first, and then you can
better example. A better example would be if a bodybuilder was standing upright. Right, we're going to create this scenario here, and he was holding on with all his might a rope that was pulling down something above him. Okay.
False equivalence.
Oh, so how? Explain why.
Because we're talking about a long rod connected to another, like a stationary mass, and then we're talking about moving something in the X direction, not moving it in the Y direction.
So you're not getting it. So you don't understand that no matter how long your rod, listen, no matter how long your rod is that's above the earth, it's still going to be, in your paradigm, being pulled down to the center of it. Do you understand that?
Down, not sideways, so it doesn't matter.
Thank you. Exactly. That's our argument.
I understand.
Nothing
I don't
is
understand
pulling
what
it
your
sideways.
is.
Nothing.
There is
the Earth isn't pulling it sideways.
Okay,
but the stationary mass is.
look at our point exactly. Look, gravity is not pulling it sideways, right? Yes or no?
The gravity of the Earth is not pulling it sideways.
Okay,
the lead balls are.
Okay.
The
Thank
lead
you.
balls are though.
Please clip that, somebody, because for some reason they don't get when you say that gravity's proven.
This is us winning.
Hold on, Drake.
This is us winning.
Just let the Pokemon finish. He has to finish his.
When you say that gravity is proven by two objects coming sideways, but in the same breath say, but gravity doesn't work sideways, then please make that make sense.
The gravity of the Earth is not pulling them sideways. I agree.
Okay, so then let's throw out the Cavendish experiment, because that doesn't prove gravity then. Because that's not that is not what's doing it.
It proves that the mass, right?
Do you not get that? Do you
mass of the?
Why is that light not turning on, brother?
He doesn't understand how X and Y directions work, dude. He's a complete retard.
I think I understand your argument, Kevin. Apocryphon, you're saying because we are measuring the balls attracting each other, we are not measuring the attraction of the Earth. Therefore, we are not proving attraction of the Earth. That's what you're saying, right?
That's why Cavendish is not an experiment. That's exactly why it's not.
Yeah.
Because it is not. You are not conducting an experiment that's testing what the relationship to the actual hypothesis is. And the hypothesis is that something's going downwards and it's being pulled. That's
not
the
really.
observation. That's the observation.
No.
Something's going down.
The hypothesis is that there is that mass is the thing that is causing the attraction.
Right, mass attracts mass. To do
that we can't use the Earth, because then we are just confirming what we already know. We need to use some kind of mass that we can control for, and the mass that we can control for is to take a mass and weigh it and know what it weighs, and then test it with it. Because we can't use the Earth because nobody has weighed Earth.
Right. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting to a place where if
I get
this
it. I don't
mass
think you get
attracting
it,
mass,
to be honest.
if this
He
mass,
said, with the Earth, you're confirming what you already know. What do you already know?
No, if you're using the
Exactly.
Earth, you don't know the weight of the Earth, so you can't. There is no parameter to use, right?
So is this an experiment, Cavendish, or a measurement?
It's both. I don't know. You measure in the
Well,
experiment.
no.
You have to measure
Which
something.
one is it? It's an experiment. So what's
It's
the natural observed
not
phenomenon?
mutually exclusive. You can measure
What's the
something in
natural
an
observed?
experiment.
What's the natural observed phenomenon then, since it's an experiment?
What do you mean natural observed phenomena?
Okay, you have no clue what an experiment is. That's why you made that mistake. So it's probably just a measurement then, right?
No, it's an experiment. It's called the Cavendish
Oh,
experiment.
okay. So what's the natural observed phenomenon?
If you want to break it down to something very simple, like I would say it's just mass attracting mass. That's the.
Oh, okay. So that would be your
phenomenon.
supposed cause, though, of what you were supposed to have observed, right? So.
No, it's the thing that is proposed that it's happening. That's
Okay,
the
I tried to
phenomena
help
that's
you. I
happening.
tried to help you. So tell me where you saw masses attracting one another in nature.
Exactly.
If you drop like balls and shit, if you drop it on the ground.
Oh, what mass is attracting one another?
The mass of the Earth is attracting the ball.
Oh, really? So that sounds like a cause claim then.
What do you mean cause claim? That's just
so
happening.
that wouldn't be your so that wouldn't be your natural observed phenomenon. That would be your independent variable in this experiment you're going to set up.
What?
Masses
There is
attracting
no
one another.
claim of
You're going to say
cause
that
in this
that's.
case.
I'm trying to help you. That would be. Oh, there is no cause, so it's not an experiment.
No,
It's just
I'm
an
not sure what you mean
observation.
by cause. The cause you could say is like the radius or the distance away from it and the mass of it.
Oh, the cause is the distance away from it.
Yeah, if you want an input to the experiment, that would be it.
The distance away from it. That's going to be my input into the experiment.
Yeah, because if you have
you don't know how to,
it
you don't know how to do
closer,
this, do you? You don't know how to do
if
this.
you
Do you?
have if you have it if you have the you need to know that it's part of the experiment. You need to know the distance.
So what did you naturally observe that you're going to be testing the cause of? Let's start over because you fucked this up pretty good. So we better just wipe the slate and try again. What did you observe out in nature that you would like to test a causal mechanism for?
The causal mechanism that mass is attracting mass is the one thing that is proposed that's happening.
Okay, so you didn't actually observe masses attracting one another as a phenomenon. You saw something fall and you suppose that the cause of that phenomenon was masses attracting one another.
Yeah,
Okay, so
that's
how are you
the
Are you going to be
hypothesis.
varying and manipulating the attraction of masses to demonstrate that that's the cause of things falling?
By putting two masses next to each other and see if they attract each other.
Okay, so what's going to be falling in this setup?
The experiment is that you have mass attracting mass, and so to measure that,
but you were going to
it's
test
it's
that
not
out as
mass
the cause.
falling mass.
You're
I
going
don't
to
know what
test
you
that
mean.
as the cause. You're going to test that as the cause for things falling down.
Yeah, because that would also happen, right? If this is the case,
Okay,
then
so
you would have mass.
Okay, so what's falling down in this?
There's nothing falling in the experiment because that's not the claim.
All right, it was. You just made that claim, so I guess you won't be
No,
testing
I
the
didn't.
cause.
I never said that. You said it.
Yeah, you did. You just told me that would be the cause of things falling.
No, that would be the cause of it falling, but the hypothesis is that mass attracts mass. No, it's that mass attracts mass.
It's not your claim. So you just said it is.
One way we observe it is by balls falling, but there's other ways we can observe it as well. For example, in the Cavendish experiment.
Really? You're begging the
Yeah.
question a little bit because it just sounds like you're taking for granted that mass is attracting as the cause of things falling, and then you've gone on to try to quantify this attractive force or something before you've even confirmed its validity that actually is responsible for any of these effects that you see. So, I mean, you have a jumble of a claim here. Like, you kind of have to get it organized.
I think you need to organize what you just said. It was kind of
Yeah, and you
wild.
need to organize your brain because it's not making sense out of much of anything right now. Is it a measurement? Is it an experiment?
Specifically.
Maybe you just have to find out what an experiment is. Because, I mean, you're just taking for granted that masses are attracting, that there's an attractive force which causes things to fall in nature, which is also causing the balls in Cavendish to do what they do. You're not varying and manipulating it to show that it actually caused anything to fall. You're not actually demonstrating its existence at all. You're just taking it for granted, then going on to try to quantify it, but then also calling it an experiment. I mean, it's just mush, dude.
It is an experiment, and you can't measure it by using the Earths because that's you already observe, right? So you need to have some kind of control.
Oh,
That's
so you're just
adding
measuring.
something additional to the. Can I finish, please?
So it's just a measurement. So it's
which is
not even an
adding to
experiment.
the.
All right,
Which
it's just
is
a
adding.
measurement. Yeah, because you're just
Which is
making the
adding.
assertion. Right. Yeah, you're just asserting that it is what causes things to fall on
I feel
the
like
Earth.
this
You're
is
not
not
actually.
going anywhere.
Yeah, you're not actually demonstrating that that's the case. You're just asserting it, and then you're going on to try to quantify it with this Cavendish apparatus.
I feel like
All right,
I'm
so it's
going to
not
be
an
muted soon,
experiment.
so we
It's
can
a
move over to
measurement.
another chat room if you want to talk.
I think Bacon should engage with APOC about his drawing because APOC's gonna have he's gonna be real blown away when he figures out how much force is required in the X direction to change.
All right, back
like
to the
this
comedy.
is not going anywhere with the heretic.
No, I think Heretic did a great job of annihilating the position that you guys have. But that's probably why you're trying
He
to come
didn't.
back to
He
me
just
and
said a
Bacon.
word salad. He just blurred out the
No,
word
but
salad.
he broke it down though, so that way. Yeah, he did though. Okay, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. If
please do.
look at this for the audience, right? Like I know you and I are talking about it now, but here's for the audience. If you think that he broke it down, then you get it. If you don't think he broke it down right now, then you don't get it. And it's okay if you don't get it. It just proves why you're still stuck in your position. Because you don't even get what he's saying. The same way you guys haven't got what I've been saying for the past hour and a half, probably. But the point stands is that if gravity is something that was okay, let me say it this way. What gave birth to gravity? What was the thing that happened in our history timeline? What happened for somebody to say, "Hey, there's this thing called gravity"? What happened?
Is that a rhetorical question, or do you want
No.
a history
Any of the
lesson?
Globers that know that answer that want to chime in? What gave
I'm not
birth
sure
to gravity?
who proposed it first. I think it was like a gradual process. I know that Newton was the one who like first quantified properly, but I know that, for example, what's his name again? One of the guys who proposed like build like a model for it, the heliocentric model before Newton. They already knew gravity existed,
Okay.
but they didn't quantify it in a way.
Okay. So once again, I'll ask it a little slower this time, maybe. What was observed that made somebody say there's this thing called gravity? What was
Okay, so I think I know before Newton it was what's his name? I'm gonna find his name again. Just 2 seconds.
That it's good to
So we're going to be denying Einstein with all this, right?
It's nothing to do with Einstein.
Okay, so nothing that you brought up is going to show that the bending and warping of space-time causes.
No, he's talking about fucking history of
clear.
gravity. This is hundreds of years before Einstein.
APOC, I'm gonna go to the gym right now, and I'm gonna get a couple 45-pound plates, and I'm gonna blow your mind. You're gonna be blown away, dude.
Oh, you're gonna show me how you can lift a 45-pound weight, but the gravity
don't set off the lug alarm.
But the gravity isn't going to keep the 45-pound weight to the floor, even though it's simultaneously holding all the water down to its core. Got it. Go blow my mind and prove to me how gravity isn't something. Thank you.
I'm gonna move the plates in the X direction with like barely any force, and you're gonna be like, "How is it possible?" I thought I'd have to apply 200 kilos of force to move them.
No, I had never said that. Never said that.
In 16 of okay, so if somebody's interested, so in 1605, in a letter to Fabricius, Kepler posited that gravity was a force that bring together similar objects that have weight.
What did he? I'm glad you said that, because
proposed that
earlier
in
I talked about.
1605.
I'm glad you said that little quote there, because earlier there was like a 30-minute discussion. I was trying to like bash into these guys' heads that when you dealing with mass attracting mass, that there's weight involved, and they were trying to say no, there's no weight involved. Like for 30 minutes, it was fucking hilarious. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, that was it. You wanted like a history. I don't know if it has been
Yeah, what did
proposed
he see
before
though?
that.
What did he see? And the net, just as Heretic was saying earlier, like what was the natural phenomenon that somebody witnessed that gave that sparked
He
the idea
tried
of
to
gravity?
describe the planetary motions of in our solar system. That's what he was
Gonna test
observing.
the cause of
And
planetary motions in solar system.
no, he was just observing them and trying to describe them and quantify them.
Okay,
See
but
if there
no
was like a
experiment.
pattern.
Okay, so he didn't do the experiment, but you're telling us
There
that the
was no
natural
experiment in this case. No, there's
I
just
know because
observations.
Cavendish is your experiment claim, and we're trying to get the natural observed phenomenon in space.
Exactly.
I told you that, but who cares?
Okay, so
no, you didn't.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying that the natural observed phenomenon was somebody said that these things in the sky are going around this other thing in the sky, and that created gravity in his brain. Is that what you're saying?
It didn't create gravity in his brain. He didn't create it.
I meant a thought. I
He
meant like a thought.
discovered.
Like
He discovered it. Yeah, that's what he had a proposition, and then he used this proposition to see like if it has some kind of like if it's some universal law that can describe this motion. So he tried to describe it with and he made Kepler's law, which was some kind of quantifications, but he used like geometry and stuff like that. But he didn't like use the masses. He couldn't quantify masses of things.
Right. Okay. So again, earlier, like for another 30 minutes of that 2 hours that I've been here talking to you guys, there was another conversation how I was trying to tell somebody how I can't pinpoint where exactly, but somewhere in our timeline, math became science. And I think we might have hit the head on the nail right here. This might be one of those moments where he mathematically made this into existence and then said, "Oh, science." But that's not science, right? Would you agree if that's science, yes or no?
No, I think if you say that it's real, then you are performing a fallacy. But you could say, I think this is like you need to be precise in the language when you use science. You can say that, for example, they follow these patterns, right? That's what you could say. So planets follow these patterns, and then you can quantify it. But you can't say these patterns that I described is reality. I don't think anybody in science would say that. But it's like an ontology question, right?
He's not doing science in Cavendish, though. He's just trying to quantify something that's already taken for granted.
Which is then going back to it's just a measurement, not a science experiment.
He's not testing anything
fail,
to
right?
show that an attractive force is actually the cause of this or that. He's just presupposing the existence of the attractive force, then going, let's quantify it. Not testing the validity
it's
of
a
it
hypothesis
or its
is
effects on anything.
making an assumption, right? When you make an hypothesis, you are
What's his
for the sake of
hypothesis?
the experiment that
This
mass
is going to
attracts
affect
mass.
that. No,
Mass
that
attracts mass.
would just be his causal mechanism for an observed phenomenon.
No, that's what he will measure. If it wasn't the case, then the bolts wouldn't attract each other. It would fail, right?
It's begging the question, because according to Einstein, that wouldn't be the case. It's not an attractive force; it's a bending and warping of space-time. So, what was observed, and what is
At the
he going
time,
to
they had
predict
no
was the
concept of
cause
these
of the
things.
exactly, which is why it's incoherent for you to invoke it.
No, let's say back in that time when they only knew of Newtonian forces, so they only knew of the concept of things attracting things. That's the only language they used. Yeah, it attracts.
Yeah.
That's the concept. Things attracts things.
Yeah, he's not demonstrating that an attractive force actually causes any of these celestial motions or anything to fall to the ground or anything like that. He's already presupposing that paradigm and then going, let's quantify the force.
Exactly.
No, but if you put a ball there and you put a ball next to it and they attract each other, and then you take the ball away and it's not attracting, and then you put the ball back in, it is attracting, and it's also doing
hold
it
on
like
though.
with a
Doesn't tell me
specific
anything about
strength.
why things fall. Doesn't
Isn't
tell me I'm
that
on a ball in space. Doesn't tell me anything about the motions of the
no? It
celestial
doesn't tell you
bodies.
about the ball in space, right? But it
It
tells you
doesn't.
that mass
It
has
doesn't tell me
something
that
to
anything
mass.
happened in nature that you're going to demonstrate the cause of with this.
It demonstrates that mass has something to do with this attraction force. Yes, I would
Okay, so
definitely
what
conclude with
happened in
that.
nature that you're going to use this apparatus to demonstrate the cause for?
What happens is that you can quantify
Okay,
objects
what
that
happened
is
in nature? What phenomenon in nature that you're going to use this to
ballistic,
test out the
but like
cause
for
of?
example, ballistic trajectories. I mean, what do you want?
Ballistic trajectories.
Yeah, because they fall like they are attracted to Earth, right? Objects
Okay,
are
so
attracted to
supposed
Earth.
cause of ballistic okay. They fall like they're attracted to, so you're supposing that the
Yeah.
cause of, all right, a ballistic falling is attraction of the Earth.
Yes.
Okay,
but then you
so where's
but
the ballistic in the experiment?
it's not ballistics in the experiment.
Okay, so you're not
In
going to
the
be testing the
experiment, you
cause of
are
ballistics
using
falling.
masses next to masses, right?
No, you're conflating too many things.
You can't prove that ballistics is falling by showing a ballistics falling. If you're going to propose something like that, mass has something to do with it. You need to use a controlled environment where you can adjust the mass and you can adjust the distance to it, for example.
You haven't shown that the mechanism that's causing whatever you see to happen in Cavendish is what causes ballistics to fall.
I don't know how that wouldn't explain it, because both the Earth has mass and the projectile you are throwing also has mass. So that is that's the connection.
Yeah, it's a leap, not a connection.
It's not a long leap. It's a very short leap.
No, it's just a leap, dude.
I mean, if I pick up iron, I don't have to test that it's magnetic for me to know that it's magnetic. If I pick up iron, I'm going to guess
tested the
it's
phenomenon that
magnetic.
you've observed. Like, you got the very first part wrong. You observed a phenomenon in nature, and then you constructed an experiment, so-called, which is actually sometimes a measurement, depending on how you want to claim it, that doesn't actually include that phenomenon. You dropped your phenomenon right, like, that's the very first part of it, and you fucked it up.
But the phenomena isn't ballistic trajectory. The phenomena is that mass attracts mass.
No,
yeah,
that's
I know
not
no
the
shit.
no,
I don't know
no,
why.
it's not. It's not. That's not the phenomenon. The phenomenon would be balls coming together, would be celestial motions, like you said, would be ballistics falling, would be apples falling. Those are all the phenomena. Now your mass is
And all of
attracting.
these
That
things
would
can be
be the
explained by
cause.
mass
That
attracts
would be the
mass.
cause, but this is what you do every single time. You conflate
No,
your supposed
that's
cause with the stuff that was observed, the phenomena.
no, that's what happens when you have mass attracting mass. All of these things
Yeah,
happens.
that's what has to be tested and shown with an experiment, and you haven't done that, and you can't even figure out which one is the phenomenon and which one is the cause for the phenomenon, because it flips back and forth. Sometimes I ask you and you say it's this thing falling, that thing falling, it's the motions of the things in the sky. Then you say the phenomenon is mass attracting mass, when that was supposed to be the cause for all that stuff. So you just don't know what you're talking about,
No,
so it's
that's
going to be impossible.
the mass attracting mass is the thing that is proposed, and that's based on observations.
Oh, it's proposed, is it?
Yeah.
As what? As what?
Before, I'm talking like I'm talking as if this was before he did the experiment, because at that time he didn't know, right?
Was it proposed
as? It's a proposed explanation of why, for example, when you drop a ball, it's going to fall to the ground, or why
Okay, so it's going to be
the moon
supposed
orbits
cause.
the Earth.
All right. So it's going to be the supposed cause. So it's not going to be the phenomenon. The phenomenon is going to be, let's say, ball falling to the ground. Supposed cause is going to be
that is one phenomena, but all of these are the same.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to pick
are
one.
the same. All of these are the same, like, natural explanation. It's not like I have to prove that. I have to test it for apple, and then I have to test it for orange, and then I have to test it for a bullet. and then
No,
I have
I
to
never
test
said
it.
that.
Like you have.
No, I never said you would have to
Then what are you
test it for
proposing then?
different things
Why are
falling.
you saying I have to test it for specifically ballistics then?
No, I would say you would test it for specific
said that earlier.
phenomena. So something falling down, that would be one phenomenon.
No,
Celestial
mass
bodies
attracts
moving around, that
mass.
would be some other phenomenon. I wouldn't conflate that with things falling to the ground on
But
Earth.
they are the same phenomena. They are
Yeah,
the
okay.
same
No, they're
thing.
not. Okay, you're telling me that an apple falling to the ground and something moving in the sky is the same observed phenomenon.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
You're
It's
just
the
an
same
idiot.
thing.
You're an idiot, dude.
No, that's orbital mechanics explain these other things as well.
No, so then
They knew it
explain. Now you're
back
going
then.
back. Now you're going back to a cause claim. We need a phenomenon. We're going to test the cause of that. You don't get to just universally claim that this one thing is responsible for all these different phenomena when you haven't tested it for any of them.
But it's in there, like it's one of the best experiment to test this because you're not testing what
You don't
you're
have an experiment.
already
You don't even have a DV.
You test
dude,
it.
so
You try
you
to
don't
have
even
some
have a
universe.
DV, so you don't have an experiment. Be your
This
very
is the
first
best.
part, and you don't even
It's the
have
best.
that. And you definitely don't
It's
have an independent
if you're gonna
variable.
test
You
something,
can't
wouldn't the
vary and
best thing
manipulate
to
the attractive force that you imagine the existence of that can't exist anyway, according to Einstein, within your worldview.
yeah. Wouldn't the best thing for like testing this kind of thing would be to have a completely indirect that has no connection to what the phenomena I'm watching at all, because that would be, for me, that would be the best experiment I would have, was one that is not connected to what I'm testing. With the phenomena, it would be like completely separated in a controlled environment.
What's the phenomena again that you observed?
That like balls
In
falling,
nature?
in
Balls falling. So a ball falls in nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at your
Okay,
Lunar.
what balls are falling in nature? When does that happen?
When you drop a ball, it falls in nature.
So when someone picks up a ball and then they drop it, that's happening in nature, or is that man causing that to happen?
I don't think whether you drop. I don't think you have anything to do with it.
You don't think I have? You just said when a man drops a ball, but now you're saying the man doesn't have anything to do with it?
No, because whether you dropped it or it was picked up by the wind and dropped does not matter. It's still gonna fall, right? So I don't think you have
What
anything
wind
to
is
do with it.
picking up balls
I don't
and
think you
dropping
have.
them? What wind is picking up balls and dropping them?
It could be
I've heard
earthquake
of
and a
rain.
rock falling down, right? A rain,
I've heard of rain.
whatever. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know
So
why you're
rain is a ball or is rain water? Excuse me. Is rain a ball or is it water?
It's formed as a ball. It could be a ball, but
A
it's
perfect
irrelevant.
sphere? Is rain a perfect sphere all the time?
Like if I,
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
So you're saying that, so in nature, water is evaporated. So rain goes up and then it goes away from this mass you're claiming the earth is. So it's actually separating itself from a mass and going away from it. And then it suspends, also not going towards a mass in the air until it, becomes, accumulates and then becomes heavier than the air and then falls out of the air back to the earth. So in what scenario here was gravity doing what you think it's supposed to be doing? Is it when it was going up or only when it was going down? No, I'm moving away from the phenomena that I just described in nature where water went up and then it suspended and then it went down. Oh, so I should only pay attention to the part where it goes down, but not when it goes up and then it suspends and then it goes down. So the water that goes up, hello? When the water goes up, is that mass attracting mass? Yeah, so when the water goes up, is that mass attracting mass?
That's not what you said earlier. You was hooked on that it was the.
No, I didn't bring up anything. I asked a question and you talked about
sorry.
a ball.
Can I finish?
What ball?
Sorry, you are talking over me. Can I please finish?
Well, you're putting words in my mouth that I didn't say.
No, that was exactly what you said. It was very important.
What did I say? What did I say?
Earlier.
What did I say?
Can I say it without you over talking me and asking me what you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, then shut the fuck up then. Let me finish. So what you said was that it was the human that picked up the ball. So it was the human that was the cause.
No,
And I
you
said,
said
no.
that. You said
I
when
said,
you pick up a
you said
ball.
that.
No, absolutely
No,
not. You're a liar. Absolutely not. You're a liar. You said when you pick up a ball and then you drop it and it falls to the earth. And I said, so a man picks up the ball, and you said yes. Is that not what happened? If not, please rewind the tape.
The human picked up a ball, but I said it was irrelevant. And you said no.
So what's another example, right? What's another example?
Right?
The water that goes up?
Correct.
Okay, the water goes up. So the water goes up then. Correct about what again?
Can you be not honest and answer what I said?
What was your question? Be very concise.
I asked you. So the human picked up the ball, and then you said, so the human was the cause. And then I said, no, the human is irrelevant. And then you disagreed.
Yeah, of course I disagreed because you just said a man picked a ball up.
Yes.
How is the man not irrelevant in the scenario? Why would you bring up the man if the man is irrelevant?
Because the ball is up in an up position. Whoever picked it up.
How did it get there?
Why?
Okay, so which ball are we talking about? In nature, let's talk about something very specific. We're going to be specific in this conversation, you and me.
Oh my God, you
when are balls?
Idiot.
Why are you not just dude? You don't have to just. I mean, are you going to hang out and talk to me? So let's be very specific. Don't you want to have a conversation?
Worth anything. You are.
Okay. So, anyways, I'm going to ask another question, but maybe you want to run away. How are these balls ending up in the air? Give me an example, a very specific one. When you see this happen in nature, what kind of ball? How it get there? It leaves equilibrium. How does it happen? Go.
It happened because your mother gave birth to you.
Okay, so now we're talking about people's families. Now I want you to give me a specific example in nature where a ball ended up in the air. I don't care how it happened, but if you're going to bring man into it, well, man is the cause that the ball went up. So how are these balls ending up in the air? Let's go.
If you don't care how it happened, why the fuck are you asking me how it happened?
Well, it has to be a naturally caused phenomenon, not a synthetic phenomenon, right? Like it can't be a man because the man is relevant in this scenario. The man is the one who made the ball go up. In nature, are balls going up without man being involved? Yes or no?
The man, how the balls end up in an up position, it requires energy. Who cares what it does? Because all of them fall.
Okay, well let's. Do you have an example where a man doesn't do that? Do you have an example where a man is not lifting the ball up off the ground? Do you have an example of that? A specific example that we can all observe and be familiar with?
I'm not going to talk with you anymore.
Okay, well then you're on mute then. I mean, if you can't give me a specific example how balls are ending up in the air without men being involved, and I don't even know how we're supposed to, test a naturally observed phenomena. So do you have a naturally occurring ball in the air scenario without man picking it up? Yes or no?
A ball fall? Yes.
Okay, so just give me the specific example so we can go out and observe this.
The natural phenomena is that my mother gave birth to me and then I picked up the ball. Are you going to mute me again?
Oh boy. Yep. So the naturally observed phenomena is a woman had a child. Oh, and then years later, the child picked the ball up, removed it from equilibrium, and then it ended up in the air. So still no naturally observed phenomena.
Yeah.
Is that about right?
Are you saying you are above nature? Can you fly? Can you fly, Sesu?
How did you get to that conclusion? This is how desperate you are in this conversation. Well, now we're talking about flying. Yeah, no, friend, if man causes something to happen, then man is the cause. We're talking about naturally observed phenomena. You say balls are in the air. Now, if you're going to say man is natural and man is the cause, well, then we don't need to do any experiments now, do we? Is there a scenario where balls are going up without man being involved? Yes or no?
I'm Superman now. I can fly since I'm not the natural.
There we go. So this is where the conversation goes. Such absurd claims, or at least a challenge of an absurd claim, where now we're talking about Superman. Totally off topic. How about we go back to mass attracting mass? Let's see. Can you define mass for me, please?
Are you asking dumb questions? You're gonna get dumb back.
Yeah, so, I mean, you made a claim about mass attracting mass earlier, so let's define mass and see what mass does. Mass does things, apparently attracts other masses to it. So define mass, please.
If I define it, I'm the cause of it, apparently, according to you, so I don't know how.
Yeah, so now you're being so absurd that if we define terms, you're the cause of it. So what is mass exactly? Define it, please, with citation.
I don't know why I would do that to you. It's a waste of time.
So you don't want to provide any support for your claims. You don't want to provide support for your claims, right? You don't actually want to bring up something like mass attracting mass and then define your terms, because that would be too inconvenient. That wouldn't help your cause. I mean, I'm sure you're confident that mass attracts mass. We just need to know what mass is. So can you define it, please?
No, I'm not going to define it to you.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess if you're not going to define your terms, then we can't even really get to the brass tacks of this claim that you made. How silly. Bacon, I unmuted you. I know that you're on server deafen, but maybe you're watching on YouTube. Can you define mass? Your friend here can't define it. Do you have a definition for mass that we can use? I mean, I don't like to be conversation killers, but I would just like people to kind of define their terms if they want to have a conversation. Does anybody else have a definition for mass? Math, are you new in here? Are you a globe believer? Could you define mass for me, or is that possible? I mean, it's good for the audience. It's good for the YouTube audience to see what kind of time wasters the globe believers are, where they want to use terms, but they don't want to define them. I think that's very telling. I hope that the viewers on YouTube or anybody else that's listening can kind of notice that we're not going to define our terms. We're just going to make claims or statements. And then I hope everybody just sort of ignores that.
And you are correct that is exactly what they want to do. Is they want to be able to kind of spray and pray, but not actually define their terms. They want. But I have a question in regards to the Cavendish experiment from earlier. So I haven't come across that in a while, to tell you the truth, in any detailed specifics, but Cavendish claimed he was looking through a telescope, so why can't we just claim that it was refraction and nothing more? I mean, how would he not have proof? I mean, refraction seems to be the claim that the globies like to use on everything, so why can't we turn that on them and say the only logical explanation for the Cavendish experiment is refraction in the telescope?
Yeah, good point.
That could be one way.
Yeah, I thought that was you were cracking a joke earlier, but yeah.
Well, when I said it, I was. When I said it, I was absolutely cracking a joke.
Yeah, but the ridiculousness of this guy, we've seen the cart. Well, I don't know what you would call it, the drawings of this guy with the telescope and his shed. I mean, it's bizarre.
Yeah, but after cracking that as a joke earlier, then I got to thinking about it, and I'm like, well, sincerely, why not? We have no way to know what the telescope was like he was looking through. We have no way to independently verify any of that sort of thing. So why not just use their claim against him? What would I mean? Why not? I mean, like, they're just kind of chanting it like it were a religious refrain, Cavendish. So why not say, okay, great, well, that sounds like refraction.
There for a while, I think people were doing that, just using refraction for a rebuttal to any claim that a glober made, and it was good fun. So I think that should be reinstated. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So see, the ayes have it.
Yep. There's also a repeatability problem with Cavendish, right? So sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it rotates this way, sometimes it rotates the other way. So it's not repeatable. It's definitely not an empirical evidence of anything. But they like to bring it up because it's another smoke and mirror, you know. The Cavendish experiment. If I say experiment and I mention a name, yeah, it's a real thing.
I mean, sounds like to me that 7/6R would explain exactly what made Cavendish think the two balls were coming together.
Yeah. And we have an equation, right? We have 7/6. Are you a math denier? Obviously, that explains it.
You're right, exactly, yeah, so. But I will promise you one thing. And I will promise you this with certainty. That they would just immediately just start backtracking on their refraction claims. No, that's not what we're saying. No. But yeah, I just, I'm going to have to look up the concept in psychology, but there's a more or less, it's part of a development stage, but it's also kind of, considered a problem, a developmental issue to a degree where there's people who they learn words, but they don't really know what the meaning of the words are, but they still use the words. And they don't really know what they mean. And a lot of times I really truly think that that's the Globy.
Yeah, those are, I think those are Kurt Cobain lyrics on top of that. They're the ones that know all the pretty words and they like to sing along, but they know not what they mean. But yeah, right, I don't know what the psychology is, but yeah, it's funny because it took, other than you and Kurt Cobain, it's not really addressed. But it's a very common thing. I mean, I've even used a word that I didn't know exactly what it meant and had to, Go dust off the dictionary, but
yeah, we've all done it, and it's not a problem when you recognize it. You know, it's not a problem when you recognize it, and then you attempt. You know, even everybody's going to do it on occasion, and that's not a problem. But the problem is there's people that are in like a developmental phase, and then there's others that have a developmental issue that never get out of it. That they have these conversations, but they just don't quite know what it is they're talking about.
yeah, they're double speaking, talking out both sides of their mouth. That's why I kept asking if red flags weren't being noticed, but I don't know.
Just a minute, Bobby.
But it has to get back to Cavendish. That's sort of it always has to get back, and then the conversation has to fizzle out on that too. It's funny.
Yeah, I noticed, like, for instance, when it seems like when globies are looking for an out, they either end on show me the edge, or what would happen once we got to the edge. No, don't do that, Bubby. Don't do that, okay? Ouchie. You know, either you get to what happens when you get to the edge, or some variety of that or some variant of that question, or Cavendish, or just some variant of an insult.
Or drop
it just
something.
Seems like, yeah. It just seems like it's kind of like Crit was saying the other day. They're kind of like a one of the dolls that's got the string in the back of it. You could go to a shelf of them and you just pull it, and the next one will say the same thing. And you pull it again.
Yeah, and even as crazy as that last guy went to, well, why aren't I flying? That's actually, if you pull the string enough times, you hear that one. It's not as often on repeat, but yeah, that one actually just occurred. Yeah, that's when you know that it's that's when you know there's going to be a derailment and silence. The trolls retreated. I don't even know if they're whatever that they are, but Cavendish enthusiasts.
And sometimes I wonder if the server that's running their script rebooted.
Yeah, there's been a lot of boats go over curve lately, and Cavendish.
Yeah.
What's old is new again.
Yeah. It does seem like there's a pattern to them that I'll hear about boats going over the curve for a few months, and then they'll stop it, and then they'll start that one again, and then they'll stop it again, and like it's almost like there's a director somewhere who's directing them what to say. I mean, maybe not, but it really does feel like that at times.
Will we ever have to go back to worry about people sniping? Remember when people used to snipe? You used to have all these people that have to watch your stream because there was people sniping. That was freaking hilarious. What a pain in the ass.
What do you mean by that, brother?
Do you remember when people would stream and they'd have to have everybody watching their account? People would make sock accounts and then try to come in and just like screw shit up. I don't know if you remember that. That was a long time ago.
No, I mean, like, I guess I don't really know what you mean by sniping. I guess maybe that's so. I guess not, because it's not a term I'm familiar with, or concept, or whatever you want to say. So maybe I didn't hear about it.
That was a while ago when people would stream people would make stock accounts and try to get into the stream and screw shit up. It would have to be it'd have to be somebody in here that's was been around for a while that would know what the hell I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
You're not talking about like when they're watching YouTube and then they just bounce in and mess up the conversation, because that happens all the time. In fact, I think Embo admitted to it a while back. I was talking to somebody about, who knows, gravity or something, and then he popped into the chat, with he was talking, he was just doing his Embo thing. I was listening to the stream and I was just going to mention that I had this example, but it's total bullshit. Like he just jumped in. I was like, you were watching the stream and you came in to interrupt a conversation that was genuine? But so that happens all the time. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
No, this is something where they'd be streaming back on YouTube. I don't even know where they were streaming, but it would happen on Nathan's show. It would happen on anybody that was streaming. They'd have to watch for people coming in. They go, I got him. You'd hear the guys saying they caught him coming in, sniping with freaking new accounts. I don't know. It's an old term, and I'm not explaining it very well. So
when they come in, what do they do? Do they say things? Do they like make noise, or what do you? They make a soft account.
I forget what they would do. I don't know what they would do to disrupt shit, but they would have to like catch them as soon as they came in, and you'd have to have like mods on it, really like watching it like a hawk, because they would just keep coming in, and then they would call it snipers. It happened. QE would know exactly what I'm talking about if QE was here. So I remember talking about to him one night, but I'm not explaining it very good.
I'll look it up. Yeah, I'll look back and report another time.
Coming in, just trying to disrupt shit. It was I don't know why it doesn't happen anymore, though. It doesn't happen anymore. It's just like it was an old problem, and I'm doing a terrible job explaining it. There was someone.
No worries.
I know someone here who's listening is probably like, "Oh, I know." I know if AV was here, or I'm surprised. Heretic doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about, or somebody who's been around for a long time.
Yeah, probably like the best example. If it's what I'm thinking, what kind of happened to me at some point was on Fascist Book. I started getting cornered by what I'm sure were sock puppet accounts of McToons, and they would just continue to, oh yeah, you need to debate in McToons. You should debate McToons. And then after like 12 hours of all these different obvious sock puppet accounts saying that, then McToons came in and made some comment, oh, what are you, Papa Flurf? And then trying to bait me to get on a show with him. And then so I just acted like he was insane. Like, what are you talking about a show? Why would you want to talk about something like this on a show? Because I'd made it a post in a group that had a flat Earth group that had a bunch of globe trolls on it, and so and all the various Facebook accounts, they all had this kind of similar look and feel and such to them, and so it was kind of clear that it was some kind of gimmick. And then I started then I come across the guy who was actually on McToons' show, and he said that and I explained to him what happened, and he said that it was exactly what transpired with him, is that some girl came on and then just described it exactly the same. And so ultimately, that's probably like one of the things. And then probably they would start coming into the chats and the live stream and trying to juice up one of their globetards. Oh, well, you need to debate with this globetard or whatever. And then they act about like 4-year-olds while they're doing it. That's the one kind of example that I know that happened to me, but maybe that's not exactly it. I'll look it up.
Stream sniping, I was never involved in it. I just heard it going on back in the day when you'd be listening to streams. I'll have somebody better explain it. He knows what the hell they're talking about better than me. I'm not even doing it justice.
No worries, brother. No worries. Yeah, but Haas, it is interesting though that like the other thing that I notice with Globies is they have lost the debate, but and they don't know that they're better off to stop while they're ahead. Hey, I'll be right back. This is the probation officer.
The probation officer. I don't know. I used to think that, but I agree. I think the group are aware that the society at large is plenty ignorant, and they don't need convincing arguments. They don't need evidence. They just need to hear somebody say something with confidence, or be incredulous, or insult somebody, and they've won the debate. That's the society that we live in. They're not. They don't need much to convince them to stay in the paradigm that they want to be in. You could just be an asshole, and that's good enough. And that's where they're at.
You know, it's the that was the probation officer there. Sorry about that. She was checking on me, make sure that I hadn't picked any other probation officer since she left 2 hours ago. But anyway, but darn good point you make there, my friend, that there's this tacit, almost fear, like, oh my God, that's what they'll say about me if I accept what old Haas is saying. What they're saying to him, they're going to say to me. And so it's like enforcement of doctrine.
Yeah, it's reinforcement of already established biases, right? Or already established indoctrination. So you just act incredulous when a flat earther comes along and says, maybe mass doesn't exist, or at least it doesn't exist as you've defined it. What do you mean, right? And then just call the flat earther a name, and then be an asshole, and then whoever's viewing or listening to the conversation can feel comfortable. They can go back into their little paradigm and be like, oh, well, if somebody else is incredulous, I'm sure the flat earther doesn't know what he's talking about, because this guy is already talking about the thing that I already believe and have already been trained to think, and so I don't need to have a new paradigm. I'm still safe over here with the rest of the sheep. So if there's still sheep to be protected by, then they're going to stay sheep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all have their own personalized con man that they prefer, whichever one appeals to them.
Yeah, there's some really clever comment out there, but you just have to say stupid shit, say it with confidence, right? Like, the Cavendish experiment. How could you not believe in the Cavendish experiment? Of course the Cavendish experiment is an experiment. even though it doesn't have anything to do with the claim that I'm making, even though there was no observed phenomena, even though it was supposed to calculate the mass of the Earth, even though mass is undefined? What do you mean, dumb flat earther? And that's all they really care about.
Yeah, it's 100% correct that they're kind of like fishing bobbers. They're bobbing up and bobbing down and just bobbing whichever direction. And so whichever's kind of the loudest beating drum, and that beating drum is playing some kind of beat that they kind of like, they're going to start following. And anybody else is just kind of second fiddle.
Yeah, it's the Pied Piper, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the Pied Piper. Just play the tune that they want to hear, and out they go.
Yep.
Yeah, Dave Mustaine was right.
Yeah, you know, it's just tell them what they want to hear and you'll have customers for life. But anyway, I'm going to bounce back out of here. The boys want to take a ride on the Ranger, so if I don't take them out, I'm about to have a revolt here, and you think the globies on here are bad? Not take. You should see the 4.5-year-olds.
Sounds fun.
See you shortly, brother. I'll be back here in a bit.
By the way, says Sue, I'm honored when people confuse me for you. I'm sorry you have to deal with that, but yeah, it works for me. It's like an upgrade. You notice that happening sometimes. Barrington even did it there a moment ago. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I know it happens a lot. What are you talking about, dude? Like, I love your conversations, man. I love your points. What are you talking about?
No, I get it, but when you're laying something out and someone says, "Yeah, what old Hoss said," I don't correct it. I'll just let that go. Yes, that is what
I know.
That is what I could have said. Yes.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. They do confuse us all the time. It's weird. I never listened back. So I'm like, are we that similar in voice? I don't even know.
No. Well, I've noticed it happen. It happens with a lot of different people, and it almost seems like it depends on the region that someone's in. They'll struggle with differentiating people. It's I'll hear people that I think sound similar that other people can clearly. It is interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's not quite as bad as maybe like Timbo and T-Dub.
Yeah, and even that I'm almost at this point after several years, through a few years, I'm almost 90% on that. But yeah, every once in a while you have to check.
I check every time because I hate that too. Like to be that stereotypical dude that can't tell the difference, but it's like, fellas, sorry, you're both Australian. I can't differentiate. I'm going to look at the tag or who's flashing before I say a name ever.
My favorite one is when they mix up Sasha and Get, because although they couldn't sound more different. I do see where those people are coming from somehow. The whole thing's comedic. It's interesting.
It is funny. Discord's an amazing place.
Oh yeah, just imagine if I had it when I was playing Tecmo Bowl. Yeah, it's funny that it's supposedly a video gaming platform, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's an interesting. The forums, it's wild.
I made the comment the other day because, like, I'm going to date myself by saying this. So, in the days of like AOL dial-up and stuff, I'm sitting there with my buddy in his basement, and we're in chat rooms, and this is when the internet is still sort of like fledgling in its evolution. And I thought, what's this all going to turn into? And guess what? Nothing's changed. Everybody goes into chat rooms. I mean, Facebook's a chat room. Discord's just a chat room. That's what the internet is for, is porn and chat rooms, apparently.
Yep, everything's the same except for that dial-up sound, which was kind of a fun sound.
Yeah, that was the sound of anticipation. Oh, we're going to get online. Quick newcomer check. Anybody new in the chat? Anybody believe that they're on a spinning water ball? Okay.
You just had to run off the mid-afternoon crew. Yeah, that was wild though. It was interesting. It's been some good weeks, but the last 24 hours, wow. Roller coaster.
Well, I don't know if it's just Nathan that gets them all. It's like him kicking the hive,
Yeah, and then there was some full moon fever perhaps going on. I don't know, but yeah, that is what it is. You're probably the Oakley experience. It gets them all riled up.
That's fine. They got to do damage control. Or maybe recoup some pride or ego. I don't know. I don't know if it worked, but they got a proper thrashing. And then they just hung out all day, which was weird.
we having a moment of silence here? Is it flat Earth funeral or something, or are we burying the flat Earth, or like what's going on?
You're gonna need a flat Earth for that to bury something.
Yes, yes.
I don't know of anywhere else to get Earth to bury shit in from.
Well, I mean, okay, we have to get the imaginary flat Earth to bury. That's better.
Some people say there's dirt in the sky. Maybe you could bury it there. If you can find any of that.
In the sky?
Yeah. I'm told that Mars is a ball of dirt in the sky.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that makes sense now. That makes sense. What do you think Mars is?
A light?
A light?
It's pretty non-specific, but it's as specific as I can get. I don't know shit about Mars.
A pretty interesting looking light.
Yeah, it's cool.
Maybe it's a planet.
It is a planet, yeah.
Finally, we agree.
And now the next question is, what's a planet?
Ooh. That's a tough one, man. It's whatever NASA says it is.
What's Devon Island? Look up Devon Island.
How's that?
Seems like somebody that knows about Mars would know about Devon Island. It's where they film all the surface of Mars. It's where they film it. Devon Island, Canada. Look it up.
I don't know that. I don't know how to spell Devon Island, so I have no clue what that is.
Devon.
Devon Island. Oh. He's filmed on it. And?
The Earth is a globe, and we know this is a globe because A. Cartoons from NASA, B. Logical fallacies, and C. Begging the question.
That was so funny. I fell out of my seat, man.
Was hilarious. I didn't fall out of mine.
I think it would be a little hard for you, Bear Pelagic. But you know I couldn't resist.
Denial of reality. Love to see it, man. The Earth is whatever I say it is, okay? I'm the arbiter of truth. It'd be real funny if these flat earthers are actually spinning along with us on this water ball, you know?
Chasing
all these
a dying
arguments
star.
happening for chasing the dying star. It'd be actually funny, like if you guys were wrong all along, right? Old Hosford's already coming in.
That would be hilarious. It'd be hilarious if we got lost in your imagination. As long as I can avoid a serious head injury, I think I'll be fine.
Do you think there's a chance that maybe NASA's actually telling the truth?
Sir.
You think there's a chance that?
Dude, I understood NASA to be. Listen, I understood NASA to be fibbing decades prior to this whole flat Earth. It wasn't after that I said, "Oh wow, the Earth's flat." Does that mean they didn't play moon golf? No, I knew they were fibbing prior.
What if we actually? What if we actually are chasing a dying star, though?
Oh my lord!
What if that's the case?
Yeah. What if the Queen had balls?
What? Oh my god!
She'd be the king.
So there's no chance we're chasing a dying star, according to you. No chance.
Zero.
What makes you so sure it's a dying star to be chased in the first place?
I don't know, man. All the data that it tells us, man.
The data.
Yep. That's what planets like to do. They like to chase dying stars. I don't know. Ask the planet. Don't ask me. Yeah, ask the planet, Teflon Don. Ask it. What's going on, Larry? Larry just joined in here.
Bah humbug.
Larry, what are your thoughts on Earth chasing a dying star?
Sounds like a story that you tell at a campfire.
Yeah, you're real hung up on that nuclear.
I am, dude.
Was I the first one to break the news to you that that's what they claim the sun to be?
Yeah, that's what you're the first one to really break that news.
You missed that day in school when they told you the sun was going to be expanding as it dying and engulfing the Earth.
I knew that for years, man.
Oh, okay, so yeah.
It's just the way you say it, you know? The dying star.
Well, now it's the way you're saying it. Yeah, it's absurd.
It's gonna slowly turn into a red dwarf giant or some kind of freaking nonsense.
Yeah, it sounds like a fat man in a suit being being led by flying reindeer.
Dwarf giants and married bachelors.
Yes. It's really funny stuff. It'd be the case though. Never know, man.
Yeah, when you stand out under the sun in the middle of the summer, it just has that 93 million mile distant dying star feeling, doesn't it?
It does, man. It does have that feeling. But you gotta remember, we're on a wobbling, tilting water ball planet.
Yeah,
So
but I don't try to fathom 93 million miles.
that's far, man. It's fucking
Yeah,
far.
yeah, and you get cooked by the sun.
But if it's 93 million miles away, you can't get cooked anymore, can you?
Huh?
Like you can't.
People
Well, you
have
can still get killed.
disasters out in the national parks in Arizona all the time.
Well, there's people that are still killed by the sun, but I'm saying like not to the point where it's killing all of us, right?
Yeah, people learn to seek shade.
Yep.
We had to evolve 3.2 billion years until everyone stopped dying of heat exhaustion.
Yep. And that apparently the sun's massive, right? It's a big nuclear
It's your
furnace.
lie, tell it. It's your lie, tell it. Tell us everything you know about this sun. I mean, stop the cap.
Stop the cap. And you're catching up with our lingo, man.
For real, for real.
When are you going to learn to write in cursive?
Ever, actually. You know what's funny? I actually there was a kid in school that I saw his writing, and he actually writes in cursive. I'm like, what the fuck? That's impressive to me. I think we were all shocked. The kid actually writes in cursive. His handwriting is like
Talking about, man, we all wrote in cursive when I was little. I'm 54,
when you were little,
but you know,
not
I still write in cursive.
Today's age.
Cursive's not hard.
When's the last time you wrote anything?
Yesterday. When I was in school.
What class?
History.
Oh shit.
Everything in history is wrong too, isn't it?
Yeah, take the time to learn some cursive.
Majority, yeah.
Why would it be important for me to learn some cursive so I can look cool? Maybe that's the only thing.
Absolutely. Dude, you don't want to look cool?
It's a time saver. It's a time saver.
I always thought that.
Yeah, it is. You don't have to lift up the pen. You can just slur the words together.
Oh.
The letters, I mean.
The one that baffles me is shorthand. The court reporters, yikes.
Stenographers do have an interesting job, don't they?
Oh, yeah. They've heard it all. Literally.
Gotta type on your weird little tiny typewriter. Learn some crazy language. They're taking audio, aren't they? I mean,
yeah.
how do they even need those anymore?
Last time they brought me in for jury duty, she's up there with a little microphone talking into it.
Did you find them guilty, old toss?
Oh, they wouldn't even consider me for the jury. There was some bullshit artistry tap dancing by the lawyers, and they took one look at me sitting in the back, kind of chuckling at their presentations, and yeah, I didn't even get a free lunch. I got my $30 and got on out of there. Yeah, they wanted nothing to do with me in the jury box.
My best friend's wife, she's a what they call stenographer, whatever her title is, stenographer. I forgot how you say a word, but I've seen her. She works from home, and I've gone over there, and he'll be like, be quiet. She's doing I guess she just they have a person. They're not even in a courtroom. There's like a lawyer is talking to the person that's has the lawsuit or whatever against the defendant or whatever or whatever. But I I realized that she records the entire conversation, and her fucking typewriter looks weird as fuck, bro. There's not letters at all. It's just like blocks of letters, and the way her fingers move. I asked her, I'm like, "You're not typing any words." She's like,
Yeah, it's
"No."
shorthand.
Yeah, she goes, "No, I'm making marks. Like I'm making." How did she explain it? Like
Phonetics.
like no, well, along those lines, but also more importantly, like she's like she does it so fucking fast too. But she has to mark when like when like the lawyer spoke, when the person spoke, and then when somebody else spoke, like and she's making like an indentation, right? And it's all digital. So then she goes back, and then so like when she produces her report, she gets paid like per page that she turns in to the whoever the client is that hired her to do so. Um but so she has to go back, and then she listens to it, and then that's when she types, like she fills in the gaps of what her shorthand didn't capture. But dude, it's like a crazy it's amazing to watch it in real life, bro. It's weird, super weird. But a lot of it's like that shorthand, like they they're marking like the conversation. Like it's so weird, dude. I can't even really explain it. Fucking kudos to her. She makes like more than 150, I believe, a year just typing, being a court. But she does it privately though, so she gets more than just like what a normal person would make going to a court every day, because she does it privately. She does it like she gets paid really good per report. Next time I'm gonna record her doing it next time so I could show you guys how fucking weird it looks. Like, have you ever watched them actually doing it? It's like they just press like 7 buttons at once, and then like 2 buttons, and then 8 buttons, and then 4 buttons, and then you're like, what the fuck is that? It's so weird.
Yeah, they're so proficient at it. They're always waiting. They're always waiting for the next. Somehow they catch up before they're even. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, yeah. And then the reason why they record, because then they go back, and then they'll have it like for their report, like what gets turned in to the courtroom or whatever, to the judge or whatever, the lawyers. Then she'll have like every single word has been dictated. Right, that's not the right word. What's the word? Can you type what you said? I guess dictated. In Glober's terms, they got it down to a science. Typing is now science, people.
Dude, everything is science. Clipping your toenails is science.
I don't know if you missed it earlier or not, but we got a long conversation about how math is science. Very weird that we have to even be arguing that, but I mean, it is what it is, right?
Well, I mean, to them, everything is science, right?
Right.
You can make up your own method. Like if I clip my toenails on Tuesdays after 5 p.m., Like, that's my method of science. There is no the scientific method. You don't even need to worry about like variables.
Not
You just have
anymore.
all kinds of causation, correlation, causation damn, I can't even say it now. Correlation, causation, conflation.
Right.
And it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I also asked them that earlier too. I was like, yeah, I don't know exactly where, but for along the timeline of our past, our history, like somewhere down the road, math became science. And then what we called science was no longer science. Like it just changed. Weird, but it happened.
And I will say there's no doubt about it, because in the modern era, which especially globies are part of, they don't understand that correlation is not causation. You know, and all you have to do is tune in to reports through the news, and all it is just the fallacy of correlation not being causation over and over and over again.
Yeah. And they call that science. Weird science.
Yeah, for example, one of my favorite is that you'll see every couple of years they dust off to bring out and talk about how soda is a cause of cancer. So one time I went actually looked up the study, and it very explicitly acknowledged this is a correlation. It's not proving causation, because in their sample size, the people who were more likely to drink whatever number of soda a day were then more likely to also smoke, take alcohol, have jobs that put them in, around more bogus, well, not bogus, but that have air emissions or exposure to other chemicals. And it went down through a long list of things. So ultimately, the headline sounded good, but the truth was just a little different.
Look occupied, brother. You're an occupied man.
Science, it's funny too, because they don't say they're wrong. They say they got it better. Like they understood it better. So they're so they're never wrong, right? Like for in their paradigm, centuries go by and science has changed completely, flipped on its head, but they say, "Oh, but they weren't wrong though. We just understand it better." It's like, "No, dude. They were
Why is
wrong
that
back
wrong?
then. You're
How many things have changed since the last century, buddy?
wrong back then." Well, I mean, just within the last
What
decade, the
the
You couldn't talk to someone across the world 200 years ago. How's that wrong?
the
Who's that
just
better?
okay, again, just a decade ago, within the decade, should I say, they said, "Oh, we have learned that our what we call atmosphere actually goes out past the moon." Because once upon a time, it was believed that the moon was outside of our atmosphere. With that logic, okay, with that understanding, everything that they were doing was basing all their flights, dynamics, their calculations, all having to do with something that now is a different environment. So that would mean that all their calculations back in the 50s should have been wrong, because they weren't accounting for what they are now accounting for today. It's just one of those things where if you have a brain and you get it, and if you don't, and you don't. It is what it is, bro. I can't force you to understand what I'm saying right now. But the fact is that if your science is changing because your mathematical equations are sliding, then that means, then how did you get to that answer before? If you were wrong, then how did you get to that answer, or how did you claim it to be true or fact if it was wrong? Oh, well, we just got better, so now we understand. Wait, but To rewind the tape. If you were wrong back then you were wrong. Then how did you get to an answer? But we know the answer today. This is the answer. Wait. Like this, I don't think that triggers in your head right now, though. I don't think you're not getting what I'm saying, because a lot of globers, that goes in the ear, out the other, they
No,
don't
it's not
understand.
that crazy. You're just making it. You're shock factoring it too much, man. You're trying to shock it. It's not insane. Oh my god! Like wow.
No, it is
We learned
insane,
something.
because
Not
here's what happens.
like
Here's
the
what happens.
atmosphere going all the way out to the moon is not that insane. It's not that crazy.
Okay.
It's you don't.
Okay.
It's not the big of a deal
But
that you're
that's not
trying
what
to
you
make it
guys
seem.
were saying in 2015, 2016, when we were saying that the moon would be in Earth's atmosphere. Y'all were like, "No, it's crazy. The moon's a vacuum." And now that now that NASA said it, you guys accept it.
Right.
So don't
See, it's
No,
be
the
because
thing is
weird.
that you're saying that hold on, Apocryphon. What you're saying is the moon is above Earth's surface. That's where we disagree. That makes no fucking sense. It can't be above Earth's surface.
What? What do you mean? Where is it going to be? Under the surface? What are you talking about right now, bro? That makes zero sense.
Wherever your disk is at, it's going to be not above the disk. It's going to be farther out, and that's going to help you out because
Do you believe
no one
there's a
that's going to be.
disc? You believe there's a disc? Is that what you think flat Earth is? Is that why you're here arguing with people
It
every
is
day?
It must be a disk. It has to be a disk. It has to be a disk.
Who says that?
It's not a disk.
No,
What the fuck is
nobody
it?
says that. Nobody says that, bro. I mean, the
Everyone says it,
psyops say
man.
that.
Shut up, dude. Everyone
No,
does an
time
AE
out,
projection.
dude. Yeah, you must be confused on accident or on purpose. You're the one forcing this idea of flat Earth equating to disk in space.
Crazy.
No. I don't think it's a
That's
disk in
good.
space. I think it's a disk though.
Where? A disk where?
Where? It's the disk in the center of whatever fucking space or time even is in general.
So under stuff, like the moon.
No. Well, so it's I would think what a lot of you guys say, right, is it's a disk, or I think it's a disk or something like that.
It's unknown.
But it is
It's
the center of
unknown what
everything.
it is. The entirety of it is unknown. Anyone who's telling you that they know what the Earth is in its entirety is blowing smoke up your ass.
They're lying to you. Nobody knows.
Who says that the Earth is a disk, man?
See, that's
I
the
don't know,
problem.
man. Every single time I see a flat Earth or try to explain something on the flat Earth, it's always an AE projection.
Every time. So that's what happens in here then, because you're in here a lot. So most of these experiences happen in here, right? So can you point to a time that happened?
Yep, I can point to a time that happened. That was when Crit tried to explain something with the moon. I think it was about 2 months ago, using a disk Earth and the moon. AE projection. Also, when someone was trying, I forget who the person was in the chat, but they were trying to explain how flight maps couldn't work on a globe and how they made sense on a flat Earth. That was used with an AE projection, so those are 2 times it happened.
The AE projection is a map of the globe, so nobody believes the Earth is that.
Yeah, sure, but it's a flattened globe, right?
Not precisely.
And it's helpful for you guys apparently sometimes. I don't know.
No, that's your map.
Yeah, but you guys use it sometimes too, so what's the problem?
But you don't like that. Now you're saying that that's our map, but that's your map.
No, it's not that I don't like it. I said good for you. I think it's probably looking like that if it is that.
A disk? So you're saying that somebody said the Earth was a disk, but now you're bringing up an AE projection.
I think, yeah.
A disk, and you said that the Earth is a disk in space, and you said, I don't believe the Earth is a disk in space. I just believe it. You guys think it's a disk. No. Didn't you just say that earlier?
I don't think you guys believe in space, so it wouldn't be a disk in space, right?
Who was it that asked you, where do you think this disk is then?
Old Hosrit, and I said the disk, or wherever the disk is, at least what I've heard from flat earthers, is that there would be no space. The disk would be the center of everything, and I think I agree with them in their little cosmology. If that was the case, right?
Okay. I thought I heard you say something different, but that's fine. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, I mean, did you really think a disk could chase a dying star?
No, I never believed that was. I mean, I think I believed that was the case like years ago until I asked one of you guys, and you guys told me what you actually thought it was, or thought it was at.
Yeah, isn't it funny that that's how they have to package the whole flat Earth conundrum, as disk floating with water pouring off edge. It's funny.
Well, I don't think they understand what you guys really think it is.
Yeah, they should. Yo, no,
That's probably why.
you think? Or maybe they do understand and they have to create this absurdity. It's one or the other. They're either clueless or they're deceiving.
I honestly think they're clueless because I don't think they take the time, at least the people that publish those images, actually look into flat Earth. So I think they just publish whatever they might think you guys believe or something.
So I have a legitimate question. If you guys are going back and forth, I can wait.
I'll go ahead, man.
So I was talking to my friend about it, and like I don't know anything about guns other than what I see in like TV and video games. I've never fired one, but they're talking about like what snipers have to do. Does anyone have like an explanation for that, or
You're
a general?
About the Coriolis effect, right?
I'm sorry.
You're talking about the Coriolis effect and how snipers have to take into consideration
the
spin of the Earth when they shoot north and south.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah.
Right. So that's a story you've heard. You said you don't know anything about guns. How long have you been researching?
Never even held one in my hand.
That's weird. As a Texan, that's really odd to hear someone say that. But like, what do you think? Like, have you done proper research on this subject, or is it something you heard once?
I literally just heard it yesterday and just came in to ask about it.
So I've heard lots of people say that they don't take into consideration anything, but lots of people, it doesn't really matter, right? Those are anecdotal stories. So what you would have to do is find out for yourself. Like, you would have to learn to snipe, learn to shoot, and you can look up the world records, right? The people that I think there was a Canadian guy who got like 2.3 miles. He killed 3 out of 4 of his targets. Now, do you know how far 2 miles is? Like in real life, like you ever walk like 2 miles?
Not straight. I mean, I've done it in like school track, but like not like.
So you can't really visualize 2.3 miles in your head right now. That's what you're saying.
Oh no, I can kind of guesstimate it. Like, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, just pull up a Google map or something like that, and when you get a chance, like stretch out 2.3 miles on the map and think about how far that is in your head, and think about how small the apparent human would be that far, right? And you know, when you're shooting a target that's really up close, like say on the other side of the pool table, right? Like 6 feet away. Like it's really hard to miss, right? But the further and further they get away, you have to line up your sights perfectly to hit a target. Now, if he killed 3 targets at, let's just say, 2 miles, like that's a really incredible shot. Like for someone who doesn't shoot, for you it would just be impossible to make that shot, bro. He killed 3 of them. Now, what he said he did was he was standing up and he saw what was going on and he just aimed high. He didn't say anything about the spin of the earth or anything like that. He said that he just aimed high, which is what you would have to do. You don't normally shoot that far away, and all of a sudden now you're having to shoot that far away. You would have to aim high, right? Because the bullets drop. So the way the guns work is that if you shoot a gun at the same time you drop a round, just, you know, a bullet in your hand, you pull the trigger and drop at the same time. Both bullets will hit the ground at the same time. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So if you shoot it just level, your gun is just level and you're shooting at a target, and it doesn't hit anything, it's dropping as it's shooting. So what they're saying is that the Earth is spinning, right? And if you're shooting at the equator and you're shooting north, well, the Earth is going to be spinning at 1,038 miles an hour. And so is the bullet. But the further you go north, because of the nature of a sphere, it's not going to be spinning at the same rate the further north you go. And this is going to cause an apparent deviation to the northeast. So the bullet isn't going to land where you told it to go, basically. Now, this Coriolis effect thing is real when you have like a trampoline, but how do you know that it's real when they're talking about the Earth? How can you verify that's true?
What you said? Did you say a trampoline?
I didn't mean to say trampoline. I meant to say merry-go-round. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for calling me out on that, by the way. So if you got a merry-go-round and you're on the merry-go-round spinning around and you got a camera, let's just say as you're spinning around, and two guys are throwing a football over your head back and forth, but they're not on the merry-go-round, they're standing on the ground. From your point of view, that football is going to appear to deviate, but it's only an appearance only. It's not actually deviating. That's what the Coriolis effect is. Or if you got two kids on a merry-go-round, they're facing each other, and they're throwing the ball back and forth while it's stationary, it's quite simple. The ball goes in a straight line. But if the Earth if the merry-go-round starts spinning, then they have to lead each other, right? They can't throw it where they're at. They have to throw it where they're going to be at when the ball gets there. So that's basically the Coriolis effect.
Don't you have to be outside of the reference frame to see the ball going straight? So the valid reference frame that you're in right now would be noticing the ball's deviating. Like you couldn't throw it to your friend straight on. So if you're on the merry-go-round, the ball would be looking like it's making a curve. But if you're outside of the merry-go-round, it would look like it's going straight. Like as it were, if you're, you know what I mean? Like if the person throwing the ball would be going in a straight direction. If you're outside of the merry-go-round, just watching the two friends throw the ball at each other, but the friend would see the ball deviating. You know how that works? Like if somebody's
You're
standing
asking me?
outside, no, both you and Larry. So if you're standing
Okay.
outside and you're watching two friends throw a ball back and forth, well, they wouldn't be throwing it straight onto each other. The guy would be like try to be throwing it to his friend, but it would be looking like it's curving. But the guy on the outside watching the two friends throw the ball at each other would be watching the ball go straight, except for the two people that are spinning are not able to catch the ball straight on. You know what I mean? I think that's how that works.
Because they're the ones that are moving.
Yeah, they're the ones that are moving, so they would see the ball curving, but the ball's not curving; it's actually going straight. Because the guy on the outside that sees the thing spinning is noticing it going straight. Does that make sense? Yeah, because you got the guy on
So
the
you're
outside.
saying it's a frame of reference.
Yeah. So in order for you to know that the Coriolis effect is taking place, you need to be outside of the reference frame of the two people that are in the merry-go-round. You need to be observing outside to notice that they're on a merry-go-round. Because in other words, you couldn't tell they're on the merry-go-round until you were outside of the merry-go-round. Is this making sense to you guys? Because like that's how it works. So when you're outside of the merry-go-round, you can notice that the ball's trajectory is straight on. But the straight on effect that the guy on the outside is seeing is not the same that the two friends on the merry-go-round are seeing. They're seeing the ball like curve because they're on it. They're on the spinning reference frame. So everything would be taking that deviation to them. That's how it would be, because like you take the guy that's on the outside, but the problem is you'd have to understand that the reference frame that the two people that are on is actually spinning, and the only way to do that is to be outside of that reference frame. you couldn't be on the same reference frame and then say that you know that the thing that you're on is spinning. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think get what you're saying.
Yeah, so if it's assumed that you're on something that's spinning just because of, like, let's say, an effect, well, then the only way to do that is to get outside of the reference frame that you're in, to actually observe it from a different vantage point that you know that you could be still. So the idea is motion, right? So if you're in motion right now, let's say if you're in motion, the Earth is moving, then you'd have to be outside standing still in order to see it spin. If you're not standing still, how could you know that, you know, it's not you, it's the Earth. Hopefully this is making some sense.
Yeah, no, the merry-go-round was a.
Yeah, because if you're standing on the merry-go-round and it's spinning, you couldn't know that that's the case, because to you, all of reality is the reference frame that you're on, the vantage point that you're on. Like, for you, it'd be the merry-go-round. But if you're outside of the reference frame, then you're now looking at the thing that's spinning, which is, you know, the reference frame that you were on. So now you could say, let's say you were standing still, you could say, I know now that I can observe something in motion that I thought was, you know, well, I don't know if it was motion, if it was in motion or not. But I guess the point of contention, I guess, in this argument would be, is that reference frame that we are on, is it in motion? Is it observed to be in motion? Where is the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning? And so that's the question, because Coriolis is a derivative argument. It's subject to whether or not the Earth is in motion or not. Am I making sense here? I mean, I think that's probably the why people argue these things, because it's just like saying, well, I don't know if the sun's in motion or if I'm in motion. Right? You could say either or. But from our vantage point, there's no way of telling the other side. You can't go outside of the reference frame and say, okay, I've known that I'm on the inside of this reference frame right now, and I can't tell whether I'm spinning or if the sun is moving. So I'd have to go outside of the reference frame to see if I'm actually spinning or if it's just the sun standing still. You get me? Or is that getting difficult?
No, that makes
this?
Yeah.
Say again, Saul?
Are all reference frames like this? I thought there was a difference between constantly moving ones and then accelerating ones.
Well, that's what relativity is all about, right? So
right, but aren't rotational ones, like, you can at least tell, hey, this kind of looks like I'm in a rotational one versus at least a non-rotating one, or I would need some explanation for why I'm experiencing things that I see in other rotational reference frames, right? Because I would know at least that it's not just a plain inertial reference frame that I'm in.
When is the okay? So the question still remains, right? Are we in a reference frame to say that it's valid enough to say, I know that it's
yeah, you could definitely say that you can't conclude, right, that you're in a rotating reference frame, but you still have something, well, if we agree that is something that we observe. Yeah, if I was on the merry-go-round, right, and I didn't know that this is a rotating thing, it's kind of shut out for me, right, the rotation of it. Like, I'm not really feeling it, but I do see, because I will, of course, see that the ball does get curved, right, in my reference frame. I'll either make some explanation. Let's say it was spinning. I don't know. But I don't know this, of course. I'm within the reference frame. I can't know. I would need certain explanations, right? I would need either it is rotating or something else is happening that's consistently giving me behavior that a rotating reference frame also would have given, but maybe it's something else, right? I would need to... I can't say that I'm in a very simple, plain, flat reference frame, or no, not flat, but like, constantly moving in one direction reference frame that I would get otherwise, right? Because that one should not, on its own at least, give me that effect that could be explained.
That's what we're talking
rotation.
about. I guess in this discussion, the questions are raised, right? Like, how can we find out, and how do we know? Because the question becomes, how can we, what devices can we use, or what observations can we do to make this a not just an assumption, but it moves into the realm of actually knowing what we can test and verify. Of course, you know about gyroscopes and things that hold rigidity in space due to the fact of its the particular type of device's momentum.
Right.
But that's indicating something that gives us an indication of something that's taking place, of why things hold rigidity when they're spun up. But it doesn't give us the conclusion, because in order to have a conclusion, we'd have to understand, to be in a specific valid reference frame to say conclusively, right? But then again, we have the problem of relativity. How do you know from that point that you think that you're in a valid reference frame that reference frame isn't in itself in motion? You get me? So it's almost like, I want to say infinite regression, but you always have to say, well, outside of that reference frame, how do I know that other reference frame is not moved by something else? Like, so we have, you can keep asking that question, and so the problem that gets solved by relativity is that the fact that every single reference frame is not valid. It's all relative to another reference frame. So,
sorry.
so I just put this into example. Like, from your vantage point on Earth, it looks like everything is spinning, right? And you can see the sun, moon, and stars. They're doing a motion. But let's say, for example, in this thought experiment, you leave the Earth. Now you're in the vacuum of space. Now you can see that the Earth is spinning, right? And then it looks like the sun's standing still. Unbeknownst to you, you're not in the galactic reference frame yet. You're just in the solar system reference frame. But once you actually go into another reference frame where you actually taking an orthographic view of, like, let's say your position in the solar system, you find out the solar system's in motion. It's not just the solar. You get me? Like, there's motion happening outside of the reference frame that you thought was one that was, you're objectively seeing that the Earth is spinning. Well, wait a minute. The Earth is not just in motion. The solar system's also in motion. And you go to the galactic level, and now you see that the galaxy is what's in motion. Well, you go to an orthographic view of the galaxy, thinking that that's in motion, and that's where you should say that, well, I know the galaxy is in motion. Unbeknownst to you, you get to another reference frame above the galactic level, and you find out that all of the cosmos is in motion, where the cosmos, all
I've
the
actually used
galaxies in
radio
that cosmos, so it's what's happening here is that you can always find that maybe perhaps the idea that you thought from your vantage point that reference frame was valid becomes invalid the moment you start to go into a more macro sense, and on and on. It
What is
keeps
the
going.
invalid reference frame, Mickey?
What?
So I've used radio telescopes before, and I want to know what reference frame is what. How can I falsify a reference frame?
You basically are only making the assumption that you think that the valid reference frame, because like,
What is
we'll
a
say it this
valid?
way.
What is the reference frame, Mickey?
Valid means that something that you understand, there isn't anything else that's going to be making it relative. So let's say we're standing on a valid reference frame right now, according to us, like what we say in here, right? We'll say that right now the Earth is not in motion, because you are on this reference frame, and the only way for you to know that this reference frame is in motion, you'd have to leave it and then go outside of it and then see that you're in a solar system where the sun isn't in motion, but the Earth is. You see the Earth spinning around. But in order to do that, you'd have to be outside of this moving reference frame to where you're not moving in the outside of it. You could stand still and see the sun not moving while you can see the Earth rotating. Problem is, you're in the solar system, right? Which the other thing that I'm talking about with relativity would mean that the solar system is inside a galaxy. The galaxy is in motion. You didn't know that because you're standing still in the solar system, so you're actually traveling along with the galaxy. The galaxy is is dragging the solar system along.
I don't feel motion heat. I only feel acceleration, right? I don't feel velocity is a better term.
No, but you get what I'm saying though. Like there's a lot of problems with people are saying that the sun is not the one moving. And when you start to think about relativity, you couldn't say that. Relativity would say that it doesn't matter what you talk about that you think is still, everything is in motion. All things are in motion. There's
would
nothing
you agree?
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Go ahead, Ben.
So you're saying that you okay, so you're saying that you agree with what Einstein's theories are?
No,
with
Einstein makes objective reality ridiculous. The problem with cosmology and being with cosmology being in that arena is that you can never say any absolutes. The absolutes go out the window when you say, "Well, the sun's not in motion. It's the earth." And you're like, "Wait a minute. Do you understand relativity at all?" Because if that was the case, if you understood relativity, then you'd know that the solar system, that even if you pop out of the earth and you're now in space, in the vacuum of space, and you're holding still so that you can see the sun in motion, or excuse me, the earth in motion, and the sun is the one standing still because you're in a solar system, right? Let's say you take a rocket and the rocket goes out. I'm using this thought experiment. You take a rocket, you go outside of the earth, and the rocket automatically stops, dead stop, and you're just holding still in space. You see the earth spinning around, right, on its axis. Well, you don't see the sun moving, right? But you're in a solar system. So now you think, I'm in a valid reference frame. I see the earth moving. Good for you. But you forgot about the problem of relativity, is that you're not just standing still. You're still in motion because the galaxy is dragging the solar system along. Do you guys understand what I'm saying, or is this escaping your thoughts?
I got you. I'll talk about how at least you talk. Let me first make sure you're talking about Galilean relativity, right? You're not even touching Einsteinian relativity yet.
Yeah,
is my understanding.
It keeps going. Okay, instead of regressing, it keeps moving forward into the macro sense, because we're talking about scale, right? And
right,
orthographic view and.
Sorry, but when you're talking about, when you say relativity, the kind of relativity you're talking about is Galilean relativity, right? Like there are reference frames. They're called inertial reference frames. I can make certain rules about or predictions about what's going to happen in whatever reference frame I find myself in. And I will hope that what I call another inertial reference frame also follows those rules with some like minor additions. I just need to make one quick fix and they'll still follow the rules, right?
Yeah, you're following the path of like establishing yourself within the reference frame that you're in.
But my understanding is that at least in Galileo's relativity, he makes the separation between rotational or accelerating versus constantly moving or at rest reference frames. My understanding is he says that you can keep doing this kind of rule making and like rule adjusting for reference frames that aren't rotational or that can be considered accelerating, and I can talk about like how this determination is made. But my understanding is that there is a distinction between these ones versus any that can be considered, let's say, me standing on the side of a train versus the train, or someone standing in the train, moving constantly at a certain speed on that train in a certain direction. And they and I can disagree on exactly who's the one at rest or who's at motion, but my understanding is that we can still formulate the same kind of rules, make same kind of predictions that only need to be adjusted in a very constant, consistent way, and it'll explain away a lot of what's happening. Either I assume I'm at rest or they assume they're at rest. It'll work either way. But if they were in, as you pointed as an example before, a merry-go-round, they would have trouble doing that because they wouldn't experience, as you said, the same kind of motion for, let's say, a ball thrown across the merry-go-round. They wouldn't ever experience it within their reference frame as something traveling straight. They would always experience as something being curved. And I, of course, would see something different. But that's not the case, my understanding is, for someone on a train versus me on the side of the tracks. Because we will still experience the same kind of motion. We'll just disagree on like, oh, was this a 0 or was this a 2 speed or a 3 speed or 4 speed? But we will still end up agreeing on the kinds of directions of motion. We'll still have like the opposing motion to each other, kind of. But with a rotational motion, it's very distinctly different. So you can still, when you're outside a rotational reference frame, mark a very significant difference between what was being observed in that rotational reference frame versus being outside and thinking that you're in an inertial one. And if you do think that, I do want to extend it to the infinite regress argument you were making.
Yeah.
If you already think that you're in an inertial reference frame, you still have to have reason to believe that. Otherwise, you can tell that either there's something else to be explained here, or you're in a rotational reference frame still, because you're still experiencing some kind of curvature in motion, right?
Yes, that's what I guess my point was that you actually brought it back to that, was that you could never not say that this is the thing that we know because we're in a valid reference frame. You can't do that at any point as an argument. Yeah, so once you bring that in, let's say okay, for the two guys, I'll give the example that you used, right? One in a train and one not in a train. Let's say, for just a weird example, the guy in the train was shooting a gun, right, and at a target, and the bullet shifted because he's in a moving reference frame, right? So that the guy on the outside sees the bullet doing something different than the guy on the inside.
What's the vector
right?
here? What would be the vector?
Well, you think about like let's say like what's happening on Earth. Okay, let's say what's happening on Earth is like the guy inside the train, right? The guy inside the train is seeing deviation. The guy outside the train is seeing a straight-on motion. Same thing, right? You get it?
Okay.
We're trying to keep all things equal with the analogy.
Is this train turning? Why is he seeing what kind of deviation is he seeing?
The deviation is
that's why I asked about the vector before.
Yeah, the deviation has to be equal to, like, let's say rotational
okay, so this train's kind of we're assuming it's making a turn?
Yeah, it would have to be in order for it to be analogous.
All right.
So let's say that the train is making that turn. The guy inside the train is shooting at a target, and then he sees a deviation, right? There's apparent deviation in his bullet, whatever trajectory. So the guy outside is seeing a straight-on path to the bullet. Let's say he's got some kind of vision. He's got a high-speed camera or whatever. He can see the bullet making that straight path. But it's not the guy inside is seeing that it deviates from the target. The guy outside of the train is seeing the bullet's path is straight on, but the target's what's moving because of the train. It's it's making the bullet not hit straight on, right?
Yeah, but if the train is turning, at least in my experience with at least cars turning, I don't know how many times I've been on a train, but when a vehicle does turn, my understanding is like I still feel pushed to the side, like I'm being moved to the side because
you don't feel that. Let's just try to keep things analogous. It's already a crazy example as it stands. But I'm just trying to get you guys to think about like this problem, right? So if the guy is shooting a gun inside the train and the train's making this like turn, well, the target's going to be what's moving. The bullet's going straight on. The guy outside of the train can see the bullet go straight on and the target moving because the train's moving. You guys follow me? Like what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, the guy inside notices a deviation. Are we still good with all that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's say that the guy outside says, I'm in a valid reference frame because I can now see that the train is what's moving and the target's moving and the bullet's going straight on. I know now. I see it. I observe it. I'm watching it. I can see what's going on. That's how I know that the bullet's going straight on. Are we all good here with the argument?
No, I don't like that he says that.
Why?
Because that's not enough for him to believe that he's in a valid reference frame.
Well, he sees a bullet go straight on. Isn't that the argument?
No.
Yeah. That's what Coriolis is. It's an apparent deviation. It's not an actual one. It's not, the bullet's not actually deviating. It's just what the person inside of the train is seeing.
No, but I'm saying
it would have to be actually turned. The bullet would have to be actually deviating from its target. It's not actually doing that. Coriolis is an apparent deflection. It means that it's supposed to be like if you put two people, and I have to put this analogy back in again. If you put two people in a merry-go-round, they're throwing a ball to each other. Well, they're not going to be able to throw it to each other because the ball is going to be looking like it's curving to the two people on the merry-go-round. The guy outside of the merry-go-round watching the two people throw the ball to each other is seeing the guy throw the ball, and to him it's going straight. The guy outside, he's watching the guy throw the ball, it's going straight, but the guy's turning, so the two guys that are throwing the ball to each other can't catch the ball because it keeps like deviating. It's an apparent deviation because the guy's seeing outside of the merry-go-round, he sees it going straight. So it's not really turning. It's apparently doing that motion because of the reference frame that the two guys are on. Do you get it now? Like, so I can move on to the train.
I already understood that. I was
Not
making
you,
a different contention.
But what I'm saying is like this. Listen, this isn't a point that we're discussing at the moment. I haven't got to the crescendo. So all you're trying to do right now is kind of delay the point from me getting to the crescendo. So it is getting you're bogging me down. Like if you don't get it, tell me where you're not getting it, so I can address it. What don't you get from what I just said? Anyone here?
Can I go?
Yeah.
All right. So the issue is that I don't believe that guy can even initially make the claim that he's in a valid reference frame, or what I was saying initially is in an inertial reference frame, because it's not enough for him to observe that deviation that he doesn't observe in his reference frame from the train. It's not enough. You need the additional observations to say, hey, I'm not experiencing any kind of deviations in my own reference frame ever. There's never a deviation observed, because you could, in fact, be in a rotational reference frame that cancels out that motion and makes it look like a straight line to you when it is not. That is a possibility.
About the guy in the train?
No. The guy outside, standing, looking at the train, seeing that deviation not happen, seeing that bullet go in a straight line. He can still be in a rotating reference frame. He doesn't have still enough information. He has to actually go out and check this out in his own reference frame to see if he can observe any deviations in his own reference frame. If he can, he's still not in a place to say that he's in a quote valid.
I think Larry wants to jump in here.
Over an eviction.
Larry, did you want to say something?
That was over an eviction.
Larry,
Apparently,
you there?
It was a high-risk
I think
eviction
it's hot
because the
mocking.
person there didn't want to go.
Oh, Larry, you're hot micing, bro.
And then they killed them. So they saved them.
What? Yeah, thank you for that.
He's hot micing. Okay.
All right. Who wanted to go next? I just want to make sure.
My question. So like my question was just like, couldn't you, like, if you had like a marble in your hand and you like dropped it and you like rotated yourself as it's falling versus when it's not, like, can you also like make a similar claim depending on, like, I don't know, like if you were observing it fall versus
so
if you weren't?
But what is Coriolis like, and what we're talking about has to be the same. So I know what you're trying to do, Ben, but the analogy here would have to fit the example of what Coriolis is as an apparent deflection, not an actual one. So do you know what?
I was just trying to separate between.
But do you know what
the
an actual?
Rotational.
I know, but let's just get these kind of terms ironed out before you move on to an example. Do you know what an actual deflection versus an apparent one is?
You'd have to tell me.
A merry-go-round. Guys throwing a ball to each other. Okay, let's say you and I are in a merry-go-round. I throw a ball to you. The ball doesn't go straight on to you. It makes this like turn, like as I throw it to you. Do you get it? I can't throw the ball straight to you because it's gonna look like the ball's taking a turn as you and I are spinning. Right? Or no? You don't get that.
Well, no, yeah, like, no, I mean, if you watch, I watch football, so like you see this like all the time, right? Like,
right, but we're football. It's not the example here. The example here is two people on a moving reference frame. We both have to be on the moving reference frame. You and I. So the deviation.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So like.
The deviation that you and I see it's an apparent one, not an actual one. An actual deviation means that the thing itself is actually the thing that's moving, not the thing that you're on. So If, let's say, you and I are not on a merry-go-round and we throw a ball to each other, the ball is actually turning. It's moving away from you. Then you're like, wait a minute, that ball just deviated. I see it actually moving away. Well, it's not the ball anymore. It's, you know what I'm saying? When we're on the merry-go-round, what we see is the ball turning away from us. But that's because we're spinning around on the merry-go-round.
This is overthinking this.
You guys get it? Ben, do you get it?
Yeah, I don't contend with that. Like if I'm, I mean, that's why I was trying to use like a basic example with like a marble and you just turn because like, but sure, yeah, the merry-go-round. Both examples I understand.
Okay, so an apparent deviation versus an actual one. So that's what's in contention right now. If you're now the train example, of course, Saul, I guess, is thinking in the same frame of mind that I am, but I know I have a problem with it. I'm just kind of elucidating the fact that what we're talking about is the dichotomy between being in a valid reference frame, or let's say one that you can know that the thing, let's say on a merry-go-round, right, the ball is deviating, so that's an apparent deflection. And so when you see the guy standing outside of the merry-go-round can see the guy when he throws the ball, it's going straight to the guy outside of the merry-go-round. He sees it going straight. But the guys on the merry-go-round see it deviating. You get it?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. The problem I have, and I think Saul was talking about, and I don't know if you guys get it, is the fact that the guy on the outside, how does he know he's in a valid reference frame to say that it's going straight?
What is a valid reference frame, Miggy?
One that you can establish, that is when you can make an understanding of what motion, how motion acts or reacts, depending on, let's say, for instance, if you're inside of a vehicle, that's not a valid reference frame because you can't tell whether or not you're in motion or you're standing still because you're not moving in the car, but the car is moving. So how do you know that? You have to
So my
exit.
question.
You have to, one second, Ben. You have to exit the vehicle and stand outside and see the vehicle moving. Now you can say, aha, I'm now in a valid reference frame where I know that I wasn't, that I know that I was in motion because I'm standing still and I can see the vehicle moving. So now it's a valid reference. What makes it valid is that there's no other way you can tell that the reference frame that you're on is in motion. Once you get to the point where you can't tell if the thing's in motion, then you're in a valid reference frame.
So, I guess what I'm. So, you made in response to the question about Einstein and relativity, and you said that makes it incoherent.
Yeah.
But this still kind of sounds very like Newtonian to me. So, like, how do we get from here to because you said you don't trust what Einstein's saying, but it seems like you do agree, or do you not agree with what Newton's saying?
No, I'm wholeheartedly disagreeing with the fact that you're going to have to keep upscaling to a reference frame that you can't ever experience. And that would be the problem for you as thinking that the Earth is a globe. Thinking that the Earth is a globe doesn't solve the issue, because you actually are going to be in the same kind of quandary that everyone would be to say that, well, how do I know I'm in a valid reference frame? Because everything's relative. So if I say that I leave the Earth and I see the Earth, I'm standing still and I see the Earth spinning. I don't care if you think that, the vacuum of space exists like the way you guys say it does. The moment you say, I'm now in a valid reference frame where I am standing still and I see the Earth in motion and I see the sun not moving, you're going to fall into the trap of okay, how do I know that the solar system isn't being dragged along by the galaxy? Which is what they're saying. The solar system is being dragged along by the galaxy. So now you got another layer of motion that you can't detect because you're in the solar system, and you thought that you could go outside of the solar system or outside of the Earth. Yes, it is. The solar system. Okay, wait a minute. First of all, how many of you guys thinking that the Earth is a globe believe that the solar system is not in motion right now in a galaxy? that's spinning. This is absurd trigonometry
No, but
for you to say that.
I've detected. No, hold on. Yeah, because you're just blabbering on. Like
No,
one's here
blabbering.
to like.
You haven't
your
defended the
BS
globe. How do you know that
on.
once you go into the solar system, you need to answer my question because I'm very specific. Either answer my question or don't. Choose one or the other. How do you know when you go outside of the Earth that you're not being dragged along by the solar system, not being dragged along by the galaxy?
All right, so why do I observe redshifts and bullshifts and gases in the galaxy?
You're roboting. You're roboting. Try again.
Hello?
Try again.
Can you hear? Oh.
Hello? Well. That's the problem that I was saying with Einstein, is that you can never be in a reference frame where you know that you're not in motion. Because it's always in motion, everything that you're on. And the problem is you're going to have to figure out a way to understand what type of deviation you're going to see from that reference frame. It's going to be, you can never, you can't ever say like Coriolis, right? With Coriolis, you have one guy seeing something and then one guy saying, I know that deflection is apparent because I can get to a reference frame where I can make it valid to where I know it's a deflection, apparently, because I know that the bullet is actually going straight on, where I know that there's no more motion detected, where I know that that bullet is deviating because the reference frame that the person is shooting from is one that's moving. You get it? Because now we're going to upscale and we're going to say, okay, once you got to that valid reference frame where you saw the bullet not deviating, well, guess what? It's going to have a problem of the motion of the other thing that's superseding that. And on and on and on. It's going to keep going to the macro sense. Every time you think you're in a reference frame where you can say, I can see something going straight on, I'm going to be like, you can't say that because now you're in a reference frame where I can tell you that solar system you thought that you were at looking at the Earth spinning around, you forgot the motion of the solar system in a galaxy the solar system's being drugged through. So now there's motion of that. Well, guess what? The moment you go to that scale, I'm going to tell you, well, what about the entire, cosmos itself? What if it's in motion, dragging the galaxies, all of the galaxies that are in it along? What about, and then keep going up? What if there's something greater than that? And that's being dragged along by something else. You can never, there's never going to be a time where you're going to say, I'm in a valid reference frame. So the absurdity of this is that you're going to continue to bounce around until you go insane, because you'll never be able to say, I know that it's an apparent deflection, because it will always be an actual one. Always, always, always. Do you guys get it now? It's an actual deflection in every way, because because you could say, I can upscale and change it to where it's an actual deflection. I can upscale again, change it to where it just keeps upscaling. And with every upscale, you're going to have to figure out the math. You're going to have to figure out the probability. A lot of more absurd claims are going to ensue, but you can never say that it's an apparent deflection.
What is a valid reference frame?
I already told you, and I don't have to keep repeating myself. So, yeah.
So you know the no motion? Come on, man.
All right. Instead of making your little quirky remarks, can you refute anything that I just said?
Alpha, I believe you're confusing stationary reference frames for valid reference frames.
Yeah.
How do we know something is valid? So
how do you?
I'm not talking to you trigonometry. You're annoying.
It depends on what standards we decided for validity. My understanding of Galilean relativity is that any reference frame that can have its laws, like I said before, translated to another's, and you only really need to add one constant factor every time or subtract one.
Mm-hmm.
That those both, not one of them, both are valid reference frames. Both are valid inertial reference frames, because you can do it either way. In either direction, you can transfer whatever rules you came up with the other, and it will work fine for the other.
Right.
That's, in Galilean relativity, to my understanding, what's called a valid inertial reference frame.
Yeah, but that's the addendum that you're adding to it. What I'm saying is I just made it to where I understand the reference frame in which I'm working off of.
Right, but you have to explain that to us. You have to communicate that you have some standard validity first.
I was through the whole conversation that I've been talking to you. It should have been understood that I'm making my proclamation of what the statement for the argument would be. It has to be that you aren't in a reference frame, which is a complete valid one, right? Which is now that let's say that the fabric of reality is made from the reference frame in which you are in right now, which is the objective reality in which we all of us are in right now. If you say that something supersedes that specific reference frame, then you're going to have to be able to substantiate that claim in some way. You can't do that. You can't do that with just words. You have to do it with the demonstration. Like in the case of you being inside of a vehicle and you're moving, right? You couldn't substantiate that reference frame. You couldn't know whether it's moving or whether you're stationary until you exit the vehicle and you figure out, hey, wait a minute, I was actually moving because now I'm in the reference frame where I could know that.
Okay, now we can.
Becomes
That's
that
not
now we can get somewhere. Well, when you say moving,
that's not true.
When you say moving, what do you mean? When you say moving,
Motion.
something is
Motion.
Motion. How
Something's in
do you detect motion?
No, it's not about detecting it. It's also observing.
No. If you're saying that motion is happening, how did you observe that? The motion happened.
You're going to have to be able to use your senses here, right? So your sensors are going to be able to help you with this.
What will my senses tell me?
Your senses are going to tell you that you could see stuff happening. So like if you're in a car, you could see things like parallax, right? You could see things in the far distance and things in the closer distance look like they're changing. So like in perspective, you're going to be able to see
coming
things.
Closer
Why
moving
are you
further,
interjecting?
right?
I'm not done yet.
Sorry.
Why? So basically, you're going to see like in the far distance, like a mountain and trees up close to you. The trees look like they're going to be whizzing by really quickly, while the mountain in the far background is going to look like it's not hardly moving, right? So what you're doing is you're comparing these things, like, and you're saying, well, I'm seeing parallax happen during the time that I am in motion, right? So it appears to me like I'm in a reference room where I feel like the motion is occurring, but I don't know if I can't tell if I'm stationary until I can know that I exit the vehicle, right? And then I can see the vehicle. Hold on a minute. I can see the vehicle in motion and I could see it moving whiz past me. So I know I was inside of that. Now I'm outside of that. I can see it with my eyes. I observe it, right? It's an observation I'm making now, not just detecting it from the inside of the vehicle. I don't have to use a gyroscope inside and say, look, I'm looking at a device. I know I'm in motion. No, I could see things like parallax occurring, right? So that's another thing that I'm noticing inside of the vehicle, right? Problem is, I don't know that yet. It's not definitive. What makes it definitive is when I exit the vehicle, I'm now on the outside, I'm not moving, and now I can see that it is moving. I can not only just see from the inside of the vehicle, I can see from the outside of the vehicle. So my reference frame now is established outside of the vehicle. And now when the vehicle starts to move, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I was in that vehicle. I was moving inside of that vehicle. So I know that I'm still now, I'm not moving, and it is. There I've established the dichotomy between me being in motion inside and all of the things that I experience inside of the vehicle versus everything outside of the vehicle. Do you get it?
Yeah. So do you think that would hold up at court up against a cop? You're like, oh, well, you didn't know I was moving or not with your Doppler radar. You needed to get out of the
dude.
vehicle to know I was moving or not.
Yeah, we're not talking about cops and Doppler radars. We're only talking about how you establish. How do you establish? Listen, I've just explained it to you.
You just monologue, dude.
Yeah, you're not going to give me cops that are using radar right now. You're going to do something where you're going to establish. Listen, the analogy is.
Well, you just said
we're not talking about something holding up in court. Now, you either are going to make an argument against what I said or not. So the analogy is no, dude. The analogy is that being the Doppler radar does not. Hold on a second, because you don't know how to just wait. The Doppler radar is on the Earth that you think is moving. Now, what we're talking about is establishing the fact that right now you think you're on an Earth that's moving. Okay. And we're talking about Coriolis. So Coriolis being an apparent deflection. you're losing the plot. We're not talking about Doppler radar. We're talking about Coriolis and the fact that an apparent deflection is happening on an Earth that you think is in motion, right? And so we're talking about establishing the fact that you know that you are moving on an Earth that's moving. Doppler radar is not helping us do that. So stop bringing it up, and don't use your ad homs either. Either refute what I'm saying in a basis and a manner of how you can understand that you are establish the fact that you're on a rotating reference frame right now. I need you guys who are going to do it able to, instead of making these Doppler radar dumb arguments. Don't do that.
You just said it's dumb. You didn't actually refute it at all.
Can I just clarify something you
Has
said for
nothing
a
to
second?
do with you going in and out of a reference frame.
Look at
dude.
Alpha
Nothing.
coping so hard. Cope, dude.
Dude, shut your mouth. If you don't have an argument, put a white mic on your name.
My argument is
server mute. That's simple. Next.
Can I clarify something you said, Alpha?
Go ahead, Tito.
So we have a reference, right, to know that we were moving. Right, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
We have a new reference. We have the ground, like we got out of the vehicle, we're on the ground. Now we have a reference that the vehicle was moving.
Mm-hmm. Makes it valid. Now the
Okay,
reference frame,
so
because there's nothing that supersedes.
now we need to apply that. We need to apply that to the Earth. We now need another reference, right?
Mm-hmm.
That to us isn't moving, right? To establish that, hey, look, it was the Earth moving all along, right?
Yep.
We don't have that. I've never seen that. If anybody has that, I'd be
That's
really
what
interested.
I've been asking. And I told Soul, because me and Soul, I guess, I don't know if him and I are agreeing, but the problem is what me and him both agreed upon was that the issue with, let's say, Einstein, and he was kind of putting it the same way I was, is that once you upscale, the problem is you start to get into the realm of like, okay, let's say you leave the Earth in a rocket, right? I was using this thought experiment. You leave the Earth in a rocket. You go outside, and for some reason, the rocket has air brakes, and it stops mid, and it just holds its place in space. It doesn't move. All of a sudden, you see the sun not moving. You see the Earth rotating, right? And maybe a few other things are moving around, but you see the Earth definitely rotating. Well, what happens is you think that you're in a reference frame where you can say, aha, I'm not moving. That's not what happens, because now you're in a solar system, and that solar system is being dragged along by the galaxy that you didn't understand is in motion, because you're saying you're still. Well, you're not still. According to everything in motion, you're actually still moving. But you just haven't had a device that could detect that. What is going to tell you that is in motion?
Exactly.
You know what I'm
You're
saying?
not privy to that, are you? You're not privy to it.
Well, guess what, T-Dub? It gets worse. So what happens is you thought, okay, let me get an orthographic view and go to the galaxy level and say, aha, I'm in a galaxy that itself is holding itself in space, and I know that I'm now not moving because I can see the galaxy is moving and I'm not moving. No, your problem doesn't end there. It still continues. Because how do you know the cosmos is not in motion and all the galaxies in the cosmos are in motion because of the motion of the cosmos?
This sounds like a dilemma of infinite regression.
Yes, that's what I said. And then guess what? You're on the cosmos scale. And you're like, oh, whew, I finally got to a place where I know I'm not in motion. I'm standing still. Nope. Your troubles haven't ended yet. Because all of the cosmos of what makes reality real are still in motion. Because you thought your troubles ended there. No, they're still going. But you just haven't found a gyroscope that's going to tell you that's not. You know what I'm saying? So at the point where you think that you've reached the level of relaxation of where I know I'm not moving. Nope, sorry, buddy, that doesn't work in your globe Earth heliocentric mindset. It's going to keep upscaling to the fact that you don't understand motion in that scale. So what's going to happen is that everything breaks down. All of reality will not make any more sense because everything is in motion. You can never at any time say that something is apparently deflecting because it's always actually deflecting all the time, every time. So the merry-go-round example falls short of explaining how the guy on the outside of the merry-go-round is watching it apparently or not, excuse me, he's watching it go straight on while the guys on the inside of the merry-go-round see an apparent deflection. The guy on the outside is seeing it go straight on. But the problem is, the way we're speaking now is that the guy on the outside of the merry-go-round, he hasn't detected that straight on that he's seeing is actually deflecting itself. So there's never a time the ball's not deviating. It's always going to be deflecting all the time. Do you get it now? Like, it's never going to end. And the moment you think, well, no, I got you, it's going to stop here. No, it doesn't stop, because every time you upscale, you got the problem of like detecting that motion now. It's like, all of it is absurd. All of it. So the Glober can't defend his position. It's pretty much like the problem is baked in. It's completely baked in. So you can't at some point defeat what I'm saying, because your whole problem of Coriolis being an apparent deflection goes out the window, because now every single motion is an actual deflection. Every single time you establish yourself in a non-rotating reference frame, I'm going to say that's bullshit, because how do you know that the reference frame you're in is not rotating in every level?
So
all I know is that I'm never getting in a vehicle with someone who doesn't know if the car's moving or not, and and they're behind the wheel, right? No, that's a driver not to trust.
Yeah, a driver not to trust is to tell you when you park your car, the car's still moving. That
It's
driver
dangerous
you don't
enough
want to get in
living
a
on
car
the
with.
same plane with people who don't know if their house is moving or not.
Yeah, exactly, Larry. I've defeated the globalists on every level, and this one here, they think they're trying to get the flat earther on a gotcha, but they themselves are like shellacking their own selves by saying that, oh, well, the Earth is in motion, and when you leave the Earth, you could see it moving. No, once you observe the Earth spinning around, let's say, how do you know the solar system isn't being dragged along by the galaxy? Well, the galaxy's, it's in motion, but it's still in its own reference. No. What if it's being dragged along by something greater than it? There's never going to be a time where you're going to say Coriolis is an apparent deflection. In your world, it will always be an actual one at every point.
So just out of curiosity, what would be your? Well, actually, I don't know. I mean, you might have an opinion, you might not. What do you have like an opinion on like partial derivatives by chance? Do you?
I mean,
are you?
you can try to make it sound like you're going to make an argument for semi understanding, or like are you trying to break it down to where you can basically say on certain reference frame you can establish it being that way on a micro scale? Like, let's say just from the Earth's perspective and the solar system's perspective, we can just sit there and be like, we're okay there, so long as we don't have to keep upgrading or scaling up to another reference frame. Because I think that's what if I'm understanding you, but you need to come in here and just kind of detail what you mean, because a good argument is one that can be followed with sound logic.
I wasn't trying to. Again, like I said, like I've never fired a gun or anything like that before. I think the one guy left, but and I didn't know about that, so like I was just asking. But the reason I was asking about partial derivatives is because, like, kind of like in the same way that like implicit differentiation, you actually don't have to consider whether or not what you're differentiating is like an actual function. Like, you can use partial derivatives.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I was saying right now. It sounds partial derivatives. It sounds like what it means to say, like when the words itself, describing something not in completion. So in completion, like as I was stating, it would mean that you have to scale up on every level to understand the motion at all times. So if you can, basically what you're saying and your argument is going to sound like, because I'm already kind of finishing it for you, but I already know where this is going. This is leading to like, just to a particular level, we could be satisfied with a few answers. But what I'm saying is the satisfaction of understanding knowledge should be purely from how we understand the abstract in a very real way. So if I'm abstracting something to you, you'd have to be able to say, okay, let's, it's a good idea, right? It's a great idea. We can model it. We can look at it in some ways, but it can only explain things so much on a smaller scale. But then we have to consider the fact that we don't just exist in this like partial understanding. We have to the whole has to be kind of contemplated in the abstract. So an abstract would have to include other things that it couldn't be partial, Ben. It would have to be like, okay, you could say it's fine, right? It's great. We can just go stay at the Earth level and just be like happy at the solar system. Like it's fine. I mean, it works. It does what it does. But then when we start making these claims and these arguments, it falls short of it being complete. So once the Glober says, I'm satisfied, I know we're in a heliocentric solar system, that's redundant. But if you're saying that you're figuring out reality from there, what you're not doing is you can't contemplate the rest of it because you're either you don't want to, or you just don't want to make it sound like your argument is going to be as ridiculous as it sounds like to everyone else. Because that's what it does. It sounds, once you actually start to think about it, it starts to fall short of it being coherent. Because reality is something we can all make sense of, right? We can say, oh wait, let's wait a minute. Like, how can I know this is actually what I experience primarily? I can't do that if I can't make sense to you. If I start saying things like, well,
so yeah,
if I scale up to the galaxy, would you know that at those speeds, people used to think that black holes were made from the death of a star, but it's actually the motion of the galaxy that causes them. And I could introduce a lot of unknown factors in the abstract that makes it more absurd, which is what happens with the embellishment of the heliocentric story. It just becomes even more ridiculous the further we go along, because we can start abstracting different concepts into our physical reality, and people think that you're some kind of like high IQ person, but you're just a good storyteller. That's all it is.
Yeah. So like, yeah. So okay. So like you're basically but you agree with like you can take the derivative. You just don't agree with partial derivatives, right?
Yeah, you could do things with that, man. Like I won't deny the fact that when it comes to an understanding, you could just parse it out to like, okay, we can just focus on this right here. I don't deny that, Ben. There's no. I mean, that's pretty sound for us to say that we can, understand things in a micro sense. We can say we can parse things out, but if we scale up in any way, we're gonna have to bring that to a physical reality crescendo. Because if you say
that would go more to like integration, like
yeah, but I mean, it's like if you're abstracting the Earth being something that nobody experiences at that level, I'm gonna have to ask for a demonstration. I'm gonna have to demand that you provide some evidence for what you're saying, because you can't just abstract something and then say, well, voila. I'm gonna be like, I don't think so, buddy. You're not gonna voila me just because you say so. Your words don't mean anything. Like your abstraction has to meet some criteria where you're able to, be able to formulate a physical and natural world coherency. Somehow.
So then what?
I want to be clear on that.
Yeah, no. So then what would be? So then I guess what is your critique against like partial derivatives versus like